swap shop, isn't it?
Yeah, we're live.
Are we really?
Are we live already?
Live. Yeah.
Yay! This is podcast number 11.
Get your clothes on. Put your clothes on.
Yeah, just had notification.
Oh no, I've still got it playing. Hold on. Switch that off.
Are we done?
Yes,
You're live.
Yay! Thanks for watching. Bye.
That'd be blimmin' quick for you, wouldn't it? My God, I think
Yeah,
it will sell.
No one would believe it, right?
That's never going to happen.
Not really.
Good, I'm glad.
How is everybody? You all right?
Okay, number 11. Carry on.
We're number 11.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, on about number 11, was there something supposed to go on the 11th?
Yeah, it was a portal, an open portal, we say, because it's 11, and you get one at 12:12, 9:9, 8:8. But I think 11:11 is quite a significant one, because apparently from now onwards we're supposed to go. You know, it's going to get more chaotic out there, if you like, for those that aren't aware. But it'll be better for us that are aware, because you know, this is when the shit hits the fan, I think, from now onwards. But it's also better for those that are aware, if that makes sense. It's like a big transition time.
Busy then.
The Gregorian calendar to the Julian calendar. As well.
I didn't know that.
Oh, I hope so.
I hope so.
I hope so. It's been a long old journey for us all, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, billions of years.
Billions of years, isn't it?
Yeah.
It has, isn't it? It just seems endless, doesn't it?
It does.
It does seem endless, doesn't it? It's just like constant, isn't it?
Yeah.
I know.
It's going so quick, though. Can anyone? I mean, the time is. I cannot believe we're at the weekend again.
This is a week has gone past.
Yeah, I don't know where every day goes.
Neither do I. I can't keep up, and I keep doing things like going and lock my front door, thinking, "Did I do it last night, or have I done it?"
That's only to keep
it's like
close.
That might be old age. That might be old age, Cash.
Is that what it is?
No, I'm older than you. I'm older than you.
Years.
No, it's not. It literally is. Well, it could be, I suppose. Oh, whatever. But time's going bloody fast.
Yeah, it is.
No, it fucking is. It is going fast, isn't it?
I know.
Yeah, it's like that movie, The Highlander, and they called something the quickening. And I've never forgotten the word. And actually, it feels like the quickening now, like you're saying.
Yeah.
Which I think the 11:11 portal is going to make time go even faster. I think that's what we're going to see now. You know, if you're aware of it. I mean, you know, you've got, you know, people going, "Oh, time's speeding up," but to me, it is going. I can't even put it into words. Yeah,
it's like that.
Yeah,
it is almost like there is no time anymore. It's just then it's day and night, and that is it.
Yeah.
That's the way I feel.
Day, night, and day.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Yeah.
It is, isn't it? It's day and it's night, and then and that is it, really.
Yeah.
Because that's where we're headed, you know. Eventually, humanity gets to the point where we stop obeying a clock because we stop being part of a stupid debt slave society that we've been lulled into. And eventually, it'll just be about creativity. And fifth dimension or fifth density is about knowing rather than remembering. You know, like school, it's just a matter of remembering everything and repeating it verbatim, and that's how you get through school. Whereas the 5D is just knowing, like you know things, you know math, you know this stuff. You don't have to constantly keep it whirling around in your head. Quickly,
I get that.
This scientific thing? Quickly, what's that math? Quickly, what did you learn in home ec? Quickly, it's just too much for the brain to function with. I mean, we're not meant to function. We're meant to live in the now, and the now requires no baggage. So no time, no perception of anything outside of yourself and what it is you wish to do right now. What is your, what are you being led to do? What is it you feel? Do you want to write a song, draw a picture, run around with a dog, whatever you want to do?
Do spaceship.
This association with time makes perfect sense for me. And I'm really looking forward to it because I'm just like, I hate being told what to do. I hate being like put into a little egg carton and they put the lid down when they want. And I'm just like,
in it. But I get that because, like, you know, when I first met you, it's like I know what I know, but how do I make that into a sentence or a word or a story? It's like I know what I know. I used to say to you, I know what I know, but I can't
find the words
to tell him what it's about.
That's because the English language is very limiting, isn't it? Because if you think about how other races communicate, obviously it's telepathically, and to put it into words doesn't work, does it? The English, it's so limiting. And when I receive any information myself or guidance, sometimes I don't even hear the words separately. I just get the whole thing in my head and I've got it. Yeah, exactly.
And knowing,
I understand that.
Knowing.
Yeah.
There you go. And
we were talking about that today, weren't we?
Yeah.
It's like, even though we...
Hello, Jagana.
Hello, Jargon. Even though we talk about the same thing, all you're doing is purifying the same thing you're talking about into an easy way of actually talking about it. Fast tracking. We noticed that because that premeditated fabrication with intent. It means you're lying, whatever. Yeah. So literally, them 3 words mean everything. Premeditated. So if you look at what's going on now, premeditated because of there's somebody behind the scenes. Yeah. Fabrication is what you watch on TV, and the intent is back to the same people again with the intent. So it locks it all together. Because we're talking about the figure of 8 today, weren't we? And the figure of 8, it is a loop. But if you understand how the figure of 8 works, it's lock, link, and loop. So you've got a lock, then you've got the link over the top, and then the loop, and then that comes back into the whole story. So there's 3 parts to 8: the lock, the link, and the loop. Yeah. So when we write letters, we write in lock, link, and loop. So whichever way you want to come into the story, you can talk to us, or if people are doing wrong, you can pull them into the story and lock them back in again. And jokes work on the same format. So jokes and comedians, they work on a lock and a link and a loop. So if you've never heard the joke before, it catch you out and it's funny. But if you heard the joke, it don't catch you out. Because that's the same. It's the lock, because they pull you into the story. The link is the travel within the story, and then the loop loops back into the whole thing. And it becomes a joke. Lock, link, and loop.
It's like self-serving in a manner, isn't it?
It is. So there's 3 stages to an 8. It's the lock, the link, and the loop. And we're talking about it because in the Vatican, they have a symbol of the 8, but it's being turned that way. So the 8 goes that way.
That one's like the infinity symbol.
Yeah. But what it is, it's a sound dial. But if you can imagine that because he who controls man controls time. That's in Phase and Fable.
Is that the wrong way around?
Well, it's the same thing, isn't it? But literally, by holding it there, the sound can't flow through the gap because it's being held this way, that way.
Yeah.
Not that way. So time is being held and controlled, and everybody within it's being controlled because the sound can't flow either way because it's being held this way. But if you understand, there's 3 parts to an 8. Yeah, the lock, the link, and the loop. It gives you a bit more freedom within the infinity. Because at the minute it's almost like there's a hell of a treadmill, and they've got such a, and something needs to happen to stop that. I don't know if Mother Nature's
hamster wheel.
Yeah, it's a hamster wheel, and you've got to pull the pin out so it falls off.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like that fadoosh. Because at the minute,
when each person decides they don't want to participate anymore, what happens, because I have had people say, but how does it happen if you wake up and or you become aware? I say, well, your vibration changes. You don't have to worry. It's like you just tune to a different, it's like a radio station.
On a different frequency.
So as you're aware, you then are beaming off different energies. So you eventually start to become a bit yawny with the stupid shit that's going on. So you are automatically drawn to other things. The universe brings.
Because that's when I realised. It took me a long time to realise the energy that was coming to me, and I was blending together. It was stories. I was blending. Because when we sit talking, we blend stories, and then within that story, we create an energy within that story. So it took me a long time to realise, or for the energies to tell me that we blend stories together. Yeah. So if you can imagine when you push your hands together and it comes apart again. So blending energy or whatever, it does this. But if you push your hands together and squeeze them, you can't pull them apart. No. And that squeezes the story, and it locks story in together. Otherwise, when you're blending the energy, it cradles it. And we've seen that in the skies as well, haven't we?
Yeah.
We've actually seen, we spoke about it last week, and it was like this. And I see both our hands in the sky like that, and then all of a sudden they tip forward, and the sphere comes forward from it. This holds the sphere back, and then as that does that, it tips it out and tips it into us. And that's when I realised we blend energies together, and also stories together, and then stories create the energy, and the physical then is within the story. And that's one big thing. Like people worry about energies or stuff, it's stories. And what we do is sit telling stories.
Yeah,
that's how we used to share history, right? Back before books.
Still do.
We were told we should write it all down.
It's what they've done forever and a day.
Yeah.
From cave
and I think in their telling.
We were talking to Dragana about connecting energies and stuff, and she was saying like she's had negative experiences with people connecting to her energy. She was explaining the best way to do it is like us to all sit around a round table, and then whatever energy we want to work on or share or
situation,
whatever it is, project it into the middle of the table for everybody to have a chat about, and then that's the story. And then you're not giving your whole self to the group or to a stranger or to whoever. You're just giving the bits that you want to share. That it's your choice, it's your decision.
Because we have got all come together.
And I thought it was a really good way of describing it.
Because we have all got to come together, but also have our independence at the same time.
Exactly.
And feel safe.
And I think humans do that naturally. I think we just automatically do that. That's community of mind, body and soul, heart, where we come together because we want to, but we can also respect when each other needs their own space or time or privacy or whatever it might be. But I think we can achieve that, and that's where we find harmony. We don't require anything from anybody.
If you change your mind about the thing that you want to share, you can always bring it back to yourself, and then you're not in any
really
harm's
cool.
way.
I like that.
You're not.
I do.
That's really cool.
It is really cool. I can really see it. The way we were both talking about it, I could really see it, and it was almost like watching a movie when we were both talking about it. Like this big round table was more like a big sphere, and then we were projecting whatever we wanted to share into that sphere, and it was like a proper CGI thing. It looked like that's what it looked like in my head anyway.
Don't you think that's what we're doing anyway? If you think about not being in
I think that is what we're doing.
Like you see in the movies, they sit around a round table. In the middle, they get a holographic projection, and then they're pressing buttons and looking at information. It's a sort of similar thing like that, isn't it? So I wonder if it's something you're remembering. That's why you could see it so vividly.
And because we all talk in pictures, that's the projection, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think that's what the pineal gland is. It's a picture receiver and sender.
Because you do see it in your mind.
You do, and we talk in pictures, and that's why we're all very good storytellers, because we're sending the picture out, and then we talk about what we see in the picture, so people can resonate with that. Where some people haven't got that because obviously they're not, you know what I mean, blah blah blah, not that way inclined. But then you've got the TV, which is then blasting these pictures at you all the time, and it goes in through your eyes into the picture maker and receiver. And then does mind and body control. And I hear it so much because I work in the public sector, and I go into different people's houses, and I hear it all the time. It's like, like some people say, "Oh yeah, you got to be careful where you get your information from," blah 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 blah. I says, "Well, where do you get yours from?" And they go, "Well, from the BBC." And I'm like, "Oh my god," you know what I mean? So, but the thing is, they're telling me what they've heard on national TV. Yeah. So I'm like, okay, so you're telling me that you got to be careful where you get your information from, or yeah, and you've heard that from where the TV. Yeah, and it's like, come
in
on,
their last
wakey.
brainwashing session.
You also don't know. You also don't know what subliminals are going in there in the visuals. And
Yeah, with the pictures,
the
words,
frequency. You've also got
music
the
as well.
going on as well.
Music, lighting, pictures.
Yeah.
Ultraviolet
We
light.
watched that film They Live last week.
Yeah.
Oh, so did I. That was really good. Yeah.
Wow, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Where they got given sunglasses and they could see all
Roddy
the
absolute shit actors, but the plot was spot on.
Yeah.
I know, but it was
You look past the
I know it's an old film, but it was a bit like the acting is bloody awful, but the actual plot.
He was
is
a wrestler. He was
Yeah.
a professional wrestler. And
Yeah,
his
if
name
you've
was
not
Roddy
watched it yet,
Piper.
watch They Live.
Yeah, yeah.
I'll have to watch that.
You're not watching it. It's not Oscar winning. Yeah, no actor's going to win an Oscar out of it. But
No.
but
I'm not bothered.
He does look a bit like Hulk Hogan as well, doesn't he?
but the story within it is spot on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Spot on.
Brilliant.
And then we watched what was the other one? Thingy guy, wasn't it? My Guy? No.
Free Guy.
Free Guy.
Oh my goodness.
I
What
tried to
Free
find
Guy?
that. I tried to find that after you were talking about it the other day, and you got to. I think it was. It's only available to watch in the States, and you've got to have a VPN. So, how did you watch it?
Well, you know.
You did it. Oh, you did it on one of those legal ones.
I went.
Dax has a treasure map. Let's just say he has a treasure map, and that's how he gets.
I'll send you a link, Alex.
Okay.
Yeah, from a friend of a friend.
Yeah.
Of a friend of a friend of a friend.
I've got a VPN. I've got a VPN, and when I tried to even look at it through a VPN, I couldn't find it because it's really new still, isn't it?
Yeah.
What
really
torrent
new.
site
It's
do
a
you go
good
to?
film.
We do everything like this now. We have to go shopping. We have to go do the fucking lot. Not as if we're famous or anything. It's just a bit paranoid. Or hemorrhoid, I can't remember.
Dave Lee Travis. Do you remember Dave Lee Travis?
I do.
Oh yeah, of course, Judith. I mean,
This
well,
wig is 20 years, over 20 years old. This is, isn't it?
I'm on the ground here pointing out
Reckon.
people are old.
It might need a wash.
Dave Lee Travis. I grew up with him, and yeah. Daz, sorry, Juicy. Do you remember Dave Lee Travis?
Yes, he does. Of course they
That's
do.
who you look like with the glasses on. There's me
It
saying Leo
is.
Sayer earlier.
It's my
but-
DJ hair.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and the glasses. And the glasses. I'm gonna have to find a
She's
picture
my
of him now.
DJ.
Sorry, I've got to find a picture of him now.
Go for it.
I used to have a blonde
like
wig as
me.
well. Do you remember a blonde one?
Yeah.
I used to have a blonde moustache and a blonde wig. I used to go. I used to kick a door open. Anyway, and I used to go in there like I'm the Swedish wood chopper, and I've come to fix your microwave. I think I've seen that on an old film.
So it sounds like you're doing it one of them adult films there.
What? What was that? I missed that. What was that? I missed that.
A bit X-rated. It sounds like you're trying to say.
It did.
Them ones with a really good storyline that you can actually believe. I believe them more than the news.
Oh God.
Oh dear.
Getting hot in here.
Music.
Better music and everything.
You've got poor Tasha sweat on.
That's what she said. It's like 0898 porno, something like that. I can't remember what phone number.
Oh dear. Oh.
How do we get onto this
I don't know since I put the wig
Oh,
on.
God, no, it's you to
I go into
episode.
character.
Don't give that Daz any more bloody beer.
I love it.
See that, Dave Lee Travis.
I say, look.
I've been around Gary's boat again this afternoon.
He's not looking.
Gary, is it? Hold on a minute. Yeah, fucking
Oh God.
Oh dear.
Just need the beard.
It's not
Oh,
far
no,
off.
maybe not.
Is it?
Good thing I didn't have wrist surgery.
Pass me that. Pass me the tennis racket. We've got Mackie in row as well.
Oh yeah, John McEnroe.
She's bought this to catch a fly and she still ain't fucking caught one.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Where you gone? Yeah. Yeah, this is what happens when you move house and you find all the stuff that you've kept for fucking years. Isn't it? So all this stuff we've had from parties years ago.
Yeah. You two just like dressing up. That's what it is, isn't it? Well, with that hat.
We'll get serious in a minute.
My daughter made it. It's my Bob Marley
Like
hat.
something out of YMCA.
Oh, I like your hat, Terry. That's wicked.
Oh, that's nice.
That's cool.
I love that Rasta hat.
I know,
I
right?
wear this when I'm walking around the boatyard.
All right, Shayna.
Skipper, little buddy.
Put it that way round when you want some loose change.
Is that when he dresses up? Is when he dresses up as Richard Gere? As
Yeah. More like on the fucking gear.
That's what I think about them stupid masks. I got a shark mouth. I got a kissy face. I'm like, if I gotta wear it, man, at least let's make this fun.
Yeah.
At least you're not wearing those dreadful blue ones with the fucking what not hexane. What is it?
What's that?
Graphene.
There's plastic in that.
Mask.
Graphene
Oh,
oxide.
them fucking. Yeah, no.
Graphene oxide.
No.
Somebody got really upset at me a few weeks ago because he was talking about a different test. I went, I don't know what you're fucking talking about, mate. He's like, yeah, and you heard of so-and-so test? I went, I don't know what you're talking about.
PCR test.
I just ain't got a fucking clue what you're talking about, mate. What are you on about? Fucking hell, he fucking laugh bite. Fucking hell. He's not spoke to me since. No. Anyway, you know.
Maybe that's a good thing.
I know. It's lack of sense of humour.
Yeah, I did say that, didn't I?
What?
I said it. I think I said it before. Right back in the day when this first started, the first signs of the old
COVID.
yeah, was lack of sense of humour. Fucking hell! Fucking hell! You fucking serious? Fucking hell. I said, "Well, fuck then."
Yeah, we are.
Literally, if no one's got a sense of humour anymore, it's done it. If you say that to him, you put that out as a text, yeah, saying the first signs of is lack of sense of humour. See what you get back. Fucking hell! It's funny as fucking it. They really go for it. I'm like, we're all fucked.
Zombies.
Oh, PC
Don't
sucked the life
forget
out of
the
everything, didn't it? Political correctness, I think, just was the biggest downer on humour in
Yeah.
my
my
living
God.
memory. In my
Yeah.
living memory, it came out and incrementally, bit by bit, just started sucking the fucking life out of everything.
Out of people. It did.
Well,
Yeah,
I was listening.
Spontaneous and funny and just silly and you know, I mean, we're meant to have silly humor. That's how humans, we're very complex, we humans. So we need benign or weird things to help us on the jolly side, on the light side, because it helps our brain chemistry, right? And that stuff drops chemicals in.
Yeah.
And they know that. So to distort fluid humor
Here's
is
William.
a way to cut off a...
Hello, William. How are you?
Hi, William.
Hi, William.
Good, mate. Good. How are y'all doing?
How are you? You all right?
How are you?
Very good, Terry. How are you? I'm a bit tired. I'm
I'm doing well.
Yeah, me too.
I'm doing
very
well.
tired.
Considering
Ashel,
Hello,
how are
darling.
y'all doing? How are
Yeah,
y'all
doing
doing?
good.
Good.
Doing good.
Y'all look fine and chirpy.
Yeah.
Anyway, thanks for Williams. I need a few more men on this because I just get like bombarded by women all the time.
No,
You do,
you
don't
don't.
you?
No, you don't.
Do you know what I mean?
No, you don't. You're living it up, you are.
Just don't spread the punches out.
You love it.
I do, yeah.
Yeah, I know he loves it, yeah.
How are you then, William? You all right?
Hanging in there, kid. Hanging in there. A bit tired today.
Yeah.
I'm a bit.
We've had that as well, haven't we? A lot of aching around the shoulders.
There you go.
A lot of neck ache.
Yeah, and me.
Yeah.
Well, I've also been working very hard today. There's a lot going on in the house today. Boy, am I knackered.
Yeah.
Knackered.
I went through this a couple of weeks ago, and I was telling Claire that I do that. It's just a sense sickness. That's what I call it. I always go through it like a couple of weeks for everybody else, and then I didn't understand it at first why, but then whenever I was on Facebook groups, I was able to help others because they didn't know what the heck was going on because their brains were going out of whack because they're having freaking meltdowns and then they're hurting and everything. And I was like, I already went through that. It's all right. I called a sentence system. It's all right. We'll be all right.
Is there anybody
we've got a lot of neck ache, haven't we?
Yeah.
Is there anybody up?
that I haven't met before?
Oh, and
Shelley, Dora,
and Lily, and Alex. Yeah.
And Alex, yeah.
Hi, William.
How are we?
And Dorian, I don't know if you met Dorian yet. I don't know if you met Dorian yet.
Yeah, I was on before.
Yeah.
I don't know if my microphone works.
Hi, Judith.
Hi, William.
How you doing, girl?
I'm all right, love, thank you. Are you? Apart from being knackered. I'm a bit knackered myself.
Oh, yeah. I think
Yeah,
all
but
the I think all the knackered people should lie down.
Yeah.
I get laughed at. I get laughed at for falling asleep.
We're not getting bed, shall we?
Yeah, we'll do it from bed.
You don't call me early enough.
It has been though, isn't it? It has been. I keep getting neck ache for no reason, and it's just like awful. And then shoulder ache down my shoulders here and there. And then
my arms are heavy. My arms are really heavy.
Yeah.
And my legs.
And the next day it's gone.
Oh no, man, it's bloody stayed.
It's my eyelids are heavy. We get too much.
Mine were earlier. God, mine. I've done about half a bottle of Jack Daniels. What he forced down me. I'm like, oh my God.
Thought you were dry.
Oh, was when William's coming that they get your face.
Gary, who owns the boat down there, keeps kidnapping him.
I walk past him. He goes, want a drink? I'm like, no, and then you're in there. I escaped, and I'm like, where's she gone? And she's in there, and I'm like,
he wanted to show me his boat. And
don't I'll show you the boat.
Hang on,
all this.
What do you mean? Are you living on a boat or what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
So what kind of boat is it?
It's like Starship. Got my widescreen TV in though. She's
is it a motor cruiser? Is it?
Yeah, she's an old like 1970s Dutch motor cruiser, made in Holland.
Yeah, what length is it? What length is it?
37 foot.
37 foot?
Yeah.
Oh, that's long enough, isn't it?
Yeah, 37 foot, and she's 12 foot wide as well. So she's got a lot of beamage as well.
She's got a beam of 12 foot. That's a wide beam, that. Is she ocean going or canal?
She's light coastal and also canals as well.
And do you take her out?
Well, we're on dry dock at the minute. We're still going through. Yeah, we're still going through.
We're in the air.
We're in the air. Yeah,
we're being held up by
beer barrels, really, and a few chops. Yeah, so at the minute we were like halfway.
When it gets fucking windy,
it bounces like that. Yeah, but yeah, so we're halfway through renovating her, because when we got her, she was
very
poorly. So I've rebuilt the whole boat. So basically took all the roofs off.
So how are you supposed to know if the boats are rocking to the knock knock? You know, how are you supposed to know if it's already rocking?
Do what?
Nobody ever knocks.
No one ever knocks. Yeah.
So she got a wooden hull then, has it? Has it got a wooden hull?
She's fiberglass hull and a wooden top.
Okay.
Yeah.
All the wood was all
completely rotten. So we built the whole
She
top
was actually full of water when we got her, weren't she?
Yeah.
She was like a swimming pool.
Like swimming pool. It took
Niagara Falls.
It took me this gospel. It took me 6 months to dry the wood out before I could burn it. That is the gospel truth.
I wasn't expecting that one.
To dry it out so I could burn it.
Because I do like boats. I did have my own boat, so this is why I'm interested in boats.
Yeah.
I love boats too.
Yeah, she's beautiful. I've seen some photos. She's beautiful, isn't she?
Yeah, she's lovely. Now.
Yeah, so literally all the top half was rotten. So we rebuilt all the top half, all the walkways, all the roofs. I kept the beams in, that was about it. And then the inside was all rotten.
The bulkheads were rotten at the bottom.
Yeah. So literally all inside, I ripped the whole lot out, insulated it all like a house. And then we all brand new electrics and we built it all.
Was she on dry at the minute or was she in the water?
No, on dry dock.
On dry dock.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So we got a whole boatyard to herself.
Oh.
We're sort of like on like a bit of a pier in the middle of the sea, so we're surrounded by water on 3 sides. It's lovely.
Crikey,
so where is it again? Where did you say? Portsmouth.
No.
Oh, you're in Portsmouth.
Portland.
No.
No.
We're in Dorset.
We're in Dorset.
To the side
Dorset.
of
Dorset. Yeah. Dorset. Yeah. But yeah, it's lovely, isn't it? It's a lovely way to live. We haven't got a front door key anymore. It's lovely.
And you don't have a back door key either.
You back door, yeah, got back door key, yeah. Always hanging out the back.
So do you have to go up and down the ladder, do you, to get in and out?
Yeah, up the ladder, down, and then you come down into the boat and into the cabin. So you got the cabin, quite a big cabin.
Yeah, kitchen,
galley, kitchen,
bathroom,
galley, kitchen,
galley, head. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the bedroom, the boudoir at the back.
Yeah.
and then the boot.
And then
It's got a boot.
It's called lazarette. You know that, don't you? It's the lazarette at the back.
Oh, the lazarette, of course.
Yeah. Yeah. She calls it the boot. She calls it the boot. But where we are, they're all traditional boat builders. If you call anything wrong,
I get told off.
You get told off.
Oh, who's that, Terry?
Oh, that's
oh, Terry's puppies.
I've always wanted to live in a boat, and I've always wanted a nice oldish sort of boat. So she's got the old sexy lines and everything else, and she was made in Holland. I mean, the windows. I mean, somebody told me how much the windows would cost. Even to this day, if you had them windows made, because being made for the boat, it'd be about £14,000 just for the windows.
I believe it. Yeah, I would believe it.
It's because I think the bronze, isn't it?
And there's 17 of them.
17 fucking windows. Oh my god!
That's a lot
when the
of
sun
windows.
comes out, you're like,
So how many can you sleep? So how many can you sleep? How many?
At the minute, 4.
4 easy. 4 easy.
But up the top where the driving bit is, we're going to do a sunroom, aren't we?
Yes.
So we could sleep a few more.
Sunroom at the top, so you'll have the bedrooms up there. Then you've got like a chaise. I built 2 chaise longs through in the cabin,
and over there.
And then we have actually got a king size bed in the back. That's how big the bed is.
We won't go there.
Yep.
But even now, we're sitting here, hardly any heating on. We've got the
doors open.
Yeah, got the doors open, windows open
in the back,
and you're not cold. It's lovely.
Oh, so are you going to stay there the whole year round then?
Yeah, I'm in no rush to go anywhere. It's beautiful here, isn't it?
Well, being up in dry dock, you won't be going anywhere anyway.
There's no sneaking your boat out in the middle of the night. Not when you weigh about 10 ton.
It would weigh about 10 ton, would it?
Yeah, yes, about 10 ton. Yeah.
That's a heavy bloody weight, that. Yeah.
It is,
takes a lot of moving.
You want to see them in the boat when we're here. They've got a crane and they just pick them up and then lift them over with boats and drop them in. It's amazing to see.
It's quite interesting, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, and they're just like, and they're gone, aren't they?
Yeah.
We've got no sails though. It's a motorboat, so
that's a motor cruiser, yeah.
Yeah, motor cruiser. She's like part sort of yacht. She's like a hybrid between all of them, really, isn't she?
That's the picture that you had.
But she's made in Rotterdam.
So are you saying she got sails then? She got sails, yeah?
No sails. No sails. Okay. She's got 2 twin engines in the back, and that's it really. But she was designed for the Dutch waterway, so you could go underneath all the low bridges. That's what she was designed for.
Oh, she was a canal cruiser, so yeah.
Because you can see that in the windows, the shape of your windows. You're
not supposed to call them windows, Cheryl.
Yeah, I know. You see, they're the windows. Look,
they're supposed to be
windows.
Yeah, beautiful. Yeah.
What would you call them?
It was supposed to be ports and the portholes, isn't it?
Porthole, yeah. It's like part bus, isn't it? On the top off, it's like a bloody bus.
I thought portholes were always traditionally round.
Yeah. But these are big.
No, not necessarily. Yeah. Well, windows is a good description. I wouldn't know what you call them.
Yeah, look, I know it's just a bit strange, and not many people know what a window is, but I'm pretty sure it'll take on.
Right.
Oh, back in the day, it was the round window, the square window. Window.
We're cruising now.
It'll catch on.
So what have you been all up to anyway since I was last time? What have you been?
Watching you, I have.
Yeah,
I'm creating some artwork on the Law of One. I'm doing a Law of One artwork.
Great. Artwork, are you?
Yeah.
We watched the one with Dermot when he went off on a tangent. That was wicked. It was lovely to hear him bing. On his soapbox.
The soapbox. That was just a spot of the moment.
I know, it's wicked to see, wasn't it? Go on, Emma.
I'm sorry, but to keep it neutral, I said a nice simple question: how's the weather, Dermot? As you would, how's the Dermot? And he was gone again. I'm sorry, I asked.
It's wicked, wasn't it? Because he's so quiet and everything, and he's like chuckling. He also just fucking went for it. Go on, Abby.
Where is he in Australia again? Where's he located?
He's in don't where you are.
Where is he? In
Adelaide.
Adelaide. I was thinking to say South Australia. That's like way down. I'm halfway up on the east coast.
You're up near Sydney.
I'm up in Brisbane.
Oh, you're in Brisbane. Oh, I've been to Brisbane. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Nice place.
What have you been up to then, William? You been keeping out of mischief, or?
Absolutely.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that for a minute.
Absolutely. Yeah. So I was just curious to know what you lot were doing, because I know very little. I know there's a few artists in there somewhere. So
here's the artist.
Yeah, Shelley.
The artist.
If you ever want a painting, doing.
Oh, okay, Shelley. Shelley, yeah, and Lily, yeah.
Yep, hello.
Who else is the artist? Cheryl,
me, Tash.
Let me ask the obvious question.
I've done a bit myself.
Who's not the artist?
Definitely not.
Not me.
Oh my God.
Shelley, see my artwork, haven't you, Shelley?
Just be a piss artist, Dad.
Yeah.
Dermot, I tell you what, getting back to Dermot, he's got a busy life. The only day he has off now is Saturday.
Is he?
That's all. He has to work Sundays now as well. So.
Yeah. Does he work for a company? Does he? Does he work for the corporate or?
No, he works
for himself. Yeah.
No, he works for the company. He works in the warehouse. So he starts to work at 7 o'clock because it's 6:30 in the morning. So he puts in a big graft. He does.
He does, doesn't he?
I've done it. I've done the 12, 14 hour days, 7 days a week, and in the end, it ruins you. In the end,
me too. It just takes over.
Absolutely, it's no good.
Yeah.
It's not good for
It's
your
not
dead
good
right
for
now.
a
short-term goal.
You're no better off neither,
No,
and you
you're
just end
not.
up absolutely.
You're not.
You're not.
Yeah,
You're not. I don't even know how that works out. Even though you don't spend, because you're too busy to spend the money, but you don't seem to have it. It just disappears.
Because it's never meant to. It's like that way of doing stuff never amounts to more of anything.
No,
it actually just takes away.
Yeah.
I remember William saying on one of your podcasts about he was looking for something and then it disappeared. We've had that before, haven't we? We've been reading something in Phase and Fable, or something's popped out of the book, and then we've gone wow, and we've gone looking for it after it, and it's gone. And I remember William saying something about that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you
did.
When you said that, I went, oh my God, how many times has that happened to us?
Yeah.
Stacks.
Yeah.
It's happened to me with that
on the internet
particular.
and everything, isn't it?
Who mentioned the law of one again? That was
Oh, that was me.
yeah.
Tash.
But
Tash.
I don't
Sorry, Tash.
So it's an amazing series. You have to be kind of pulled to it. It's not an easy book to read.
No, I've read them twice now, and I want to read it again because I feel like I've missed bits. But it does draw me in. It's a bit like, oh my goodness, and I grasp some of it, and some of it goes over, and then now I've got to get a bit more knowledge myself. I'd like to go back, and then I'll understand it a bit better. Because when I first read it, I couldn't work out what some of the more complex words were, but now I understand a bit more.
Yeah. So
I think I'd get it.
The guy who was asking the questions, Don Elkins, he's a physicist, right? So he's asking the questions like from that perspective, and they're not straightforward questions.
No, I don't know how he managed to work
I
them
had a
out.
little listen to one of the videos just a minute, and I couldn't.
I remember you saying
understand
about it, didn't you? You did, didn't you?
it went straight over my
Yeah.
If it's not for you, it's not for you. What?
Oh.
God, a moment of silence.
Every night we go to bed, we think to ourselves, is tomorrow morning the morning where there's going to be a difference? Because I believe there is a switch, and I think you mentioned there's a switch. It's a switch that's going to turn the old off and the new on.
I don't know. It's going to be.
Where's the switch, William?
You mean the off switch? You mean the off switch? It's the only thing that anybody will tell you. It's not that. I know you're fed up by listening to it. It's not that far. It really is not that far away.
Yeah, I do believe there's a switch.
Not that far away.
There's a switch, or there's like little links that got to be knocked out to close it. We always feel like
that's
what's
happening now. I think there's a lot of stuff. Well, I mean, you could go through the news right now. I mean, there are so many poignant things going on that are more indicators rather than the information themselves. Like Gavin Newsom, the governor of California. Like, please, that's one of the most evil bastards. He's reptilian.
He wanted him.
But he's gone. He was never on the pedo radar. He was never nothing, even though we all knew. But now he's gone. He had the second and got really, really sick. Then they raided his place, but they found under his $8,000 desk
in the basement.
Yeah, they went down.
But we don't know if that's true, Cheryl, because there were pictures of him at a wedding.
That wasn't there was a video getting around, and it looked like they lifted something up and went down through these tunnels, and that's not the video. Someone said it was from somewhere else. However, I have read from 3 different sources that when they raided it, one of them's a military source, that they did go and they used heat sensors to try to find the wife and the kids that went running off to the safe room, or whatever you call it, the danger room.
The safe room, your panic room. Yeah.
But then when they kept looking, because that's what they're after, they knew, they would have known as well. I mean, the intel they get on all of this is massive, right? I mean, everyone's dobbing everyone in. No one's there protecting anybody else. They're not of that ilk to protect each other anyway. So, but him toppling, and then the CEO, one of the CEOs of the Federal Reserve, has stepped down. I mean, these are big things. These are what is heralding the change. I mean, the change will be incremental, same as everything. Even the brainwashing's been incremental. Everything's incremental. We even age incrementally. So the information and this changeover is being incremental as well. And I see a lot of people getting super frustrated. They go, "Bah, I heard this date and it didn't happen on this date. And someone said this and someone said," and it's like, it's not like a fucking episode of Friends, you know, where it all gets good at the end within a half an hour. You know, like, this is big stuff, and you got to open your bloody eyes and take an interest and look around. And it's nearly like omens, but they're not omens, right? They're just bits of information, and you have to look and you watch, and then you attune your vibration and keep amping up your vibration, because this is the power we have. Each one of us has the power to change our vibration, to be light, to be happy, to bring joy, even in the face of knowing half of this shit that goes on is just beyond frightful. But the one thing, like, every day I wake up and I make a choice. I will have my power. I will be happy. I will. Every single time I hit the fork in the road of where you feel yourself, where your silly old mind starts doing mind movies, and they're just stupid. Mine have really come up. They're so awful sometimes, but I've gotten good at seeing when the thought starts to break, and I go, no, I'm going with the good thought, because this is my power. This is the thing they're trying to stop. This is what they're trying to dull. This is what they're trying to indoctrinate everybody in the opposite direction of, which is just simply choosing in the moment to have a better vibration, to have a higher vibration. So in finding all the information and having sessions like this where we're all sitting around and talking, this is that starts the momentum of things happening. And then people watch this video and then the momentum, you know, continues on. But the change is, and all of us were, you know, you were saying, William, you know, the change is close. You think it's close, and we're all going like this because it's happening now incrementally, to where it's like bit by bit. It's like a boil just doesn't grow and burst in 1 second. I mean, it grows and it gets rankled, it gets annoyed, it gets big, it gets itchy, it gets angry, it gets hot. Sometimes it rises, it's so big you still can't see the head. And I mean, we were living, I think, in the analogy of where it was so big it didn't have a head, and so you didn't really know what the hell it was. And then the head started coming up, like the head of the Hydra. You know, it depends whatever you want to look at. But it is most definitely, we're in momentum now. We're in that, like the snowball that starts. And it was a little tiny snowball at one point, and down it came, and then it went down the mountain, and we all got on board. You know, everyone's like, right, fine. We're just going to be this big snowball of everything that makes us human and fantastic, right? So everybody got on, and that's what's happening now. And the rumble down the hill is just getting bigger and bigger, and there's no stopping it. There's no stopping it, because this is what every human, if they knew their rights and they knew what was going on, every single human, I mean, someone with a soul, would choose to hop in that, you know, the snowball and go with it and be working with humanity for our futures, rather than being pushed apart and being separated and taught to hate each other or find indifference or be annoyed at other people. Like, being annoyed at other people, I think, what a bigger fucking waste of time. You know what?
Yeah, that is bizarre.
For what? For what? Yeah. They didn't think the way you do. They didn't do something that you want. I mean, get over yourself and get on with your bloody life. One thinker in your mind.
Yeah.
There's only one thinker. So either you think for yourself or get the fuck out of the way.
I'm pissed.
And stop prattling this. Use this. And that's what I think.
I was listening to a conversation Daisumi was having, and then he says, he was talking to somebody else, and he was going, I don't know what's going on. He says, the first lockdown brought everybody closer. The second lockdown wasn't really a lockdown, not in this country. And by the time we got to the third one, which I didn't even know we had, but apparently there was the third, right? He says everybody now hates everybody. Now, he's not looking at it. He's not looking at it from our side of the divide, because he's not part of that. He's just looking in on people's attitude and what people are like.
Yeah.
Now, do you think it's part of this?
Yeah. People are getting,
but it's like
more and more
if
angry.
You have a 6 and a 9, like I'm looking down, I see the letter 6, and you're standing the other side, you see a letter, the number 9 rather, not a letter. It's like that picture, you know, you got a tube, like a toilet paper tube, right? And if you shine a light from one side of it, it looks like a rectangle. But if you turn it around, imagine it's not hollow, and you shine a light, it's going to be a circle.
Yeah.
So it's the same thing, but different perspectives. What are you going to put light on? What are you going to look at? What are you going to focus on? To me, it's about, I would say to someone, I would say, look,
so he'd notice people are more angry.
That's
interesting.
Yeah, he'd had two, and he noticed that people are getting angry. So it's a weird.
That is bizarre.
No, he's getting angry. He's getting angry. So he's
no, he's not.
What do you think?
Customers. It's people's driving. Right, people where people used
I went in town shopping the other day, and there was a group of mature people standing outside the pub, all looking like they were going to kick off. People were actually holding people back, and I thought, it's just bizarre. People just seem so much more aggressive and confrontational, and
we're seeing the divide. We're just seeing people being people, right? Never in history have we been able to see how someone thinks as easily as now. Do you know what I mean? Like people are wearing.
Is that part of stepping back from the bonfire and
yeah?
The darkness
not
coming out within everybody, isn't it?
You know, we've all done what we can do, and we've got these cases just to whoosh, and just
step back
and there to catch. Yeah, but I think we've done our work now. I think.
Don't you think the people that aren't sort of aware are just going about their normal lives, so to speak, because they're going through what we're going through, but we are aware. They're so unaware of it. It's coming up as anger because they don't know how to process it. They don't know how to deal with the range of emotions you're feeling, whereas we probably do because we've worked on ourselves and we're trying to, improve ourselves every day. Whereas if you're just living in a stressful world, but you're also having to deal with what's coming up, which could be an awful lot of stuff if you're holding on to it and you haven't released it. And they're like, that's why it's all coming out as anger and stress at everybody else.
They're in that hamster wheel. They're in this hamster wheel about earning money, doing a job, and they ain't got time to think. And that's the way they keep you. They keep you in that hamster wheel. It's going squeaky, squeaky, squeaky. Money. Got to do this. Got to do this. Got to do it 9 to 5. Got to do this. Got that. Squeaky, squeaky, squeaky. They haven't got time to stand back. And then they go home and watch a load of shit on TV.
This is on TV. Debt slaves. We're just called debt slaves. That's it.
Yeah, and on TV, all it is
is hamster wheel.
Doom and gloom,
doom and gloom, going round and round.
Yeah.
But then videos like this, we're just people talking about choices, about free will, about how we're choosing to think outside of how we're told to think. So like Tash was saying, about people that don't understand what's coming up, so they're getting frightened and fearful and angry. I see this as, because if we go to like where we've spoken about, I try to focus on the after the shit hits the fan, right? Because that's when people are going to be in a state of distress. Trauma. It's just going to be really difficult. But in understanding, the one thing they're just going to need is to understand it's safe in here and that you have every choice and you can think whatever you want. And if you go back, people go, that's so simple. And you go, if you reverse all your drama and trauma, you'll find that it's where those things were taken away. That's when the cockeyed idea of everything became your day. And then you're watching telly and you're being brainwashed and you're listening to the radio and you're listening to music and you're talking with friends at work that are talking about the same shit over and over. Yeah. So people just are going to need to learn. You need to find in here and in your heart, then you'll be able to trust again. Like the abuse of trust has been just like beyond fathoming. But the one thing that I know I find comforting and that is my strength is I know who I am. I know how I think. And I know that I have free will and I can choose to think what I want. And it's safe. Yeah. And other people need this as well. We don't need to fix their life. We don't need to tell them about the darkness. Nothing. It's just, you know what? You're fantastic. You are a sovereign entity. It's just about you're allowed to think what you want. And to go within is the first thing I would say everybody needs to do, is to just find yourself, to be comfortable with you in your skin, especially women. I know both genders have been hammered for years. You're not good enough. But to be just comfortable as you are, to be able to just exhale and go, I'm not required to be anything, nothing. My life requires that I be nothing other than my spontaneous, authentic self. If I don't want to wipe my bum when I poo, so be it. If I don't want to do things that everybody else is doing,
thank God for that.
I feel though more now. I do feel though more now. Now we're in contact with more like-minded people. Like-minded people.
Yeah.
I do feel I can finally be myself.
Yeah,
and me,
and be safe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And not.
I'm talking to Dragana about today,
on about being safe. We can all walk about and do our usual days, whatever we're doing. But look at all these people that are fronting this on TV. Yeah, they must have bodyguards, for Christ's sake. People thinking they can't just walk around the streets like they used to, because people probably like, that's them fuckers. So newsreaders, people like that, they must have bodyguards up to the max. They've got no freedom anymore.
Yeah.
Because
and it's getting worse as people
they won't have freedom. Not the way they're carrying on.
They don't have freedom anyway. They're minions. They're little.
They're minions. Exactly.
They are product.
Yeah.
They're going
on
television.
They're going to have to pay for all this. Yeah. At the end of the day, they're going to have. They won't get away with it. Nobody gets away with anything.
No,
they
won't.
know
Not
that
in
as
a
well.
quantum system.
Yeah, they know that. They know that over.
Their judgment day is coming.
Yeah.
Not from us, but from higher powers.
Oh yes, absolutely. I have no doubt about that.
And I would definitely say, Mother Nature, she's going to kick ass.
Yeah.
Come on, Mother Nature.
If it's a vibrational universe and you bring to you that which is aligned with you, once you see what's happening, all you do is stay aligned with yourself. You'll find goodness. We have souls. We're humans. We understand goodness. That what happens, even if like a tidal wave came and washed them all over, somehow each one of us would suddenly in a blink learn how to levitate. And up we'd go, and we'd be up there like going, oh, fuck. And we'd be watching it go in. You know what I mean? We will always be saved because of the vibration.
That's all coming yet. The levitation and the and the other things you can see.
I heard it called the human toolbox once, and I liked that. That we were learning what was in our human toolbox, and like there is so much. I mean, like levitating, spontaneous travel, spontaneous healing, spontaneous learning of anything you want, another language, or whatever, to change forms so you can go wherever, to change realities, to go anywhere.
But it's something that's really, really difficult now from the present level of understanding.
We found that one of our journeys. It's almost like where we've come from is like we live like superheroes. We can do all these things. It's something we've always done, but like we've had to leave these powers behind.
Yeah.
It's like a superhero planet, more or less, where we can do all these things. All these things can be done. It's where we've come from, or what we used to be, and what if we've given that up for a while, or what we've done. But we've been given different suits, haven't we? Different energy suits that we take on, and you can feel it, and it feels fucking awesome. And the energy suits that we get given almost feel like metal, but not metal. But it gives you the strength you feel in your arms and stuff, and it loads down your fingers, and how it feels
like an exoskeleton.
And it goes in, and it's almost like it almost feels like a very fine sort of mesh, doesn't it? And we've got a different, and you feel it, but by God, you feel strong.
Just give me.
I'm remembering telekinesis. Well, as a child, I always thought I could move things in my mind. And now I'm training my mind to remember how to do that, and I can move a little setup thing. Obviously, not major things. I can't look and shift that cup across the surface. One day I might be able to. I can move. I can
someone else has moved house.
You have to move house.
I think it's re-remembering, isn't it?
Move boats, man.
We have.
Everybody up. Where's my boat? It's over there. How the fuck's he going over there?
I'll practice. I'll get good at it then. All right.
We'll be doing a video, and all of us will be levitating.
Just keep moving it in the sunshine.
We'll just sit here and we'll levitate odd things in the background.
That'd be great. No,
but I mean, some of the journeys we've been on, we definitely had these almost like superpowers. You know what I mean? You know, like what you see on TV, and obviously it's done in cartoon form or whatever. But that must be some sort of format of what we had, of what we've left behind, or where we go. We have all that. We can do all that.
We do anyway.
Everyone's got an obsession with it. That's why movies are made about it and stuff, isn't it?
It is. It is, isn't it? We've had the mind thing before, haven't we?
We have.
We've had the actual mind. Yeah, there's 3 of us sitting in a room.
Tell you what is it? Telepathic.
Telepathic, yeah.
Yeah, telepathic.
Telepathic.
When you, telepathic. I like that. No, it's a good skill to have.
And we all sat. The 3 of us sat there like in a circle, but it's almost a circle come pyramid, and it was really weird because we all connected with each other, and it was
me. You and Aaron,
and there's 3 of us, and literally we knew what each of us was going to say before they said it, so we was laughing at what they was going to say,
and we're all laughing about the same thing.
We all knew
we were laughing about the same thing.
Yeah, and that went on for
in connecting, isn't it? That's when you're wiring.
My husband and I do that.
And we didn't talk.
No,
we didn't
talk. I've got to ask William this. Well, on one of our travels we went on, it only happened ever once, and we was taken from where we were, and we ended up on this planet, and it was like, we called it Planet Perfecto because it was beautiful, big lush plants and everything else. And there's me, you, and there's somebody else. So literally we're all standing there and we're all looking at each other. So I was looking at all 3 of who was with us, and there's one guy there, a chubby guy with glasses, and he stood there, and he stood sort of there. We stood here. And once you go, what the fuck, you come back. Oof. We came back into the room, and I went, oh my God. I remember being like,
yeah.
But it was like, who was the bloke that was standing there with us? Because he wasn't with us
we don't know who he was.
Don't know who he was.
And he had glasses.
Glasses.
Yeah, glasses. He looked a bit like Penfold.
He looked like a little chubby guy.
a real guy.
A real guy with glasses. And he stood, we were still stood on this like planet in this lush vegetation. He was standing there, you were standing sort of there. And we all stood.
Me, you, and our mate.
Yeah. And we all stood there staring at each other. And it was there for quite a while. And I went, and once you go, oh fuck, you come back into the room, and we come back into the room. But it's the first time because we ever went on a travel and seen somebody that wasn't with us. Don't know who he was.
Interesting.
Tell me, does Lucy see, the both of you see the same thing at the same time?
Yeah.
I find that amazing. Isn't that cool?
Yeah.
Somebody else has joined the crew.
Oh, no, look at
There you go, Ned. There you look like your meds are working, love.
He's been sleeping on bed.
So the question is,
actually, under the covers and everything.
Where does that dog go?
Sorry, William?
Where does the dog go for a walk?
Into our bed.
Into our bed.
He's been in our bed. He's been in our bed.
Under the covers.
Under the covers.
Asleep.
But that was when we go on our journeys, we both see the same thing, and we're both dealing with the same thing at all times. But if there's people with us when we go on a journey, they also see the same thing as well.
This is what I find, like, this is amazing. It's like a shared, not a delusion, but it's a shared experience. Outside of the realms of normal thinking. So you just
got to really admire
the brain, right?
And we had
how clever.
So who are these other people?
3 C's.
Where are they based?
What's that? Sorry.
These are the people you speak about. Where are they based? Where are they from?
The guys, the energy guys that we work with or with us, they live. They live in the reflective world. So you when you look through, they're amazing what they can do, William. Right? If you're sitting there in your living room, and then say you've got a fireplace, and then you've got the reflective in the window, that you can see. what they do is they can take that reflective out from the window and use it to stand on to do things with on the outside. It blows my mind what they can do. The clothes that they wear better clothes than this, and they get tired like we do. They get hungry like we do. If we got a goodie bag because they get tired, they get the fingers in there and they copy that to pass it on to themselves to keep them going.
And they have families and
they have families, kids, animals. They can make themselves into whatever they want. So
one minute they could be like a little person, the next minute they could be like a massive giant.
A giant holding clouds or dome above us.
Or they'll be cowboys on horseback, or we've seen them in like a big Egyptian ship. Like beautiful, big, massive Egyptian ship.
They can
hovering above the house.
Yeah, they passed all the pyramids over to us, didn't they? All three of them, and they passed all them over.
Yeah.
One day they was building these like boxes or parallel boxes, and they stored them above the house above us, and literally clouds were getting stuck in them. I'm like, oh my god. It's like everybody goes past and you've got these clouds stuck in these energy boxes.
Perfect box. Perfect box.
And then when they passed the box down to us, the whole house filled with condensation because it's full of cloud. I'm like,
it was freezing.
I was like, oh my god. Yeah. So, but they're fascinating to what. And
some of them look a bit fucked up, don't they?
Yeah, they can take any shape on they want.
Some of them look a bit like circus people.
So yeah, because they can do things because they can, and then but whatever they make themselves into, yeah, it's for a reason, and they're always measuring. So that our room becomes
some
like
of them look like space outfits.
Space outfits, yeah.
Outside our door.
Yeah. They play with Rusty, they're stroking his head, and he's like, oh god, and the thing. So he sees them as well because he goes outside to play with them. So we know it's a real thing because our dog.
Oh, okay.
He goes outside to play with them. So then they're playing with him. So we know it's real because what I'm looking at, he's looking at.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like, so we know that these energy people, and every time we've been doing something or we get stuck, they just arrive and then cut us out or move us or take us somewhere else.
I have two questions, right? I usually have questions. Yeah. What you're experiencing now, is that getting stronger when compared to when you look back, say, at the beginning of all of this? Has it become has the energy become stronger?
Yes.
And what's coming in stronger than
physical
before?
form, their physical form is getting more and more like our physical form. We've got, you know what I mean?
We've now seen them in the daytime.
Also, I actually see them in the daytime as well.
Not just at night anymore. It used to be just at night with the reflections. But we've seen them in the daytime.
In the daytime as well now. So we were going into seeing them in the daytime and everything. And they're always saying thank you. And then when we're doing something or thingy, they send these bubbles in, and these like energy bubbles come in and they go pop, pop, pop on the fingers. And apparently they're love bubbles. They're loving these love bubbles and they send it into us. And they say thank you. But yeah.
What is your feeling about all that?
It's a weird one because it is weird, isn't it? Because we do a lot with them and they help us and they do this and we do that. But it took me ages. It took me such a long time to realise we're all doing these things and working together like a team, and then all of a sudden it all goes like mad and fucking blah blah blah. But then I realised it's playtime, so then it's like time to have a fuck around and a laugh and fucking fight with energies and fucking blah blah blah. And it took me a long time to understand that. But yeah, they always come when we're in trouble or if we're part of a story. It all starts with we're on a journey, we're doing this stuff and whatever, and then they're just there, aren't they?
Yeah.
Very polite. They never come in the house. They always stand on the outside of the house. They won't come into your space. They're out there in rain and God knows what. Yeah. And it took me a long time to communicate properly with them. The communication is like really poor.
It is.
It really is poor. And then because things get sort of like that, it's hard to understand what's going on. As time's gone on, the communication has got better, and they do work as a team, don't they? But they've got kids, they bring their family, they bring everything, don't they? And usually on the end of a journey,
pardon me,
because whatever we're sort of sitting in, we've tried it in different places, it becomes like a vessel for travel. But when we sort of like landing, there's always they look like spacemen standing outside. They're just wearing a suit, and they're always measuring and making sure that we're coming down on point to where we should be, and then we move along a bit more. You feel we're moving, bum 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 bum, until it locks
Tell
in.
me, do you feel like you're on some kind of holodeck? You know the Star Trek and there's the holodeck.
It is a holiday. Yeah, it feels wicked. Don't like coming back.
Which one is the holodeck? You or them?
Oh, good question.
That is a fucking good question.
Yeah, maybe you are the holodeck, and you do the holodeck stuff inside of you. So in fact, you'd be like the starship.
Did
right?
think that.
And
I did think that.
The holodeck.
I did think because it works, because I noticed it works in the reflective world. Maybe it's reflected. Maybe it's our energies reflecting out to do the work within it. So I did think that. I did think that is us in energy form, doing the energy things, and they always say, and we're sort of on a journey, and the way they do it, and it's really fucking clever. The room that we're in becomes like a starship, or it becomes a vessel. So you're actually traveling through. You can feel yourself traveling through space and feel it. And then when you look out through the window, they take the clouds, the formation of the, and they then create roads out the clouds, and then you're off. But we always go anti-clockwise. Always anti-clockwise.
Anti-clockwise.
Yeah, always anti-clockwise.
Is, repair always. And renew and anti-age. Yeah.
So then you think we're the ones that's in the holodeck, and they're outside the holodeck. So we're in the illusion, they're not.
Yeah, they're free. They can go. They can make themselves, I suppose, like manifest themselves into anything that they need to do whatever job they got to do.
See, I'm wondering if it's just you, Per, coming back to yourself. Maybe it's your future. There's a lot of chat getting around now that there's, and it has been for some time, that there's future humans.
We have got
right?
to that.
But I wonder if
we have thought that
you communicate.
Is it our future selves?
It's our future higher selves communicate this here.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is like a way,
like a link,
like an energy link of ourselves. What we're
teaching us
and showing us and stuff.
That makes more sense to me. That makes much more sense to me when you say that.
Yeah,
because it always puts us in a situation to learn, to learn about whatever it is that's going on, and see obstacles for what they are, and they create like a storyline around us for us to. And you really are in it. You really are.
Yeah.
And you can't get out
are you able to think and ask questions and weigh things up?
Yeah. Okay. And they communicate with this.
But you can't actually get out of it until you've obviously learned
your lesson. We've also done the same sort of journeys on some of them 3 or 4 times, exactly the same, almost like deja vu, but for 3 or 4 days, and you know what's happening. And I'm like, we've done this before, but the ending we did before can be done better. It can be permutated to a final end. And then we go, okay, remember what we did before, so let's do this.
Start ticking off all the
tick, and then it ends, and then we never go. Then we never go back to that one again. We did one, and we stripped a dome off, so the house becomes like a vessel, and the outside is where the dome is created. So basically, what happens is the dome around us creates itself and fills full of energy, absolutely cram full of energy, and then the energy then.
It looks like it's snowing. You can see it all.
Absolutely crammed full of energy, and then it locks to the clouds. So then the clouds then become pictures. So then the pictures in the clouds tell you what's going on around you. It's really, and that's the way that the pictures work. So we can watch.
And it's proper like high definition.
It's high definition. Yeah.
Amazing.
And we was on one of our last journeys, and the parallel that was in where we lived, people were standing in the street going, it's working, brilliant, yay, and there's all cheering. And I was like, oh my God.
Other people can see it.
Other people can see it.
Have you ever asked
other
them,
people will react?
who are they? Who they are? Did you ever ask them that question?
I have, and they would never tell me, but I managed to wangle it out of them through different things, and it seems that they work for us, all of us, who we are.
They're a reflection of us. Maybe they're just the manifestations, right?
I went, caught you out, you bastards. And they're like, oh. But they
got a good sense of humour.
They've got a wicked sense of humour. Literally, so something's going on outside. I'm like, are we fucked? And they're like, yes, we are. And then I'm like, you wind him up and go, yes, we are. I'm like, yeah, but you get all of that. So they have there's a wicked sense of humour, which resonates with me, that it's the right thing, because it's the humour, and the universe is built with humour, and that humour is what ties us all together. They're all like little keystones, and all them little keystones are all little links and locks, which can't be unpicked. It can't be unpicked, because it's just what it is. But they've got wicked sense of humour, just like what we've got. And it's just like, but I think I had to go around it a different way, and I caught them out. And it was like, we work for you. And I'm like, as in, because we're all one, like, we're all one, but we're all individuals of the same one, which is probably the same as the law of one. It's an easy way of looking at it. But we're all the same one, but individual ones of the one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Because there's one source energy. And that's then created all the individual physical ones of herself, but we're all the same one, but individual ones of herself. And I think it's the humour that we all have, which makes us individual to the same, but indifferent.
Yeah, I agree.
If you know what I mean. It's the humour that makes us individual, but the same.
Well, humour, you think everybody laughs, right? Everybody gets humour. Even animals get humour because they do shit. Like, you watch videos, you can see that they get humour. So I think, yes, there's probably a lot more to humour than
a lot.
Definitely.
A lot.
Definitely.
A lot.
I think we know, it makes us feel good. It brings your endorphins and all that sort of biz. But I think there's other stuff, I think, to do with maybe tweaking your vibration, different harmonics of humour change. You know, like the frequency between two radio stations that are really, really close, they nearly overlap. But it depends which way you go as to which one you hear. So maybe humour is part of the tuning. Maybe we can attune to things.
Plus, with humour, if you've got humour and you know how to use it, like all of us do, it means you can invest time in people to have a laugh.
Your humour separates you from them, or us from them.
Yeah. Definitely. And if you've got humour, it don't matter what they pump into you, you're like it just bounces off you. There's a good chance of trying to, they've tried everything with this lot to try and blast us with everything, and like, they won't die. Like, no, we won't.
Look how humour changed in movies. I mean, humour in movies got you think about American humour versus English humour, right? Which
yes.
You look at what they've done to humour is bastardize it in such a way. Like, you watch American humour and it's not, it's not about Americans, but a lot of American humour is just chewed up and regurgitated. It's not very interesting at all. And then you get a lot of English humour is just so cerebral and can be so dry and witty. But then both of them have been taken to such a point where I think they push them into a more weird shaped humour instead of a belly laugh.
Yeah, that started with the Ben Elton sort of humour back in the day, didn't it? It didn't sit well.
Very aggressive.
Very aggressive humour, wasn't it?
That was
or
more
just
attacking.
benign and ridiculous and makes no sense. Stuff that is, it's like the difference between 432 and 440 hertz in music, it's just such a little bit, but if you change it enough, people lose grip with how. Well, see, people who use television, it brainwashes them. So they start acting like the way they see things on telly. So humor, they started trying to adjust to fit in with the humor on telly because, telly must be real. I got to be like whatever it is on telly. So they try to, act in a way that that humor is real, that humor is funny, that humor is authentic when it's not,
humorless humor.
Yeah. But the best humor of all is this silly shit. Just the silly that makes you laugh and laugh and laugh and laugh.
Well, it's like Monty Python back in the day when they made Life of Brian.
Yeah.
It got the church and everybody banned it because it was taking the piss out of thinking. It's not. It's about a bloke called Brian that got mistaken to be the Christ. No, that's fucking funny.
Yep. And the meaning of life. Right, I know.
It's not about Christ. It's about Brian that got mistaken to be him.
He's not a messiah. He's just a naughty little boy.
A naughty little boy.
Yeah. But you see, back in the day, them lot did a lot of LSD back in the day, and that's where that humour comes from. Yeah. And then you got you got kids' cartoons. He was right on the fucking edge back in the day, but it was people that did LSD. Yeah, David Bellamy, he did a lot of LSD.
Did he?
I used to really like it.
Yeah, fucking yeah. And it makes you, did loads.
I used to really enjoy his shows.
Yeah, he did a lot. I'm sure he did. I'm sure I read somebody said to me he did. That explains a fucking lot. Like,
it does.
But if I do LSD, I used to say to people, find me a stage, and they go, what is that? I said, it's going to be funny. I'm going to be the funniest cunt for about the next 36 hours. Put me on it. It just brings your playful side out and makes you want to play, and play with words and have fun and blah blah and be imaginative. But that's the problem, you see. People aren't imaginative anymore. They're like this. Yeah. So when we think or talk, you're looking for the next punchline around you.
Yeah.
So when you're laughing and having a good time, your vibrations are way up there.
Yeah, definitely.
So they can't get in at you. So they don't like you when you're the way up there.
It's the best form of medicine.
It is. It is. I know we've got med beds and stuff, or so they say, but being happy and laughing is the best healing that you can have.
Absolutely,
It is. Well, it's part of our design is to laugh.
Yes.
Part of our learning.
People can't laugh anymore.
Part of understanding ourselves amongst others. Humorous, like just being
I find it funny how fucking miserable they are. Isn't it? It's true, isn't it? It is, isn't it?
Oh, I do like a good joke.
I like funny.
A good joke.
I love a good joke too.
Yeah. But you see, your good joke may not necessarily be my good joke.
Damn it. It's goodbye from him and it's goodbye from me.
I like
I'm always playing around with people in the nicest possible way, aren't I?
Yeah.
I'm always having jokes with people, not out of but jokes and fucking blah blah. But all you're doing is giving time to that person. Because if you've got time to take out of your time to have fun with people and get that laughter going, you're giving time to that people.
Yeah.
But people don't do that anymore. It's easier to just go and walk away and give no time to that person at all.
Let's move on.
But some people, it's nearly like they're missing the language. They don't understand. So would you stand around people that didn't speak English and they were prattling on? Eventually you'd lose interest and walk away. And I think that's
the first thing I'd do is ask them what swear words are in their fucking in their language. Yeah. No matter any foreign language, how do you say fuck and bollocks fucking in your language? And you're like, yeah. And once you got that, you're in.
So true.
I couldn't imagine you using bad language.
Yes, I just couldn't imagine any of it swearing.
True.
And then you find yourself when you're talking to somebody that don't talk your language, you talk to them like the deaf. What's that about?
Why do people talk louder when they're just It's not like
No. Oh God.
I'm gonna put a cat on.
It's true that you talk to them like the deaf. I don't know if they're doing that in their language to us or not. They all look like down here. I don't know.
Of course,
it must be, isn't it? It must be like fucking English.
I think every people know how to take the piss. Everyone knows how to take the piss, and I think that's one of the bases for jokes too. Has been taking the piss.
Yeah.
But the first thing I do, even when I'm meeting somebody, eye contact. And once you got that eye contact, I'm on you. For fun. But a lot of people, they'll break that eye contact and they're and they're gone. And it's like, that's the first port of call, eye contact with somebody. Yeah. And once you got that eye contact, then you can start getting that rapport, having a laugh and a joke. Because there's no agenda within a joke and having a laugh. It opens doors to have a chat.
People do freak out when you look at them. I do eye-to-eye contact with people, and you can see when they get to the point of where they're uncomfortable because their understanding of what it's about has stopped. They don't feel comfortable continuing to look at someone without saying something, or I don't know, something else to water it down or dilute it or direct them somewhere else. So I actually try to sort of glance away every now and then, but I'm really happy to look at people. And it's really quite telling as, anthropologically to where people are at. When you don't know yourself, right, that's when you want to wear sunglasses and you want to hide from people and you don't want to talk. Whereas if we were more encouraged to be ourselves, then there would be no, where you feel like you have to reciprocate or you have to meet someone on that level or, you have to anything. It's just, you're just connecting. You're talking with each other in a subliminal, not a subliminal, what do you call it, in a non-verbal manner. Yeah. And I think other people, some just don't get it. They don't get it,
Yeah.
And it's pretty intense too. Some people find it, I guess, maybe intimate or too personal, maybe.
People used to ring me up when we used to do after parties, after going out clubbing, and people used to ring me up and go, Daz, oh God, I don't know.
People ring me up, Daz, okay.
And then we ring up and go, our party's dying. Can you come round and revive it? They used to pay for my taxi fare and everything else to go around there to revive the party. So in the end, I was like, no, fuck this, just come around our house and get everybody around there. It's easier. But yeah, people used to ring me up because their party was dying to revive it. But it is the art of talking and everything else. And like I said before, I don't know if you heard me talking earlier, William. It's like it took me a long time to realise or get the information that the energies that we deal with or been blending, to pass the energies on to be blended. It was stories that I was blending, not energies. So the stories is what I blended together, and then the energy was created within a story. So it's like the stories is what locks everything together. So like I said before, if you put your fingers together like this. See you later. Thank you, Shelley.
Bye. Bye.
If you push your fingers together.
Bye, darling.
You push your fingers together. When I was trying to blend which one I thought it was energy, they pull apart quite easy. If you push your fingers and squeeze a little bit, they stretch, but they don't pull apart. And that's when I realised with blending the stories together, because it's the stories that hold everything together. Energies themselves can just pull apart again and go in different directions. But the stories.
Sorry, Dermot is waiting to come in, is he?
Is Dermot here?
Yeah. He said he's waiting to come in.
Dermot.
Oh.
Ah, there he is. What's your telly on?
Opinions at Hotmail. God, someone's had an email for a while when they've still got a Hotmail.
I've still got a Hotmail.
Can't get them. You haven't been able to get a Hotmail for 10 years now? for 10 years.
Is it?
Is it?
Is it?
Oh,
Yeah, I've still got Hotmail.
I haven't got a fucking clue what you're talking about.
Oh, I lost
I've
mine.
got quite a few.
It'd be funny if you could get like a little app and it just like a spider, you know, or a crawler, and it went through the internet and found every email.
Yes, Dermot.
Hi, Dermot.
He's got a, yeah.
Hello.
He's got a clean. He's got a
Where
clean
are you
shirt on.
today?
Yeah, where's his
He has
son?
wicked photos.
You got a clean shirt on.
Wait till I tell you the trouble that I've had trying to get on.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been interfered with big time.
You've been tampered with?
Oh yeah.
Don't give him the opens like that, you know. Don't be giving him the like that.
Yes, but William,
What?
William, I can handle myself. Can you?
Listen,
You're surrounded now.
Listen,
Hey, you're not born in the northwest of England and can't handle yourself. All right.
Well,
and I've been here 53 years as an Aussie, so you know there's a lot of toughness there
53,
too.
and you still got an accent. Whoa.
Yeah, absolutely.
he stole
Yeah,
a
although-
loaf of bread when
although
he went out.
I can give you the Italian.
And I've still got that old Hotmail account because I don't want to get rid of it.
Actually, I said when you came on, I
Amy
said
Jane's
you
here.
probably heard it.
Oh, you've had it now. Amy's here. She's been down the pub all fucking day.
Oh, Amy!
Hey.
Hi, Amy.
Hi.
Hi.
Hey.
Hey, this is
Hello.
weird.
Oh, this is cool. I've never seen this many.
Oh,
Nice.
Shelley, come back on.
Don't know which way to put my phone. It's going to be better that way. I can't see
I
everyone on
know,
the screen. I've been
realise.
watching the live. I just watched a bit of the live, and now I can't see everyone's faces. Is everyone all right?
So Cheryl,
Yeah.
I was going to ask you before his nibs came on there. What's it like down in Aussie at this point in time? I know Dermot was on about it, but what are you experiencing? Sure.
Because of my choice of frequency, I don't experience any of what the rest of Australia is going through. I create a world that is mine. I mean, the co-created world outside my front door, outside, you know, off into Brisbane or wherever. That's if I went into the city, then I'd have to be part of the co-creation of whatever was there. But I'm up on the Redcliffe Peninsula, which is about 40 minutes north of Brisbane. So I heard someone say years ago, they called it the insular peninsula effect, right? You know, when you're on a peninsula, but we don't have, we never had anywhere near as bad dramas. It's like being in a small town, I guess, versus a big town. We didn't have we had, you know, people getting around with their mask on and their thing, but nowhere near the hysteria or fear mongering that's been going on. Like you know, like we said last week, Melbourne and Sydney, well, you know, Perth went through it as well. We're probably, and in that order, Melbourne, Sydney, Perth were hit, I think, the worst. But do you want to be part of a collective hysteria, or do you want to create your own world, which is within, you know, like I create a world of love and acceptance, and I don't tolerate the bullshit because I know it's all a big fucking lie. Everything's a big fucking lie. So I don't have to participate. So my world, my vibration doesn't.
No, I don't even notice.
We actually forget it's all still going on.
Yeah.
We walk out there and
But
it's like, oh my god,
because I'm a plumber and I work for the public. I go around people's houses and people are quite happy to show you something on the phone and come close and all of that. I don't notice that anymore. I don't notice. I do want to see other people talking in the street. They'll be talking and they'll be like that. But for me myself, when I'm going around, we all sit having a coffee and drinking out of cups, the work cups and whatever, and blah blah blah. I don't see that sort of Distance.
I think a lot of it, and I got to say, once you know your rights, and you know this is all a fucking dog and pony show, once you know your rights, you change your vibration. You're not participating in this mind fuck bullshit anymore. So the mind
maybe it's because I don't give a fuck, and they don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
But then I find as well, like when you raise your vibration, it's almost like surrounding me. I live in a built-up area, and I have all the school kids going past. But it's so quiet. It's like it's a Sunday morning every day of the week now. It's almost as if I don't see anyone, and all I do see is positivity because I'm creating that. So everything that's not is not around me anymore. Does that make sense to anyone else? Are you also experiencing that?
Yeah, we've had that for quite a while.
I create my life. I create it. No one creates it for me. There's only one thinker in my mind, one person. And look, if everything in my mind is created from a thought, then I cannot ever blame anybody for any shit that I have or any dramas that I have or any hold up because it's me. So because I'm exercising my right and creating my world the way I do, and I know my rights, I think like you, all I find are really nice people, you know, people that smart. Oh, the odd ones here or there. I mean, backdrop people anyway. But because I project kindness and love, but I also project a fierceness about and I'm fiercely protective of humans in this regard. The fierceness is like a good feminine energy in that sense, that no one would come near me. No one. They just like bounce off, right? And it's been that my whole life anyway, so it's nothing new. But I do believe that whatever you think about, you bring about. So either you're going to be in the eddy of crap, or you're going to be in your own eddy of bliss and joy. And
totally. I just exactly. I think you do just create that, and as I say, it's just so quiet around me, and I just feel really happy. And unless I particularly would pick up my phone and look at the news, which I don't do, I'm oblivious to it, unless of course someone goes to me, oh, have you seen this? And I'm like, no, I'm creating my artwork, I'm looking after my kids, and life's glorious.
You've created your world, you've created your vibration, and
it triggers people. It triggers people because I've created it, and it hasn't all landed on a plate for me. I've worked hard for where I've got in my life, but it's triggered old friends that have now fallen away, and they've all projected their stuff like, you've got the perfect life, you've got this, and it's sort of triggering them. But I haven't just been handed it, I have created it.
You had to think your way into it. You have to think out of old thoughts and into new ones, into our own thoughts. And this is where the challenge is, because thinking is not easy. That's why people don't think. But when you choose to think and go, you know what, I think I might just better myself by curbing. Well, it took me a while to work out it was all just thoughts, right? Years and years and years. You bump around, bumping into walls, scratching your ass, you know. But then when I realized it was just thoughts, then once I took that power and then created mine, I forgot where I was going with that, but it was talking to friends.
That's my excuse.
But you're choosing to think for yourself, it's really easy for others to look in and go, oh, your life's so good. And you go, yeah, but you're a lazy fucking thinker. You're just a lazy thinker. You can see with all of the adoration or the, you know, you want stuff, but you're not prepared to do the miles in your fucking mind. And let's face it, anyone here who's done that knows it's an everyday job, and it's only you checking on you. No one comes and says, have you been good today? Have you kept your vibration up today? So you're doing it yourself. So any kind of mental clarity or soul clarity came because you dedicated yourself to, well, it takes a bit to discipline your mind, I know that, to get the right thoughts to come out at the right time. But as you do it, eventually you get to the point where there's less and less shit, and you just have more and more good stuff, right? So that's that way for me.
Yeah, I have to do a daily kind of practice, if you like.
He's got to
keep me.
Captain Birdray is here. Hang on a minute.
Otherwise, I'm.
That's how we walk around now.
I tipped me out.
So Barclays don't recognise us.
Oh, look at that.
Isn't it?
Oh. The picture.
Isn't it funny though? We spoke about Barclays and what they've been up to, and obviously we're still banned from Sky Broadband because obviously who we are. So if you go on Sky Broadband, you're not allowed on our website because they've banned our website.
Still, but you still they haven't done anything about that.
Yeah, of course we are.
They never got back to us. They never replied.
Well, doesn't surprise me.
They're like, don't reply back to them because you know what happened. And then a week later, they actually the main man. I think he's still under questioning investigation from Barclays in regards to the Epstein Island.
Yeah.
Well, all of the banks imploding because
it's funny that it's a Barclays bank again, isn't it? So definitely hit the nail on the head with Barclays, haven't we?
Yeah.
It's definitely a big hub, isn't it?
Come on, Dermot. Come on, let's have one of your rants. We loved that the other day when you went up on one.
Yeah, we all
Don't encourage him. Come on, Dermot. Come on.
I was quite happy to sit here and listen to you lot.
I need to go and watch your rant. I haven't seen your rant. Was it good?
Yeah, it's good.
It's a good one.
Have they got it with you? Did you bring it with you? Did you bring it with you?
What was it about?
Me?
It's soapbox. He's got a wheelie bin now.
It's
like a cookie monster. It just comes out.
It's portable. It'll come out anytime. Yeah.
He's just wheeling them about.
But what I will say, though,
hang on.
What you guys are saying, you work on yourself constantly. Yes, you do. And more so for, I think, William and I, because of what we have to put out there, for example. I was going to read an excerpt here and I had to write it down because there's no way I'd remember it. But I've been contacted by psychics around the world in 3 different continents, and I've experienced this all my life, and it's as weird as hell. But the thing is, where was I going with this, William?
You're asking me?
Yeah.
Me? Gosh.
But I actually live in a very industrial working man's area, pretty much like where I came from. And I've been in that all my life. And unfortunately, there is so much negativity here and so much of this 3D nonsense. I was telling William the other day that I was actually guided by spirit to live in this area for the last years just because of who I am and my mission here on this planet. And I say that because all I have to do is just be me, laughing, joking, carrying on, whatever, and the odd soapbox rant. And it just helps to balance the good with the bad in this area, because I live very close to the RAF base and I know what's underneath there. Okay. They don't know how I know, but I know. And it's not good. It's not good at all.
No.
And that's why I'm here. Because
I agree. I
neutralize this stuff. Yeah.
What was it? Read out, Dermot?
Sorry?
We're going to read something you said?
Yes, I was. Yes.
Okay.
Where is it? I've written it down here.
In front of you. Just look down.
Just look down, yeah.
I helped you find it.
You thought I was bad, eh?
I'm so helpful now.
No wonder it takes so long to do a show.
Says you, Judy.
Sorry, Dermot. Sorry.
He's spot on there because we're not that tech.
Who are you getting at?
Who
are you getting at?
What are we doing?
You're getting at me?
Anyway,
I ain't got a fucking clue.
A few years.
Every week we say, right, what are we going to talk about? I ain't got a
fucking clue.
Okay. Many years ago, when I was on holidays, I actually listened to a podcast by Dr. Sam Muggsy in the US, and it was an internet radio show where she was doing readings for different people, and I just happened to be the last caller on the radio show, and what she said to me absolutely blew me away, because I wasn't 100% switched on awake then, although I have been most of my life, but I wasn't obviously 100%. And it took me a good 12 months to 2 years to take it all in. And it kind of scared me a bit, because she said that I was clairvoyant, clairaudient, that I have all the gifts. But I shut it. Sorry.
Judith, pack it up, love.
All right, Judith.
Come back.
Sorry. But you're right. I shut it down deliberately because I didn't want any shortcuts. And the reason for that is that I'm an ancient soul, and I wanted to experience the third dimensional reality here on Earth, warts and all. And she added that I can turn the gifts on and off whenever they're needed. I'm also here to help raise the consciousness of not just this planet we call Earth, but many more planets, now and into the future. And she also mentioned that it would be my new career, as I actually thrive on it. Now, this is the part that really freaked me out. She said, I am one of 54 people worldwide that are called the recovery team. There's men and women of all ages around the planet incarnated at this time. Our mission is to learn as much as we can about what it is like to be human in this third dimensional reality. So yes, I have to live this warts and all, bit like Archangel Gabriel here. We have to live it, actually experience it, so that we can help from the inside out.
And then we can transmute it. Yeah, I agree.
We can transmute it, yes.
I agree.
Now, someone actually wrote to her, and she sent me the email, and it basically said, "Hi, Sam. I joined your show briefly tonight." Now, before I read the rest of it, she asked me, do I want it? Because this was a private email, and I just said, well, did they give you permission? She said, well, yeah. And I said, okay, well, I'll have a read. So this person joined the show briefly. In regards to your guest, Dermot Kelly, he has 31 different star groups in his chart, meaning that he has been at least 31 different forms of galactic consciousness. I sense at this current time, aside from what he is becoming, he is primarily from Sirius.
What?
That's the bit that freaked me out. He is gifted with a ton of abilities in the area of knowing. This is a particular ability. He was targeted and marked by several above top secret programs as a child because he has a genetic marker that they wanted to exploit for their own programs. However, they never grabbed him like they did with many others because he is well protected.
I was just going to say protected. Yep.
And his purpose here was hidden until now.
Mm-hmm.
Where is it? The ships he witnessed were the negative ET groups who were behind those programs watching him, and he was viewing them physically. He reports back to Arcturus because he is a spiritual leader. And this is what freaked me out, because how do you verify this? We are about to wake this guy all the way up keep your eyes on this guy. He has a lot to say, hence the soapbox. And he needs to learn to trust his gifts. As an Arcturian, he is the equivalent of and stop your laughing, William, a Dalai Lama or a Buddha.
I was going to say a pain in the ass.
Yeah. And he's a very advanced being indeed. He volunteered to be here right now, primarily to teach. Please wake this guy up and tell him to trust himself more. Now, this is the sort of stuff that kind of freaked me out because, to be honest with you, I'm not just a 3D regular. I'm obviously an advanced being, and that's how I can tap into all the different consciousnesses, that need to be worked on. So where do you go from there, William?
Don't tempt me.
Have you ever been
forever tempting me? You are.
Innit? Have you ever been on a planet called Planet Perfecto and met us before?
And you had round glasses on.
Not that
I know where you're going with that.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because he does be more. But when he did that, pennies just fucking dropped.
When you spoke like that, he immediately came into my mind because I was going to ask you the question. Yeah.
Wow.
Who are you talking about?
Not you.
You like two old men.
it was a long time ago, and we was on one of our travels, and we got there's this two and somebody else.
Those two, another girl,
and we got transported to this planet.
To a planet,
and we called it Planet Perfecto because it's beautiful. It was really just lush. Beautiful. The weather was perfect. The plants were massive, and we stood there in like a circle but a square, and then we all stood there. And I looked at you, you looked at me, we looked at the other girl. But it's the only time ever on one of our travels where there's a bloke, little chubby guy, standing there.
But he had round glasses.
He had round glasses, and he stood looking at us, and we all stood looking at each other. No one said a word to each other. I got goose pimples. No one said a word to each other. And then I thought to myself, what the fuck? We came back like that, boom. And I was just talking about this previous to William, because it's the first time we've ever been on a travel where we've had somebody else with us that wasn't in our room. And when you've said that, I wonder if it's you.
He immediately came into my mind when you were speaking about that.
Yeah.
You had round glasses on.
You had round glasses on.
Yeah.
Only please, don't start swelling his head. You know, I have enough of problems with him without you swelling his head. You know?
But we was talking about to William earlier. Yeah. It's the only.
I don't think it was.
Oh, it's probably about. I would probably say 15 years ago, and it's the first time when we was on one of our travels, but we also got teleported to somewhere else at the same time. So we was on one of our travels because it's all happening around us, and we got teleported to this place, like boom. And the journey was on about the 3 C's or 3 seeds or 3 C's, yeah. And we was talking about it, and then we got transported to this place, and we called it Planet Perfecto, and it's gorgeous. The plants were really deep and lush and green and everything else. But like we all stood there, and there was a bloke standing there, little chubby guy or whatever, and he stood looking at us, and he had round glasses on, and we all stood staring at each other for quite a while. And when I was like, what the fuck? That's when we came back. Because once you realise where you are, it's what spins you back. It's like, whoa.
I think of synchronicity.
By you saying that,
he does have that effect on people.
By you saying that, I was like, wow, and I feel like there's something there.
Yeah. You wouldn't have mentioned. It's weird that you've even talked about it before Dermot came on. He's talked about his thing. You know how synchronicities work, and now it's like, and we've all thought the same thing. So it's got to be, because otherwise it wouldn't.
William was on
happened.
it. So he was like,
yeah.
How do you feel on that? Do you feel like that's got something to do with that, William?
Me?
William, do you think that's got?
Do you think it's Dermot?
But this Dermot came into my mind because he was the only one that I could picture like that.
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering if that's who you were saying now that you see him here. Is he the same bloke that you were looking at?
Not similar. I don't mean he's not doing it, but it's just that. By you saying what you did, it's like, oh my God, I wonder if it is. It's the only time ever where we was on a travel and we stood there and there was 3 of us were in the room, but one person wasn't. And it was the first time that somebody stood there and we all stood staring at each other. But no one could talk. It was just like that. It was just acknowledging each other and we stood looking at each other for, it seemed like eternity, didn't it? And then I went, woo, we came back into the room and we came back. That was to do with either 3 C's or the 3 seeds. Yeah, on something to do with the journey. Yeah. And I don't know if that resonates with you at all, Dermot.
To be honest with you, I have not got a clue what's going on right now. So
I'm just worried in case I have to deal with 2 of you.
Hey, listen, William. As for ego, you know very well I tossed that out years ago because nothing surprises me on this planet.
Ego.
And nothing surprises me off planet either. So
okay. I'm just wondering if I have to deal with one Dermot now or 2 Dermots.
on his own planet.
Hey. I got to deal with 2. I have to deal with 2 soapboxes.
Hey, and here's the thing. I've had to deal with William and now Archangel Gabriel. So you know. Hey.
Carry them all, Dermot.
Hey, I believe that's touche 1-1. And we're heading for extra time.
You are. Yeah, you are.
I tell you, who's taking the penalty?
And is this really water or is it holy water?
I've been down that road. I'm going to soap it up.
It could be water, but what's in it?
And if I keep drinking, I might be turning it into wine.
Oh.
Better.
I take donations.
Please. George Rosé.
Put on your other cap, go on. Wear your other hat.
I said I take donations.
That's what I said.
He got a bigger one.
It's the look boat.
Don't you think we're a bit like Morecambe and Wise?
Definitely.
Yeah. So what do you think of it so far, Dermot?
Because William said, well, who do you think I am? And I said, oh, you're the wise one. You're the conservative one. And I said, who else would I be? I'm a bit of a clown. I've got glasses and a bald head. And I go, what do you think of it so far?
Robin!
That is bizarre, isn't it?
But laughter fixes everything.
Have a think about that.
Yeah, we were speaking about laughter just before you came on. So everything you're just tying in now, we're just tying everything up with the laughter side of it.
Yeah. Lock, link and loop.
Yeah. The link and the loop.
Which is where you started, wasn't it?
Isn't it?
And isn't that synchronistic? Because at this end, I was waiting for this lot to hurry up and bugger off. They've got
That's no way to speak about your family.
Well, they got a cheerleading
now an extended family.
They got a cheerleading competition.
With knowledge comes responsibility.
Yeah. But they're heading off the competition today, and normally they leave an hour earlier, but this week they're dawdling and carrying on. And then I have internet problems. then I couldn't find the link. Oh, jeez. But I'm here. I'm here.
No.
No, you're not. You don't have any.
No. Oh. Is that 2-1? Is that 2-1 with 3 minutes to
You
go?
can send some in the
Yeah. Well, I could tell our next session's going to be a beauty, William.
The Hoff.
Yeah, and that's only. It's a bit too late to record tonight, but we'll record tomorrow. It's going to be a humdinger. Tomorrow's recording going to be a humdinger. I can tell you that much.
I can't wait.
Me neither.
And while we're here, I'd like to say thank you to all of you for participating on our channel, by the way.
Thank you.
It's been fantastic having your support.
Yeah, it certainly has, yeah.
And I've actually got us on BitChute and Rumble now, but I'm not going to worry about BitChute. I'm going to start promoting, what do you call it? Rumble. That's
Rumble,
it.
yeah.
Rumble. I'll have to try that one.
Rumble!
And isn't it good? I like to rumble, yeah.
Excuse me? Excuse me? Excuse me?
I wouldn't be a Kelly if I didn't like rumbling.
See what I have to put up with. See what I have to put up with.
So he's even put the Irish connection in.
I'm not related to that Ned, though. I'm not related to Ned.
That's not what you told me.
Oh, rubbish. My family was shepherds in Kildare, Dublin, and Wicklow.
Yeah, I'll tell you what shepherded out. Yeah, shepherded off to Australia.
Hey, we're the original boat people, mate.
Are you still in it? You're still in
it. We're waiting to go.
They're waiting for the flood.
So you're Noah.
What?
So he's Noah.
Noah.
Yeah.
He's got the boat. He's got the boat ready.
I got the animals and everything.
Yeah.
And you got no idea where he's going. Yeah.
You got a new nickname now.
No idea what he's doing.
I think Dermot realized what was going on around here. He was like, wait a minute, he's Noah. Holy shit. I'm connecting it.
Carry on.
Yeah, we said he's got no idea where he's going.
No, he doesn't. No.
Oh, to be sure.
Shut up, all that. Okay.
I shall return. Carry on, babe. All yours now.
Yeah.
I've said my bit.
Don't wander too far. He can't. Don't get lost. We'll never find him.
You know what you're doing.
We hear the scream, we know he's after falling overboard. Okay.
It won't be a splash.
What's that?
Fall overboard.
No. It'd be a fucking boom.
Yeah.
But that must be about 10 feet high, is it? Must be top 10 feet high to the deck on the floor. Would it be, Lucy?
Sorry?
I know you were in a different horizon. So I said you must be about 10 feet up to go up that ladder.
Yeah, about 8 feet.
Yeah, it's about that, yeah.
So how does Rusty get up and down? Do you have to carry him up and down? We're not on land, we're not in the sea.
No, I can quite easily understand why he had to give up the drink. If he went walkabouts at night, he'll never find
back.
He's not on one of them behind us, is he?
Ooh.
No.
Yeah.
You're not
They've
on one
got
of them.
sails.
No, I had one of
No,
those.
it's a
I had
boom,
one of
boom,
these
boom.
Yeah,
ones.
it's boom, boom, boom.
That's why I like that
Hey,
picture.
Dermot and
Back
William, thank you for coming on. I love you guys.
Oh, you're more than welcome, Terry. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I do enjoy
Yeah.
your little jokes.
I'm here
Yeah,
for the
look-
humor. Didn't you know that? I'm the humor lady.
Yeah, so
good
I know.
humor lady.
I actually think that the next video, Dermot doesn't even know what I'm going to. I know what I'm talking about, but Dermot doesn't have a clue what I'm going to talk about. He's going to get a surprise tomorrow. Not tonight, no.
Oh.
Yeah.
If I have to rely on Australia Post, it won't arrive.
Oh.
Yeah, no, isn't it woeful lately, eh? Paper Express, and it's Express nothing. It's Express in your imagination.
It's paying
So-
the extra
It
money.
just takes forever.
So Cheryl and Dermot, how far away are you from each other?
A long way.
About 3 days by car.
Okay.
Wow.
And
about-
driving quickly.
Wow.
And about
What is it? What is it to fly? 3-4
About-
hours?
Yeah, 3 to 4 hours. Yeah, at least.
Would it?
From Adelaide to Brisbane is 3 to 3.5, depending on the headwind or whatever. But yeah, it's a 3.5 hour flight.
Well,
So
for those, who don't know Australia, imagine looking at a map of Australia. Dermot's at the very bottom, but in the centre. If you know, not exactly, but that's where he is, and I'm on the east coast, halfway up on the side. So it's quite a ways. Not as far as if you're in Darwin.
So it's like
I'm
living
on the
in
east
Scotland.
coast of the north.
Where?
I'm on the east coast, and I'm also in the north. And when you
Well-
guys talk about the south being the coal mine area, that's. I mean, no, you guys say the north is coal mine area. Where ours is the south. That's where our coal. It's weird because everything's like land down under and everything.
Well,
No,
we're
thinking that about the tree of life.
Cheryl, are you actually aware of what's underneath, like Adelaide itself? Okay. Yeah, it's
not a good thing.
It's very
Disgusting.
crystalline, a bit like Los Angeles, but a lot more crystalline than Los Angeles. And we have, and maybe I shouldn't say this publicly, but Sodom. Soapbox time, William.
Hang on a minute. Wait a minute. It's just been recorded.
Yeah.
We're ready. Let's get this. Come on, let's see.
Is it? I don't know. Are we being recorded?
It's been recorded.
No.
It's live. It's on.
It's live on YouTube.
Live on
I've
YouTube.
got to press record,
So
sorry.
I can watch it then later on, can I? Because I can.
Yeah, it's on
leave now.
YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can leave too. If he's getting his soapbox out, I get out of here.
He's going bed.
It's not a soapbox as such. I was just,
Be nice, okay. There it goes with the hands again. There it goes with
underneath
the hands
the
again.
Australia.
You are. Come on, Kitty. What are we going to say? Get up on your
I know what he's going to say.
Do you?
Did you call him Kenny just then?
I think so.
Kelly.
Did he call you Kenny?
No. Surname
Kenny
Kelly.
Rogers.
Kenny.
I thought he called you Kenny, like in the movie Kenny.
Listen, I've got enough of problems with him without you calling him a film star or anything like that.
You got big problems.
He's hard enough to handle as he is. Now I've got two Kellys, and you want to make him a film star. Right out loud.
Ooh. Anyway, underneath South Australia, all the way through to Antarctica, did you know there's tunnels that submarines through?
Yeah.
I tell you who was
picked-
good that I learnt lots of that off was Gene Decode. He's the one with the bomb when it comes to tunnels.
Who's this?
Right.
knew a lot about tunnels until quite a different shows he's been on, but one day he was just blathering them out, and then of course
he's got good intel, hasn't he?
Who's that?
Then just brings you more information.
Gene Decode.
Decode.
Oh, Gene Decode. Yeah, I heard of him. Yeah.
Yeah, I've not heard of him, but I actually feel the vibrations under my feet. That's how sensitive my radar is to this nonsense.
And you don't, and I can't believe you don't believe in yourself. You need to let go of that bad ego, Dermot. I mean, just let it go. Think good about yourself. You have this amazing abilities.
I think he already believes in himself, doesn't he?
Yes, yeah.
I sense you do. I sense you know exactly who you are, and I sense you know exactly what you can do. But we live in a world where, you know what?
He's in stealth mode.
I trained him well. I trained him well.
But sometimes when you're honest and you speak your truth and it's not aligned with what's, you know, common every day, you get chipped at, laughed at, poked at, talked about, asked the dumb questions, show me, prove it to me, waffle. That in the end, sometimes you just, you're not that you don't believe in yourself, but you're just tired of trying to tell people your truth. And in the end, you're just like,
I had that today.
For you.
Yeah, I had that today.
I went to Los Angeles in 1992 to visit my wife's relatives, and when we were walking around Hollywood Boulevard, this is crazy because I don't know, I've never experienced it anywhere else in the world, but I could hear voices in my head, and they were crying out for help, and I never put two and two together until recently.
And you were standing on.
I never knew what it was, but I heard it back in the day. I didn't know what it was, and I thought I was just like hearing things, like it was just like, oh, it must be just a bad side of town or something.
Because you're not aware or awake at that moment, right? You think you're going crazy, but knowing what I know now, I could have done something about that on an energetic level.
It wasn't your time,
but you weren't meant to.
Wasn't your time.
We had to wait when we did so that we could do our job.
So that it would have poignancy and power now, because if you knew it then, it wouldn't have the power that it does.
The time is
right. It's
right.
like knowing someone. It's like we see loads of people in our life, and then one day you get to know someone, so then you can recognize them. And it's the same with our talents. We have to go where we don't know what the fuck is going on, and that's the proof, right? That's the proof. We couldn't have imagined it in, because we didn't even know what the fuck it was.
Correct.
And then when it does happen, that's when it takes more and more and more life skill to get to a point where you go, okay, now I know how to unpack that bit of information and what to do with it. Because that's the big thing. There's information everywhere, right? But not everyone knows what to do with it or how to affect.
We're saying that, weren't we? We're all in a far better place now than we were 3 years ago.
Yeah, definitely.
You know what I mean? We're all in this better place now than we were 2 years ago. Do you know what I mean? It's you know what I mean?
Like even months ago, we're in a better place.
We all thought we was going to run.
We're so much better. Yeah. Like January, I was falling apart in January. Now I'm just like, okay, we've changed so much in 1 year. Forget about how many.
Yeah, I'd agree on that.
Mobilized this year. Last year was, you think, even me, like I know lots of stuff and have been into it for years, but it was really the culmination and the start of, okay, the freaky shit meter's going to go off the dial. So I think 2020 was either you're in the fear factor, being feared, you know, scaring the shit out of yourself, or it was this like learning curve that just went like this. It just went, hang on, everybody, put your seatbelt on.
We're like, here we fucking go again.
So what happened, we got into 2021 and a lot of us went, fucking whoa, what the fuck was that? But then it went bing, and like I'm going to say to you, Dermot, and I've said this a few times, and everyone I say it to in these circles agrees, my life has never made more sense than it does now.
Yep.
Every single
We've
thing.
got people to talk to.
Perfect sense. Yeah.
Finally.
We're not mad.
Everybody. They were like, oh,
I always. I always say that the C word that came out in that word, it was like an awakening. Well, I mean, I was awake anyway, but it was like, as soon as I heard that word, I was like, no, it's rubbish. It's I thought, where's this coming? How do I know it's rubbish? But I just knew what it was. And I was like, how did I know it was? And then, I mean, it's crazy. It was like a little catalyst, that word. It was like, when that comes in, this is what you're going to do. You're on your mission. Yeah, you're on your mission. You know which mission and direction you're going. You're off. This is what you do. Now you're doing it. And it's like, I think it's amazing.
I really needed you last April when I was bleaching over shopping.
Oh, bless you.
Yeah.
Oh, bless you. Yeah, but the thing is, you're here now. You're here now.
But the thing is, we was in the same boat because we spoke about this last week. We had a conversation 15 years ago about a friend of ours that his girlfriend at that time, she met somebody else and she was marrying to the Illuminati and she was doing an interview online or whatever. And on Skype or whatever it was at that time, and he stood off camera while she was talking, and the interview went that the first baby she has, you give away and never see again. The children after that have the best education, and they'll get looked after, and they have the best jobs. And when it all goes tits up, you and your family will be looked after.
You will always have food, a roof over your head. You don't need to worry about your survival
or anything. And that was the final cruncher question or what they were offered to give for her to join the Illuminati. But once you join, there's no going back. You're in there for life, and that is it. And I said to him 15 years ago, bug me. That means that something's going to happen within our lifetime or your children's lifetime because of that conversation you had. And he went,
the word.
He went, I never thought of it like that. I went, that, and then this came along. We're like, fucking hell,
this is it.
This is it. They're going for it.
Yeah. So you think, how many times in your life have you been steered away from extreme danger? Like, I've looked back, I was bobbed in and out of film and television for years as well, and did acting and a production assistant and continuity and all this sort of stuff, and I really enjoyed it. However, I just kept getting not bumped. I look now and I realize, right, like it's one of the most criminal places you could end up and one of the most dangerous. So that on top of, I could probably tell you 15 different stories of times that I look back now and I can clearly see that even if you're going to get off your path, you get gently nudged back in, you keep your vibration, so you're on a vibratory path. And now we end up here. So that's what I said. I look back to stuff like school. Like, I've never gone for religion. I've never gone for school. Now I'm glad, because you realize geography is bullshit. Science is bullshit. History is bullshit. The only thing that's bullshit is math.
As Carlin said,
math and music.
It's bad for you.
Yeah. And the better education that you do it, the better you do at school, the better jobs you get. The more you get paid, because the more subservient that you are.
The more indoctrinated.
Program from the start, aren't you?
To push it. Well, look at what's happening now.
Good job.
The cerebral now, or the academics now, are the ones doing that, tipping their nose at you or looking down, talking about, oh, you don't know anything. You're one of those anti these. And you just look and go, the arrogance and the ignorance, if you could only see that all you ever wanted, right, was truly to probably just be well educated and fit in. But in the process, all you did was you got wind blown up your ass. You got used to liking it, and you want everybody else to continue to blow that up your ass to make you feel good. So when people don't, the only thing you know how to do, it's ego as well as complacency and finding a space where you think you fit. So you just sit right there and you don't change, because you don't know yourself, you don't know what's going on in life, so you just find this idea that society has told you is the winning thing. Go here, do this, be that, and people sit there, and then they don't understand why you're moving on, or your opinions are different to theirs. So they just sit in their one little stagnated spot and give you shit.
Yeah, and they look. I mean, I'm in the building trade, and these people, we had the same thing today. They look down at you, because you're in the building trade, but you probably earn 4 times more than what they fucking do.
And you're 4 times more useful.
But like, you know what I mean? It's like, what a fucking arsehole. Because they think they're in this high-powered job and they're getting paid, and they're not. They're not getting paid well. They're not getting this. A lot of them they're in there for the pension, especially in the civil service. They're in there for the pension. They don't want to speak out of line because of the pension. They've got a cushy fucking job, and it's about the pension.
But if you ask them, are they happy in the job? Because I've done it many times. Every time they say no.
They can't even answer.
Yep.
Some of them can't answer.
They're not really happy.
No.
I've asked a lot of people. They can spend all this money on college, and I go, "Hey, do you like your job?" No, not really. I hate it. But then why did you finish? Why would you even pursue something that you don't like?
You buy into the mind fuck.
Programmed,
into this idea that somebody else knows what's better for you. Yeah. Now that's good when you're 5 years old.
And you're in the treadmill of all the bills coming in and bills. Gotta pay.
The plug-in box. And I was talking. It was nice. I did a job for a guy, and it's the first time I've worked for somebody that's like, I ain't going anywhere near that. Yeah, and I went, at fucking last, I've actually met somebody that ain't going to go anywhere near that. It was quite like, And I said to him, well, that, and if there is going to be a big whoop of people about, I said, the best thing you can do is sell your fucking house. It'd be worth fuck all. I said, because once, if there is a glut of property or anything on the market, because obviously the price will go whoop, and you're left with a fucking mortgage.
Change anyway.
Yeah, but you're left with a bill, and it's worth nothing.
What do you two think on that? Dermot and William, what do you think on what Juicy's just said? Because I'm really torn. Is that a likely occurrence? Because lots of people talk about it.
You mean the demise of lots of people?
Yeah.
The demise of people, is it?
From
due to having that.
That is not healthy for a start. Now, it definitely
no.
And it's coming it's coming from there down there.
Yes,
it's not from up there.
It's a depopulation agenda, and let's face it, some people, if you don't want to take care of yourself and you don't want to be responsible on even any level, then you're going to fall prey to this. We've been seeing this on this planet for forever. It's just we see it more now. It's so obvious now because
the thing is, this is an important point. The thing is, if all that wasn't going on now, I wouldn't be here.
No, none of us would be.
I wouldn't be here now.
Yeah.
No.
Do you think that? Sorry. Yeah. Do you think the Black Plague was also something to do with depopulation?
Yeah.
Yes.
But it was also got to do maybe the two world wars more or less took over from those plagues because of the fear factor in the world wars, and they were able to feed off of the fear.
Yeah.
They were able to feed from the fear, and it was the fear that was feeding them, and that's what they were relying on. That's how they exist, by siphoning off of people's fear. It's called the loosh.
Yeah,
it's called loosh.
That's why all of life has become so difficult. Everything's difficult. Yeah. They've been able to incrementally push us to such a point where nearly every breath for an average person is a struggle with fear, with trauma, with PTSD. And once you're in that state and your harmonics and your vibration are at that state, these entities, I don't know where they float around. I mean, who knows? There's lots of stories, this, that.
I mean, who fears leaving here?
They're everywhere, right?
So I can't bloody wait.
I can't bloody wait.
Get me going.
I'm not going to chuck myself off the bill, but you know what I mean? It's like...
I can't wait, but actually, to be fair, I'm bloody loving life at the moment. I'm here for a mission, and I know at this time I'm damn well going to achieve it.
Yeah, me too.
And I'm not leaving until I have, so I could be here a while.
Finally.
Yeah, bollocks, isn't it?
I mean, we all were like just mugging through life. We were all just like, ugh, can't wait to get out of this place. And then when we find out who we are, we're like, ooh, every day's a new adventure. What the hell are we going to get into today? I love it. It's like, who am I going to meet? Who am I going to talk to?
You're saying you love it, but there are people right now who are absolutely suffering something terrible.
Yeah.
I know.
There are all sorts of sicknesses and everything.
And if you are, get in touch with us lot.
Oh no!
There was a big silence there.
No.
Dermot.
Come on, Dermot. He's frozen again.
I'd like to answer that. Not just get in touch with you. Did I freeze then?
Yeah.
Come on, David.
What I'd like to say there is, yes, get in touch with us, but they've got to get in touch with themselves first.
Yes, exactly.
Otherwise, they won't understand it.
Yeah, exactly.
And William's exactly right here. This is why we're here, is to help. And, and in the area where I live, I'm empathic and I feel that negativity big time. But I've learnt how to dissipate it on a daily basis. So
I put mine on. I learned to make a shield so I can get through life, because I've had my whole life. So
we do, don't we? When we go on our journeys, the energies take us on certain journeys to learn from, but we always take all of the negative and then create the beautiful out of it and finish the journey off.
Yes.
Is this a physical journey or is this
it's a physical
journey?
Right. It's not meditating.
It's not meditated. It's physical. It's like I say to you, whatever you think is happening is fucking happening right here, right now. And we also
reality is reality.
Yeah. So it is a physical reality journey, and also we get taken to places as well at the same time. So we have the physical, and then we also get taken to places as well at the same time. We have both.
Now I'm going to ask a question, right? Just out of curiosity, who else here can have a conversation with someone and still be consciously aware of what's going on over there? In other words, you're doing two things at once.
Yeah.
I'm multitask all the time. All the time. They call it ADHD, but it's not. I actually can focus and better now. It's I can do 25 different things now. Just in the last year, I just can't believe the things no academics really fancied me. They did, and I was oh, I'm not that smart. But then I'm looking at quantum physics and shit, and I'm whoa. And I'm you really are intelligent. What the hell? I didn't even imagine.
It is though, isn't it? It is like that. It's like you're watching this, but you're looking at this, but watching there. It's like two sides. It's like you're watching this, but you're looking there. That's basically it. Really.
Why did you ask that question, Dermot?
Yeah.
Well, because it's happened so many times where in that 3D negative reality, you have to switch off, because if you don't, it'll send you absolutely crazy.
Bonkers.
I become the observer. I choose to be an observer in the 3D and a participant in everything else outside of the confine.
Stepping back
and I feel for people. I do, and I project love, and I just think, well, if you knew your rights or you knew whatever to do with whatever, even if it's just outside of and that stuff, if you knew, then you'd do better. So you don't know. So this is your best. I'm watching you at your best. And it's not for me to judge that. It's be fucking rude for me to judge that. So then I just go, oh, it's sort of like, I guess, going through the shopping center, there's all those people around, but you just keep on your way, where they're at and where you're at, but it's easy to divide the two, to know where you are, where you stop and they start, but I do understand what you're saying, Dermot, about it's not I call that
it's still good to analyze it's still good to analyze what's going on out there, and
I call it live pause.
That's like when we go on our journeys, we do our recreation or whatever, and we're off, and it's so nice to get away from everything, and then you go and learn, and you're doing other things, and there's all the storylines going on and everything else, and you're learning from it. But then you got to come back, and it's horrible coming back. I don't want to come back. You know what I mean? It's like I said before, all of us are looking for how to get home. This isn't our home. We know that, but we're doing a job. It's a shit one, but we're doing a job. But it's not our home. We're all looking. Every journey we've ever been on, it's looking, how do we get home and how do we stay there?
And here's something that'll make you laugh.
Well, I like this.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
No, go ahead.
No, you first. I know what I want to say. Go on.
Well, I totally forgot what I was going to say, so go ahead.
I knew that would happen. I knew that would happen.
She's on a meds.
I'll think of it in a minute. I'll think of it in a minute.
She's on painkillers and operations like that. Wow, yeah.
Too much pressure.
Here's something that'll make you laugh.
Go on then.
When I was a baby, and I mean, like, you know, a few months old, maybe 2 years old at most, I was actually looking at my arms and my legs, and I'm thinking, what are these? What are these for? Where am I? What am I doing here?
I remember doing that stuff. Did you guys think about people and the things that, like if they eat ice cream?
I remember. I weren't very old. Sorry. And I remember waking up one night, and my legs were out of my body up to this sort of height, and I was like, "Whoa!" And I remember them coming, like, "Oh," and they came back in again.
Last night I floated. I literally came out my bed. My whole body went up.
Yeah.
It went over across because my daughter was next to me. Over across, and I thought, "Oh, I'm going to fall. I'm going to hurt myself." And I thought, "No, hang on a minute. I'm not in body." And I just floated down like a feather onto the floor. And then I was like, "Oh my god, I'm out of my body!" And then I went back in.
Yeah, that is it. You go like that. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah. I was like, "Oh my god, this is so exciting!" Bam.
Don't go. What the fuck?
And here's something else that'll make you laugh. 40 odd years ago, one of my sisters was actually saying that she was learning how to astral travel up to the ceiling. And at that time,
up to the ceiling?
At that time, I didn't believe in any of it. The closest I got to spirit was a whiskey. So
that's the Jamesons again, yeah.
But wait till I tell you. As she was learning and floating to the ceiling, she said, "I saw you come in through the other wall." And I just laughed at her and I said, "Oh, get out of it."
Just Juicy and Lucy again, yeah.
And it's like, how is that possible? And then all these years later, have I got some stories about astral travel? But yes, I can do it.
I feel a soapbox coming on.
No, you don't.
Oh, that's all right.
Yeah, I mean, we do the astral travel, but we do the physical. Everything is around us happening, isn't it? But we also get taken to places at the same time, and we both get taken to the same place. And it's like woo, and then we come back, dunk, and we're like, fucking hell.
Are you traveling much more? Is that happening quicker and quicker, or is it just the same?
It was. But now we're having a break at the minute.
Just trying to get everything into some sort of order, because it's almost like you walk many parallels at the same time, and all the stories are sort of like this and like this. So having a break from it, you can sort of get the stories lined up to where they should be with what's happening around you. So it's like catch up.
The odd thing is that it's like it was meant to be, because I know I'm always on your travels. So when you talk about it, it's like, oh yeah, and today they've been very vivid, by the way. When you talk about it, very like they gotten stronger. But yeah, like, oh Christ, no, I forgot what I was saying. Holy crap. Where was I?
It's contagious, Dan. Contagious. All right.
What you need is a thinking cap.
She's consistent now.
I know, right? Oh, okay. What was I going to say? Okay,
that's what I have to put up with.
I was talking about the astral projection because when I was a kid, like that was how I started out, and I didn't even know what I was doing. I didn't even know the name of it. Like I started out like just getting out my door, bedroom door, like going down the stairs.
Is that you, Amy? You're all right.
Are you
doing
right,
your breathing
Amy?
exercises again?
That's not funny.
What? Are you okay?
You're right,
Amy.
Do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, I'm okay.
She's on the floor somewhere.
1 second, I'm just cleaning up.
Yeah.
Another travel we went on, which was like a bit. It went on for quite a few times when we went on travel, and it was about a place called Paris, but not Paris, French Paris, but a space Paris. Yeah.
Oh, that's what I was saying. I lost what I was saying.
And it was all about a Christmas star and the first ever Christmas star. And what happened was there was a crystal, and this crystal grew into this beautiful city. And in the middle of this city is where the mermaids were, in a big like fountain in the centre. And then what happened was it got contaminated, or the crystal got contaminated. And when it went bang, whoosh, it blew all over the universe. And all the wrong uns was taking this crystal and using it for communication and for stealing energy, weren't it? Yeah. And what they was doing is they was getting the energy and they're pulling it through into a different space or a different time and stealing everything all the way through and contaminating it all. Wasn't it?
Yeah, they were like making a negative copy of it.
Negative copy from this crystal, from this. It's the first ever to do with the first ever star city. We got taken there, and it was gone. It had been blew apart, wasn't it? Mm. And the energy guys at the time, they was holding everything all together, and we sort of like flew in or arrived into it, and it was just like a big massive sphere where everything could have gone from and blew out from. Mm. But it got contaminated. But it was this crystal. But this crystal actually grew into this beautiful city, isn't it?
Yeah.
And in the right middle of the thing, it went up in this beautiful sort of like all this crystal went all the way up, and there was a beautiful like fountain where the mermaids were in the centre.
Yeah.
And it got blew apart.
That was like the central point.
Like the central point of the universe. But what they did was they was copying across from it, and then then stealing all this energy, or siphoning it all. And then what happened was the crystal where it was went bang, boom, and blew all over the universe, and there's bits of it everywhere. But then they was using this crystal to tap in people's energies to steal the energies. And it's like we corrected it all, didn't we? We put everything back into place, and then we got shown that one of the laws of physics of space, because it's relevant to and from and how it works, if you can repair everything in its whole entirety, then
go through every single bit
to the point of it never happened, it repairs itself and puts itself correct and reappears again. And we watched the crystal come out in where we were living. We watched it all come back around us, didn't we? It all come out of the ground, boom. And there's like army or whatever on horseback, and they was pushing the crystal up, weren't they? They was pushing it up and up and up and up, and it just went up and up and up and up and up, didn't it?
Yeah.
That was to do with an old crystal, which was relevant to the star, or a star, or the first star, and it grew into this beautiful city, Crystal City. Because people talk about the Crystal Age, don't they? Mm-hmm. But there's bits everywhere, and then because these wrong uns, whatever you call them, they had bits of this crystal. They created their own universes around the original Crystal City, so then it was siphoning the energy from it, and we were part of reversing everything so it never happened. So the Abracadabra is a format of, I think it's just a format of how the universe works. And what happened was they'd got a copy of that, and they copied that across, and then copied back into that to siphon everything all out until it just went boom. But I remember looking in the sofa. Apparently there was the first two people or couple that put the first ever star in, which was the Christmas star. Yeah, and then that was the first ever one. And then something happened, and it all collapsed and fell in. And then because we've always had the impression that we've been kidnapped, and then our powers have been used to build things for these other entities.
That's what happens on Earth.
Yeah,
we use our power.
It was like a wake up time, weren't it? And it's like, how do we get out? How do we get out from this and sort of like get out and blah blah blah, and these traps, free yourself from it. Because we always felt we said that for a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's funny because I've throughout my whole life I've always felt a bit like
that
kidnap situation.
Being kidnapped or
not in the right place.
Not in the right place.
Like
I don't know if
the
that
shit
resonates
you
with
just
anybody.
don't fit properly. Yeah.
Listen, I gotta go. So
yeah, I was going to say that.
Sure.
Where you two off?
Cheryl asked me something a while ago, I think, about the energies.
Love you, brother.
And what I can tell you is something happened during the past few days that has been quite enormous. It was really enormous that happened on the planet. And I immediately knew it. And I'll speak about that actually I'm not going to speak about it tonight. So I was instantly aware of it. And I was having a chat with Michael. And I asked Angel Michael. And so I said, are you getting the same feeling that I'm getting? He said, yeah. He says, it happened. Yeah, that's good. That's good. He said, I was just wondering, did you get the same thing that I got? And said, yeah. I said, okay, I'll have something to announce. I have something to talk about. And I'll see it possibly tomorrow now, Dermot, yeah, in the video.
It's later on for me, but yeah, carry on.
No need to rub it in. I got to go to bed. So there was a huge shift in energy in the past few days.
Yeah, I felt that definitely. Yeah.
We said that, didn't we?
At the beginning, weren't we? At the start of the video, we were talking about that.
Yeah.
Density.
I've even felt a bit icky with it today.
Yeah, a
bit sicky.
Yeah,
It is.
It's,
it was an enormous event for humanity happened during the week.
And I think we all filtered a lot of it out. I think we're like coffee percolators, where it comes through. And we filter, right? Because I've had 2 days of really dense, sticky, thick, sad, but I choose to keep, no, I'm going to be happy. I will be happy. I will choose my thoughts. But it's that when you said before, Dermot, are you in one place and, watching something go on over here? Well, this is sort of similar in the sense that I could sense all of this happening and this real, it's not even a weight. I don't even know. It's a dimension, maybe a thing, but the whole time staying on my parallel and choosing where I'm going to be.
That's what I feel like it is.
It's like a real, I think we've been holding up something that finally just disintegrated and probably went down through us and into the earth and wherever. I don't know, but it's I knew it and I just thought, right, I know what this is. I know what this hinky shit is. So I just stayed as positive as I could. I didn't do much work.
It was a very positive thing that took place, and I think humanity have just finally crossed the line eventually. Eventually, and that's why I was having a chat with Michael about
the tipping point.
Yeah, it just gone past it.
Gone past it.
Gone past it.
That's that momentum I talked about. Once you get
I knew it. So
you can feel it though. Don't you think you can feel it?
The thing is, you can place it. The time it has been recorded, the exact time and minute and place it happened, and I know the time and place that it happened. And I'll give that tomorrow.
William,
right, okay.
Tune in next week. Tune in
before you
next
get. William, before you go,
the switch, the fucking switch.
William, before you go,
the Crystal City. Yeah, and what was it one?
He's not watching.
Gone. So.
What are you saying?
Before you go, was it that thing that I sent you the other day? The video?
Don't you be going fishing now, you. Don't you go fishing.
Well, okay. Without giving anything away, if it was, there's something big, twice as big, happening today in that place.
This particular place, and that's what was actually said. There's only 3 words, but I immediately picked up and said, "Wow!" I wasn't expecting it, but then it went boom. It hit me. I said, "That's it. That's it." There's 3 words. 3 words.
You
It
are
was you,
got a lot to
Norm.
talk about.
Cryptic.
It'll go down in history.
What the fuck?
I
do it once.
They're already in history.
But what it should be, is I love you.
Oh, gee,
Yeah,
Love
I
you
was
too,
thinking
Dermot.
I
know.
was
Shucks.
thinking-
Shucks.
It froze then.
Yes, it did. Yes, it did. Yes.
Fit.
So, okay, I gotta go. I'm done. I'll see you
Yeah,
in
I'm
a few
gonna go.
hours.
Good night.
I've had a confirmation
William.
twice. I've had
Seeing
two
you.
confirmations, William.
Two.
I've had two confirmations. I've had two silver white orbs go past while we've
I've
been
been seeing
chatting.
colours.
They're really prevalent in South Australia too, aren't they?
Correct.
There's a lot of aerial in South Australia.
I've been seeing colours the last few days, like somebody's gone with a paintbrush, gone like colours.
I keep freezing up.
I know, I'm not had any
Well,
LSD or anything.
Seeing the orbs like is a big thing now. A lot of people are very aware of the orbs going around.
Yeah,
a lot of people.
I see blue ones all the time, like an electric blue.
Damn
They
it,
come
I told you before.
Yeah, so do I. I see the blue.
Yes, I like the blue one.
You should have cleaned
They're
your
all
glasses.
fishing,
before
William.
you
Be
came on.
careful, be careful. They're all on you.
Infamy.
The workers are back all the time.
Infamy. You've all got an infamy. I'd see you
Yeah,
if
I'm
you
gonna
down
go.
there.
See you later. Thanks for
Good
loving
night, everybody. I know Dermot mentioned it.
Night, William.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, William.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Dermot will get it out. He'll be on the phone in a minute. What's going on?
No, he won't. No, he won't. I go to bed.
I don't think we're going to have a party on that boat. We're going to have a party on that boat.
You know why he did that? You know why he did that? He's promoting the channel.
Yeah.
He's very clever. Very
nice,
clever.
Clever guy.
Very clever, eh?
Yeah.
So you haven't got clues then? Tom,
No.
you must know something.
No, I don't.
No.
To be honest with you, he does it to me all the time. Like he'll go on his walk.
He does. He's going to talk. He always says, "Can we talk about that?" I go, "Well, that's for another time." He goes, "Is it?"
Cliffhangers or what?
I didn't hear that because it froze. Sorry.
I said he does that to you every time, and you go, "Can we talk about it?" And they go, "That's for another time," and you go, "Is there another time?" And he's like, "Well, maybe."
He goes for it. I come home from work and he's on his walk and he'll message me on these things, right? And he'll go, to be sure, I'm going to talk about this now, but I'm not going to give you the details. And I think he does that so that it's more of a surprise for me, and then he gets the same reaction.
Did you guys meet online?
Okay, this is how we met. Okay, like I said to you, that radio show. Okay, I contacted Alfred Labramont Weber many years ago, and I was interviewed by Alfred. And William saw the interview and instantly recognized my soul.
Oh,
okay.
Awesome.
But you see, back then, he didn't know he was Archangel Gabriel, and I didn't know who I was.
We do.
But
Right.
over the years, we've learnt by communicating a lot about each other. Now, the first time we actually Skyped, it was a 4-hour Skype. We never knew each other, and we got on like a house on fire.
Like us?
Oh, that's lovely.
And the numbers 1,000 came in front of the screen.
1,000 what?
Okay, the number 1,000 came between me and the screen, and I said to William, I said, it's as if we haven't caught up for at least 1,000 years. And he said, correct, it is.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
And
I always say that to you. You've got to realise how old we really are. We're not 40 or 50 or 30. We're infinity age. You know what I mean? It's
or 21.
Or 21. 22 is good.
22 is good. Yeah.
We are infinity. We are.
I've almost tripled 21 now. There you go. Can't you tell?
You're 62, 3. So you're born in 1959.
1959, correct.
Oh, 10 years after me then.
Yeah. There you go.
There you go.
This looks so young.
So what star sign are you?
Okay, have a guess. Have a guess.
Do you believe in star signs, David? How are you?
Haven't talked with you long enough to guess. I don't.
Okay,
I don't know.
Cancerian.
Oh, you know what I was going to say. Cancerian or Scorpios, both of them are really highly intuitive.
I feel water. I see water because it's intuitive as well.
Yeah.
Calming. He's calm.
I'm the same as William.
And I have a Libra. I have a Libra ascent, which is the balance.
Yeah.
Oh,
no, I'm Libra.
I see that too.
Yeah, I'm Libra.
Cancerian is just love
when's
of
your
home and family.
birthday?
Personify it.
When is your birthday?
July 18th.
Libra.
No.
Oh, you're a
July 18th.
You're a Cancer.
Oh, my dad's
the moment I was born, the ascent was in Libra.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
I wonder how that went because I don't know a lot about astrology. So
No, I don't.
I don't.
I only know fundamentals, and they do help me to understand people better.
I'll just keep reading now to find the great one. I don't know. Well, not called horoscopes for no reason. I'm not having that. Oh, that's not too bad. I'll have that one.
I just feel like I could read a star chart if I needed to, but it's like I don't need to right now. That's the kind of thing. It's like I don't need my shit until I need it, and then when I need it, it activates. That's the way it always is. I'm that lazy. I am just that lazy. And everybody's always like,
well, what happens if in the new going forward? Because I think there'll be a different star system.
Yes,
I think we'll find out whether we're spherical, we're plane, we're flat, I think when we find out. I think when we find that out, that's when lots will change.
Yeah.
Because I've thought about it. I thought, okay, we've got the spherical idea, and then there's the flat Earth, and then there's all these different ones. And mind you, I mean, I look at all of them, and they can't all be right unless there's multiple realities happening.
We always travel flat, don't we? We always travel flat. We always travel when we travel. You know what I mean? Physical travel. We always travel flat. So the way I see, my personal take on it, it's flat, but it feels round. But the new one is sphere, but it feels flat.
Oh yeah, like I started reading that stuff.
That sort of covers everything.
It does, doesn't it?
That guy that flew over the pole, he flew over Antarctica, the ice shelf, and they found more terra firma, more mountains, water, and ice. But he talks about there being an infinite plane where it just keeps going, and we've just this little it just looks like this big white thing, and there's like.
Okay, who's actually sailed the Earth?
Oh, well, we've done it 3 times. The best be Delos.
Who knows? Though,
YouTube.
It's a YouTube series, and the travel around the world. And we've been around the world with them 3 times. But it feels real because we live in a boat. So and then when it's winds blow, it's like, fucking hell, this is really happening.
The reason if we had like a cockpit and suits to wear for the show, like if we could like make it look like Star Trek or something, we'll come on suits every episode. That would be great. Yeah.
Could do.
Yeah.
Could do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Could do. Cabin crew.
You guys could just say
cabin crew shirts.
Like you're in
The reason I asked
one day we'll have enough money for that.
Yeah, the reason I asked is because when we emigrated to Australia, we came by ship. It took 5.5 weeks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I've experienced going around the planet in a boat, and I've also experienced going around the planet in an aeroplane. Okay, and I've also experienced on and off planet. Okay. In different realities. Okay.
That's awesome.
So I can categorically say there is no truth to the flat Earth theory at all. And that is part of the illusion to keep you trapped in this 3D world.
Yes,
okay?
Exactly.
That's all I gotta say.
Brother. That way.
Every sphere we deal with is always a sphere. It's always a sphere all the time. The spheres come above us, and when we're doing what we're doing, they're always spheres and they're always spinning. But the new ones or the later ones, they spin anti-clockwise on the inside and clockwise on the outside. So then it reverses that time point, so it always becomes constant.
Yes.
And here's something else. I'm actually friends with a whistleblower who has gone public now. His name's Tony Rodriguez. I met him in Melbourne at a conference. I've met him 2 years in a row. And he's actually been off-world as part of the secret space program. I've been very lucky enough to interview him. Sorry?
Is he relation to a William Rodriguez? Because there was a William Rodriguez who was part of. Is he in any relation with William Rodriguez? Because he was in part of the 9/11 World Trade Center, and he's a whistleblower. I feel like. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
No, he's not part of he's not related to him. No, but he talks about many missions going way out into the universe, but mainly to Ceres, just off of Mars, near the asteroid belt, and how they had to do trading with different, societies out there.
Races.
And what they trade is like.
And Diego Garcia, which is in Malaysia. Sorry?
I said, what do you think they get the ideas for our shows like Star Trek? Like each one of them, they say like Deep Space Nine. There's different races, and they all go and trade if they go to the space center.
They don't get ideas. They don't get ideas. This is experience, and it's projecting into the future for humanity. So there's good and bad information.
Exactly.
And until you know what is what, you just got to take it. I take it all, put it in the back of my head, and I don't have to make a decision. I don't.
You take what resonates.
Yeah. On our travels, it was to do with Mars, where the troublemakers were. I don't know how true that is, but it's just a part of our travels that Mars was where the troublemakers are.
There is a lot of
Well, and I don't believe for 1 minute that they've cleared all the reptilian bases in our solar system. It's still going on. Okay.
Okay.
That's why it's continuing.
Yep.
So there's misinformation.
Exactly. That's what I tell people. Yes.
Okay.
And until we
People
can
need
clear
to
them,
just follow us, and we'll clear the cobwebs. Once we get
This-
everybody together, we can clear the cobwebs, and everybody can just follow us, and we'll tell them the truth of what's going on.
And there's
So
three
they have to crash
civilizations
everybody else.
on Mars. Did you know there's three civilizations on Mars?
I thought there was more actually.
I have thought that was I really thought that because that's all they always refer to since we're kids.
Is the troublemakers on Mars? Is that where is Mars where the troublesome fuckers are?
I'm
There
saying
is
yeah,
a
because
prison
like
up
Mars.
I
there.
think you'll find, the human population up there are slaves, just like we are down
Mhm.
here. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Then you've got the indigenous to Mars, and then you've got the reptilian forces,
And the
And-
Greys and the everybody.
and then you've got your offshoots of everything else that's up there. Yes, you could argue there's more, but I'm talking about the three main, big population
Forces.
forces.
And
Correct.
the indigenous ones, are they troublemakers? The indigenous to Mars ones.
Yeah, you could
Or
say
is there
that.
a
Yeah, they'll eat you alive. Yeah.
Yeah, they're the fuckers. Yeah. Yeah. No, it's just one of our travels that the troublemakers are from Mars. It just
Yeah.
wasn't it?
It's not just Mars.
No. But the
every
ones that we
moon,
dealt
every
with
moon
in the energy form were fucking
has
horrible and they're
something.
weird. The weirdest.
Weird.
They're fucking
Proper weird.
and one of their biggest downfall was they share the same lifeline and timeline. So if you cut 5 in, they all go they all share the same timeline and lifeline. I don't know how true that is. It's just what we got shown on our journeys.
Yeah. Look,
So
at the end,
yeah.
like I've explained to William many times, if you have 360 people standing in a circle, and then you multiply that by 3, so you've got 3 people on every degree of the circle. All right, that's what, over 1,000 people, and you witness an event in the middle, you'll get 1,000 different opinions.
Yeah.
On the same. And every single one of those opinions are true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So truth is not truth. It's a perception of what you believe is the truth.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it goes the
Your
same
shades.
it goes the same with all this information out there.
How you interpret it, from your own
It's how you
experience.
interpret.
Yeah.
Exactly. The
Yeah.
only truth you can ever experience is learn from yourself.
Your own truth. I
Intuitively.
agree. Wholeheartedly. And that's the only one really to aim for, isn't it? It's the only one you'll ever have power over, that you'll ever understand, or that you can gift somebody else with by opening that part of yourself.
Because
up.
somebody, I've said before, if somebody paints their side of the fence first, their colour soaks through to your side and tarnishes what colour you want to paint on your fence.
Yes.
That
Unless you paint it white first. I used to be a painter.
He's got both ears.
I work telepathically as well.
Hey guys, I'm gonna go.
Yeah, we do psychic plumbing. We turn up before something happens.
I'm gonna head off.
Okay, love you, sweetie.
You're gonna head off.
Hello.
Bye.
Bye. Good meeting you,
Thank you so much, Cheryl.
Oh,
Thank you for coming on today.
Thank you for inviting me.
No worries.
It's good to see
I
everybody.
love it.
Thank you. Oh, see you again soon.
Bye, love. Take care, everybody. Be your most badass self.
333.
Yay. Alrighty, guys. Take care. Be well, everybody.
See you later.
Bye.
Thank you. Screen's getting bigger now, damn it. I can see what the fuck's going on.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Is he like this every week?
I'm like, I can't see.
Is he like this every week?
Every day.
Every day. Morning, noon, night.
I can't never sit still. I'm always like, fucking hell. She's going to sit still because I can sit still.
And these pants, big time.
I can attest to that. I've talked to him on the phone, through the, like this, like not Zoom, but you know what I mean, like Facebook. Yeah, he's up and about, just all over the place. When he comes in from work or something, he's doing the same thing. Hey, and then he's like, hey, and then he's back in again, and he's like, hey.
But I was telling William earlier about the energies we work with and the energy guys and girls and kids and stuff. They're amazing beings, and they live somewhere out there, yeah, and they can take any form on they want, and they help us with our whatever we're doing, aren't they? You know what I mean? And the wicked, but they've all got a fucking wicked sense of humour, no matter what.
Correct.
We could be part of something, and I'm like, "Are we in the shit?" And they go, "Yeah," and they winding me up, and they go, "Yeah, God, bastards."
And they really do.
They fucking do.
They really do. Why?
Yeah. I always had, at the beginning, I had like to try and communicate because they work in like this energy form. Yeah, they haven't got voice boxes, but they communicate with each other. But they can't. I can't communicate because they've got no vibration level. They've got no solid forms. They've got no vibration level. So in the end, there was connecting here, so I could work on yes, no answers. So it was like, is it this? And then, but then if they're laughing, it's like this. They go, you can feel like ha 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 ha. So it's all to do with feel really and touch and everything else. But if I'm in the zone long enough, I'm sort of like talking, asking questions, and answering it myself time without that. You sort of like get into that zone.
I was having me breakfast the other day, and on this thing, just checking, the daily activities of everybody, and all of a sudden, I'm eating my cornflakes, and then all of a sudden, the media button came down, right, and then it went across, and then it came back again, and I'm trying to swipe the screen to get rid of it, and it wouldn't go away. And the minute I turned my back, and the minute I turn my back and I look back at it, it's gone. So they're taking a piss, all right. Don't worry about that.
They take a piss, all right.
Oh yeah.
But I'll be like that because they get hungry like we do. They get tired like we do, and then the thingy. So like we got like Master Chef on. With in there with any form, they can then go and take a copy of that fucking meal and eat it. I'm like, you bastards! We got nothing, but they can. Yeah. But they share it with us as well. Even on a journey, they have copies of us. So we're doing stuff, or I'm doing something, and it's a fucking long one, and so they're sleeping for us, keeping me going, or they're eating for us, keeping us going. Or if we've got my little goodie bag to keep us awake, their little fingers are in the fucking goodie bag, taking copies of it, and then fucking keeping them awake. So it's all very much sharey, and they all feel tired and they all feel hungry. So they feel like we do, but they're in energy form. I think what it is, but in an energy form of us, because it works in, and it's amazing what they can do. It's like you can sit in your lounge and you've got like the reflective surfaces on the windows. They can take that reflective out of the window and then use it on the outside to stand on and to use and to make things out of and to do things with. It's amazing how they work. But they're sort of like different to the consciousness of the universe, as I call it, which is where the information or the connection comes. Because I go, it blows my fucking mind how they work, and it also like the energies we work, because like two separate energies. The consciousness, I call it the consciousness of the universe. I just call it that. It blows their mind as well. The they're perfect forms, like looking like us, or they could then change themselves into like big giants and be like holding up the clouds, up in the clouds, or they can get themselves into the clouds and bring clouds around for us and create domes above us and stuff like that.
It's amazing.
It's amazing, and one of them.
Or then they can create a gun that shoots a different type of energy to make something else.
To make something else, and this
it's
and
all
that.
very.
Yeah, and things break down. So they'll be outside and they've got like these, like they create like these energy guns, and they're pushing it through the wall because they're moving it to somewhere else, and their equipment's broke. So next thing, they're all trying to fucking fix it, and it's just like it makes it real because they're out there going, it won't fucking work, I can't fucking fix it, fucking blah blah. Then and somebody else will come over and they'll start fucking around with it, and then they get it working again, and then you're off, and it's like fucking hell, this is like
bonkers.
So even their stuff breaks, doesn't it? And it is fucking, it's mind blowing, really, isn't it?
Oh, it breaks, and it's breaking down.
Definitely.
Have you guys seen it? They've gotten to where like the lame stream, I've noticed a little bit because I don't really watch it, but here and there I'll see like Fox News. They can't help but tell the truth now. They might be trying to paint it and whitewash it some other way, but they have to tell it now. There's no way around it.
There must be a lot of people that work for the media that must be starting to get worried now.
Oh, they gotta be.
Of the backlash. Like you say, we're all free beings, yeah? We can say a truth, we can say a bit, and we can go out and we can do shopping, we can get on with normal life, yeah? But they can't. They're a prisoner of their own sort of
I was thinking about that, like the celebrities. We are like somewhat semi.
They can't say anything. They've all been
we go
told.
outside and we're fine.
It's all about this, isn't it? They're not allowed to have an opinion.
Not allowed to have an opinion. They've all been told if you have an opinion from what you should have, your career is fucking over. Exactly. So unless they're fucking really well,
they're all stuck on that treadmill,
especially like reality stars and stuff like that. They're all in this fucking They must be horrible for some of them. They're all in this situation of like where if you want work, you keep your gob shut and you fucking. Yeah, so it must be horrible for them, and I feel for it because they've lost their voice. Yeah,
they're not allowed to be their true self.
They're not allowed to be their true self. Yeah, because there's only so much work.
Well, I've met a few of them, and they don't know how to act right. So I haven't met them physically, but they don't know how to act like normal people. I mean, and my goodness, stupidity. I mean, like major stupidity. Like I was watching them text back to me the words they're using, and I know it's them because they're begging me to like video with them, and I'm like, did you go to school at all? Because I can understand typos or whatever because you're busy or whatever. Because my typos, I'm terrible at typos. But yeah, and it's just the wording too, and it's like wow, like, and then just no, I don't know, like no life. I wouldn't want that where I can't talk to people and that that you feel like you need to really talk to someone that's not even in your circle, like that you really don't have a life because they don't have a life. They don't have a life at all.
We was talking about this the other day. You had Vikings, which is a massive series. We had Game of Thrones, massive series, and they all ended abruptly and fucking shit endings and wound up.
Yeah, like rushed.
So do you think that they had an insight of what was happening? That's why all them programs was rushed and finished last year.
Yes, absolutely. They've known this for a while. I was talking to somebody and they were talking about, was it you, Amy, who I was talking to? We were talking about the patent, something that you saw, and it was a couple years back. You saw it on something. Is she still with us? Amy, are you still with us?
I'm here, yeah.
What were we talking about earlier today? We were talking about you saw something and it was back in like 2009. So was it something to do with the mask or something? Was that what it was?
To do with the mask?
Yeah, like they had it on kids shows or something already where they were showing the mask already. Was that you I was talking to earlier about that?
It was about Snapchat.
Yeah.
And it was saying when the filters came out, and I think it was 2017 or 2018, they already had teddy bear masks, and then they'd have the filters that had come on your face. It'd put a mask over it and give you ears. So they've been dropping that in for 4 years now.
Wow.
Why put filters with children with masks on? So they've got them used to it. That's why I think children have found it so easy, because they've already
like Naruto or anime. They think it's
and
so
as well,
cool.
I can remember our mate's daughter, Sav's daughter, putting photos up on Instagram, and they were all doing that. There was like some sort of trend of her and the mates all doing that.
I vaguely remember this.
All this.
It was a trend over here too.
Yeah, really. Yeah.
Yeah, doing that, covering the mouth up. It was.
And they don't. Do they not realize that they're teaching them subliminally to shut their fucking mouth?
Well, young kids haven't got anybody to look up to anymore, have they? So no, they haven't got anybody to look up to anymore. They haven't got decent people. They've got nothing. They got on TV. It's all violence. It's all fucking shit soaps. It's all negativity.
All the games they play.
If you want to get on in life, you've got to be an ethical. You know what I mean? And everything else. So all young kids now have got no role models to look up to except negative ones.
I mean, come on. I mean, and I have nothing. I'm not even going to go on that because I don't want people to think I'm against that. I'm just like, there's some things that are out there and it's shoved in our children's face and it shouldn't be shoved in their faces. And it's an agenda. And it's a bad agenda of trying to change who they are. And I don't want to sound like I'm against that because I'm not. I'm just saying I've noticed a lot of it, and I've seen where they've been brainwashed to think that way, because that's like I was talking to Amy about it, and she said there's ads, like they target them.
It's the advertisements that the adults don't see in between them. It's alarming.
We wouldn't understand it because we think it's their kid stuff, their teenage shit.
Yeah, there are people that have taken it down as soon as they've seen it. And just been like, you wouldn't see that if the kid's playing on its own. So you've got to check absolutely everything.
The amount of brainwashing that they're trying to do to our kids it's unbelievable.
And we did a letter for the kids to take to school about and we put it onto our website. In less than 24 hours, our website has been blocked from Sky Broadband. So you can't get onto our website. They put a global ban on our website in less than 24 hours for violence, gore, weapons, and hate. Yeah, right. That's our website. We got Henry's fucking cat on there, and some other homemade quinine, some bits and pieces. But we still have a global ban from Sky Broadband that you can't get on our website.
What?
Yeah.
Crazy.
I've been on your website. It's just pictures of
and we wrote to them asking them why.
Yeah.
Music.
Yeah.
And they won't even answer.
No. And we only found out because somebody sent us the link of what it's coming up as thingy. But it's only because we put that letter up. But we wrote the letter in the context that we took on the banks with. But I won't go into it. But it was Barclays that is the corrupt bank. It's Barclays that was doing all the illegal mortgages. Yeah, and then when we started going through, Sky, Barclays banker in there right at the top. Yeah, and he's also one of the directors of the whole of Europe of Barclays, Bank of Europe, and then we got Barclays now, which have been investigated for the Epstein Island as well. So there you go. There's 4 accounts against Barclays, and Barclays Bank. This is my take on it. Is where all the money. It's the bank where they use to get all their money around the world. Because I know Barclays and Shell, they was kicked out of South Africa for apartheid in about 1970. So they were kicked out there. But it's one of the oldest banks because I think it's been going from about 1817 or something ridiculous. So it's right in the hub of the whole situation. Yeah. And when we caught them red-handed, and we did the whole lot, we took them to the fucking cleaners. But obviously, this is in 2000. I'm twitching. That's 2002, and then obviously then we know how corrupt Barclays Bank is and how they do it. They own every bank. Basically, Barclays Bank basically own, I think, every other bank because they can go in there and call
Who
whatever
they
they want
stem
with it.
from, though? Have you ever looked up to see who owned Barclays Bank? Who's
Well, the real
CEO?
weird thing about it is you got Halifax. Now, Halifax is the mothership for most banks. So even though every bank belongs to this like sister sort of like loop, Halifax actually separates himself from it. HBOS. So HBOS is I think is the hub. Barclays is the bank they use for chipping money all around the world. Yeah. And
I just want to know who was connected whenever I looked up stuff about why we would have shortages. I'd be like,
well, I was talking to a guy. Yeah, he's ex-special forces, and he does a lot of bike riding around Europe and stuff for charity and stuff like that. And he was coming through Europe and stopping at different places, and all the Germans were saying, "I can't believe you're all living in the dark ages," because their news channel was saying because of Brexit we had no food and was all starving in England. So you can see even in Germany, yeah, the broadcasting companies are lying about because of Brexit we've got no food and we're all starving to death and we're all living in the dark ages. And that's what he was picking up as he was bike riding through Germany.
Dermot, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm listening intently, and I do have an opinion on
how
this.
close you are to Melbourne.
Put it in the old language, it's about 970 miles.
I'm just curious because of the videos I saw about the protests down there getting sick of the mandates and whatnot.
It takes me an 8-hour drive to get there.
It made me cry. I was very proud of you guys. Very, very proud. Then I found a bunch of them like from the Ukraine, and I shared the hell everywhere I could find it here in the United States. Any video I can find where they were protesting it. Because it just
are you United or City then? Let's get serious now. Are you United or City?
Well, I was on the terraces watching Georgie Best. Does that give you a clue?
Yeah, give me a clue, yeah.
What's Georgie Best?
Oh, God. You don't know Georgie Best.
Okay.
I'm American, remember?
Do you know who Callan Best is? Have you heard of Callan Best?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. That's his son.
He's off
yeah.
He lived in America for a while, so I thought you might know.
Yeah, that's his son, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
My dad took me to watch United play, I think it was Southampton at Old Trafford back in 1968. So I watched Georgie Best, Dennis Law, and Sir Bobby Charlton.
Yeah.
So so I've been a United supporter ever since, obviously, but I'm not happy with the crap that's going on right now. I think they should sack every single fucking player and start with the youth.
From the bottom up, man. Local and cities.
And here again, it was
and
Sky.
Start with the youngsters.
Yeah. It was Sky that went in, bought it all up, and then because of all of that, they get paid ridiculous amount of fucking money, and it don't matter if they fucking score goals or fucking not. But here again, it was Sky again, and who's involved with Sky? Barclays fucking Bank. Yeah, I mean,
the reason I was asking who you owned it was because when I did that research about the shortages and stuff, and I went CoinStar. Okay, who owns CoinStar? Because CoinStar here, that banks don't take your change anymore. You got to take it to machines.
There are 6 corporations that own everything.
They're global managements.
And there's 3 above them that own everything. Okay. Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Crazy.
There's 3 that own everything, and 6 that are on the books that own everything. Okay. That's what's going on. It's all being manipulated to suit their agenda. Okay.
Oh, and the crazy thing is, you do your searches. Everybody's like, don't go to Google. We go to DuckDuckGo. They're advertising it on the radio now about going to DuckDuckGo, a secure place to freaking search. I'm like, oh my God, they're actually advertising it. Maybe it has been compromised. That was my next thought. Yeah, I have noticed a few things have changed over there. So like maybe like anybody, if you're out there and you find another search engine, please let me know, because I do feel like it has been manipulated a little bit. Anybody else notice this?
I thought that.
Things aren't like they used to be.
Everything's being manipulated.
Yeah, all of it.
And I was actually going to ask you both, who's Juicy and who's Lucy?
Really? Oh my God.
It's not porn names.
Oh, okay.
You can Google it.
I hate it. I usually can come up with something
You
else.
cannot find us anywhere.
Not yet.
I wish we come up with something else, because I don't like who gave you the. I mean, I'm not saying I don't like them. I'm just saying they just kind of like chose something for you without us getting to know who you were.
Yeah.
The reason why I got called Lucy was because my Facebook account at that particular point
was
I was
Lucy.
called Lucy.
Yeah.
Because I've never been on Facebook with a real name ever.
And then she's got loads of different Facebook accounts for when they get shut down. So
I've been shut down 4 times. So I have to get quite creative.
So we have loads of. So she has loads of spare ones, just in case.
Matter of time, we just know it.
At the moment, I'm Elizabeth.
Yeah.
So,
but I was Lucy.
Yeah.
So, and I know your name is Elizabeth, but I don't know your name. So, are you Juicy Fruit?
It's not really Elizabeth.
It's not really Elizabeth. But when I was a kid, I was a bridesmaid when I was about 4. And the head bridesmaid had the job of looking after me, and her name was Elizabeth. And I thought she was great. And I spent the next, God knows how long, only answering to the name Elizabeth.
Yeah, not Beth, not Liz, Elizabeth.
It's
Elizabeth. Cool. So I put Elizabeth Port because she's left-handed. So we always know which way we're fucking going in the boat.
Which works.
I thought that too. When I read it, I was like,
Lefty Lucy as well.
We're always meeting at the ports too. When we stop, there's all these ports we can meet up at when our travels. I know that's when I forgot what I was going to say is I know why you're on vacay right now from traveling. And I remember I was on Percocet land. Well, it was because of my knee surgery. Because I'm always there. And this is like, when you're talking about stuff today, it was so visual. Like, I mean, it's like getting so much stronger every time we talk about it, the journeys. It's like, whoa. And then everybody else is joining in. They're like, yeah. It's like so cool. I love it.
It is.
So, Dermot, you astral, have you learned to astral travel, or you ain't got a fucking clue what's going on like us?
I never ever learnt anything.
We haven't.
It just comes naturally to
me. It finds us, doesn't it?
We get no choice.
We get no choice. Yeah, we get no choice.
That's why I laughed about your sister doing like learning to go to the ceiling, because I was a child and I didn't know the name of it. I was a child and I got out of the bed, then I went down. That's how I learned. And I would get down the stairs, then I got all the way out to a lilac bush, and then it's further and further. And then I was like, oh, this is cool. And then I started seeing it on TV shows and I'm like, so this is a thing?
Oh, I'd like to do that. I'd like
to do that. We've been doing on one of our journeys in the physical realm, and we were sitting there, weren't we? We were just trying to bring everything back down, and then the wall in front of us, it opened up, and then we even though we're sitting still, we felt we was walking through the wall. We went over this old stone bridge, didn't we? And then we both looked over this bridge like this, and you could hear all these kids playing in this river right underneath us, and there's all playing in this stream. And then we carried on walking over this bridge, and we went through into this big grass area, and we could hear everybody celebrating and cheering and everything else. And we're like, fucking yes, we're at home, aren't we? We've done it. And bang, fucking back again. But we had that loads of times, didn't we?
Yeah.
And that's why, Dermot, we were talking about this earlier. There was a guy standing there with glasses on Planet Perfecto. Round glasses, Planet Perfecto. Yeah. And where we got taken to.
That's the other thing I wanted to say. When you said Planet Perfecto, I was in the bathroom and I'm on the crutches, right? And I got it, everything's shut down, so I can mute it when I'm going to the bathroom because I didn't want you to hear clank, clank, clank down the hallway because of my crutches. But I heard Perfecto, Planet Perfecto. I'm like, oh my God, why did that sound so familiar? And I'm because I can hear you in the earbuds, and I'm like, even when I'm just listening, it's like the familiarity, if I can say the word familiarity. Of the whole situation is just uncanny. You
William thought it, didn't he?
On this?
Yeah.
First, but before you hit, William was like, who? I was like, what do you look like? And so he
I don't know if anybody's noticed my hands. This is from the surgery yesterday. In case anybody's freaking, I thought about wearing gloves, and I was like, well, it's whatever.
You want to see the fucking surgeon?
I had IVs and they really bruised my hands, but this is 2 days ago, so this is really good. They're already brown. I mean, so yeah,
mate.
The healing.
You arnica. I'm telling you, bruising.
I usually bruise really bad, but that it just wasn't working right. Like I started bleeding, but but those the healing frequencies I listened to wasn't just the 432 hertz. I was listening to like a deep surgery, a deep after surgery healing thing. And it was, oh my God, the harmonic chambers. And it was like, oh my God, I could just hear it. It was like, it was so beautiful. Like we've listened to this kind of music before. Like when I heard it, I'll have to send it to you. It's amazing. And I never thought I would. Like I always say to my sisters, I'm like, did you think I was going to be one of these like hippy dippy, cosmic whatever, and I can't remember all the words, and I went, wait a minute, I think I was, because I've said that before, because I'll finish my own thoughts when I say it. I'll be like, yeah, apparently I've been grooming myself for this my whole life. I'm none of these crazy people that are out here meditating and everything. I'm sorry, people, this is just who I am. I never thought, because my kids used to say to me all the time, my girls would go, Mom, you really, because I get really stressed, you really need to meditate. And I would go, whatever, because like I can do that. I can't even keep my mind on one thing at a time. It's always here, there, and everywhere, like a ping pong ball. And now I can multitask so easily. And I'm like, this is so freaking weird. Like the things I couldn't do math before. I couldn't do all these things. And now it's so different. So different. Like I love it though. It's like every day's a new experience, except for talking about the bad stuff that's going on. That's the part I can't stand. So when I say I'm having the time of my life, I don't mean I'm having a time of life, because that stuff, it's not fun. Hearing about kids that are 17 getting heart issues over these things, it's not right. That stuff bothers me. I mean, and I wish there's something we could do. There is something we can do to reverse it. We just have to come to a terms of meeting where you understand me and not think that it's something bad, because we can bind their asses. We can bind their asses like today, all of us together, we can just bind them and they won't be doing this no more, because all of our collective thought and energy into it. I mean, even us talking about it right now, just using the words is stopping them. Because when we become united, that's the major thing, unity. That's how we win. They're trying so hard to separate us. That's the thing I am seeing, more unity. The more they push to separate, the more they're causing unity. That's the awesome thing. Have you guys seen that?
Yeah.
That's the awesome thing about it. Yes, I love it.
Yeah.
Cool.
And you know what we won't need to Zoom or Skype or whatever, because we will connect telepathically.
Yes.
And holographic in the future. Okay.
Yes, like in the sky, I visualize this, like if you're like for school classes, like every classroom, like it'd be like looking up there, or like a president or a leader would be where you would just look up at like a visualizing, like up in the sky, like a hologram or something. Do you guys see that too?
No,
I see like a hologram or like a TV almost, not like, I wouldn't say it's in the sky, but it's like, it just opens up like a portal or something, and you see someone talking.
Well, the clouds tell us our story, don't they?
What?
Yeah.
Me and Dragana have been talking today about connecting energy and about perhaps linking with people. It feels a bit unsafe, and it feels a bit like vulnerable and what have you. And we were talking today about the best way to to connect is to like all of us visualize being around a round table, and then projecting whatever it is we want to project or we want to share, or not everything, but what you want to share, what you want to talk about, or into the middle of the table, so that everybody can then talk and help and create and everything, and then you're not giving your whole self to
There's been a lot of charlatans.
And I thought that was a really good way
there's been a lot of charlatans around over the years, hasn't there?
Yeah,
that's a problem.
And there's been a lot of
negative. There's nothing you can do about us connecting with each other, though, because it's just a flow. Like,
well, we're already connected, aren't we?
We don't even know what we're going to talk about. We just come on and just start talking about it,
and have no fear of anything.
Yeah.
No.
Because fear is what stifles you.
Yeah. Which is weird. I've heard that word so many times in the last couple of weeks, fear. But one was a band, and this girl I know, she's promoting the band, and she does this little thing in the morning, and their band's name is called Fear, but it's PHEAR. But I keep hearing that word a lot, and lately, the last couple of days, the numbers. Anybody else seeing the numbers like bam, 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 bam in your face, like 333-222, whatever? I'm seeing it like major, so it must have to do with the 11/11 activation thing.
Also, I think it's the clock running out. But you know, that abracadabra is a fucking clock. It's got all the fucking numbers in there, and I swear blind, it is the universe clock. And everybody's got to decide on which side of the bed they're sleeping on before the fucking clock runs out.
Exactly.
Ah, yes. Well, William talks about that in one of the videos.
Yeah.
The solar flash.
Yeah.
And when that happens, we need to be off planet. And we've all decided at some point which side of the fence we want to be on. And all we're doing now is playing it out in reality.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's we got told. Why, yeah. We're already at home. We're already there, and like, so we're already at home. We're already done. We're already finished. But these are just like avatars or copies to do and finish off what we've got to do. That's the way that we got shown it.
The whole.
But that abracadabra is a fucking time clock, and it's like none of us, no one, not even the universe can decide on somebody or because I swear blind that some of the ones down here, they're troublesome beings from other planets, and they've been brought here and given our physical form to prove themselves in the new expanding positive sort of universe as it opens up. And no one's in charge or can make that decision because it's a positive universe to open. So this time clock is when the time runs out.
Yeah.
And this is why this changes DNA. Yeah, so it's almost like they're trying to run away from the inevitable.
And the timelines are all converging into one, which is
100%.
Oh, wow.
Yes. When we've been on our travels, we got shown there was millions of different timelines, and they're all coming onto the one timeline. So all them timelines are still there, but they all become one timeline. So it all becomes this one timeline, but with many timelines within it. So it's not scattered and fragmented, and it all comes together as one.
And here's something else that probably you probably know this. I don't know, but we're all fractals of the same one.
Yes. Yeah. We're all individual, and this is what we're saying earlier before we got on. Is like we've always got shown. We all come from the original source energy. We're all the same energy, but all individual ones of it.
And that circle that I talked about is the perception. We've all got the different perception and experiences. And then when we collect that as a collective and we go back to source, then and only then can we truly understand.
Yeah. And I swear blind, it's our humour that makes us the same but individual. Because the whole universe is got humour. It's all about humour. It's all about having fun and
Good
everything
grief.
else.
Could we get through this journey without humor? We need
No
humor,
fucking way.
okay?
I've always said, I'd sooner be with a group of people that want to fucking have a good laugh to find your way home. It doesn't matter how long it takes you to find your way home, you're going to have a good laugh on the way than being with a miserable fucker that knows the way.
Right.
About right, isn't it? At least we're having a laugh while we're going.
Love this.
Oh, God, are we there yet?
I really miss Jack and Nigel today, though. You guys, if you hear me, Jack and Nigel, you get your butts back on the podcast, okay? Because we miss you, okay? Do you hear me? We need to even out the balance here. You know, we need to make balance. It can't just be all women on here. You guys have something.
That's why, thank God, Dermot and William come on. It's just
I know, right?
Oh, no. I have it all fucking week. It's all right for you two, and you only thingy. I have this all week, every week. I can't move.
Oh. As William would say, I'll get the violin out. Hang on.
I've got one of these.
Oh, he cracks me up.
But it is weird. But there's not many males that do this what we do, Dermot.
Oh, correct.
It's all female.
Yeah.
And it always.
But it doesn't matter how many of who. It's what you do as an individual.
Yeah,
you know?
I mean, I swear blind that the universe is female, and we're the sort of like the male females that protect the females within the universe. You know, it's just we're all female with the male side of it.
Wow!
So they can bloom. I know. I got a thing on high heels, but that's another time, another day. Sound like William now, don't I?
Oh dear.
You know, I was just saying this to my husband today. I said, he opened the door up for me. And I said, I'm going to actually let you be a gentleman today because I'm not that. He tried ever since we got together, like to open the car door for me. And I'm like, why are you doing that? Like, I never understood it, you know, because I didn't think I ever needed that kind of thing.
Did you get the in?
Yeah. So today I went, wait a minute. If we're supposed to be divine feminine, why are we not? If we're supposed to be divine feminine, why are we not opening the door up for our men? Why are we letting them serve us like that? Why, if we're divine feminine, why are we not opening the doors for them? You see what I'm saying here? And I don't, but in our relationship, Gerald and I, we do take care of each other like that. I think that's why it works for us, for each other. Like me being sick, he's been diligent on everything, gets me everything. But when he's out of commission, same thing. I'm on him. Like my sister and I said a long time ago about something about how we baby each other because I wasn't feeling well and it turned out I had a bladder infection and he was just like over just like consoling me and everything. We're still like that, like even this many years later. And I think it's what makes a relationship really work when you understand each other, even where it comes from, you know, like I listened to this one old man once and it was on this, it was on the radio. It was just like a talk show. And he was talking about little things that make your relationship work out. And he's like, the damn toaster. My wife likes the damn toaster in a cabinet. I do not understand her method, but it makes her happy. So I do it. And that's the way a relationship be. And I'm like, that's damn it right. Yeah, he was so fucking right. You know, there's things I don't understand that he likes, why he does it, but I just do it because it's his way of liking it, the same way as me.
Now we're getting personal. No.
That's what you two are. I know you are.
Video's coming out next week. Apparently. Got me and press the wrong button.
I can't wait till our spouses are all involved, like Dermot's spouse, my spouse.
Yeah.
Why
and William's spouse. By fucking thousands.
That's gonna be the crazy thing, because I can see our families watching us later. I can see our families thinking we're all freaking crazy right now, because they do. But then they come around and they see us and they're like, we're going to be the major show everybody's watching because we're going to have the information. They've been going, well, damn, I didn't know that. And asking us every damn question going, Really? Because I already get it. People ask me questions all the time, and I'm like, I've been trying to tell you this, like the whole healing thing. Like, dude, if you can heal a cut and you think nothing about it, that means you can heal yourself.
Correct.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
As long as I get rid of that neck thing. I mean, have you been getting that, Dermot? Like tension in the neck and shoulders. It's been going on for fucking weeks. Loads of people have had it.
Mine's gone now.
When you consider that I'm in a very physical job and I'm doing 6 days a week and I'm 62 years of age, yes, I get pains everywhere.
Yeah, and if there was a fire in the house, I'd burn to death by the time I got out.
But seriously, I've had the essential symptoms of the ringing and the aches and that for probably 20 years or more.
Yeah.
Oh shoot! When I was a kid, I had the ringing in my ears. When I was a kid, I learned to block it out.
Yeah,
It would
exactly.
get so annoying.
That was Quasimodo.
It would annoy the crap out of me, and I always like blocked it out because I didn't want people to know I was having that ring in my. I always thought, oh, people will think I'm crazy. If they knew what was going on in my head, they would have done locked. I used to get scared of that. Like they would put me in an insane asylum because I'd be like, I'm not crazy, and I'd be stuck in there like because I've actually been in those facilities, but not in it. And it's amazing how you think you're crazy when you see those people. They are crazy. They are crazy motherfuckers.
But you need to tune in because that's when you're getting the downloads. And if it's continuous, unfortunately, you just have to deal with it, which is what I do.
Yeah.
Well, I did tune in. I did tune in now because when I was a kid, I didn't know what it was, so I would tune it out because I was like. I would annoy me and I was scared people like I literally thought people think I was nuts because I was hearing things or whatever. And I would hear like fast talking or low talking, like high pitched or low. And it was at nighttime. And then I just recently discovered a while back, like a year or so ago, my sister also had that same thing. And I think it was, I think we were actually abducted because it's weird that both of us would hear that sound in our ear. And it was always scared. I used to hide under the blanket. Because that would be like, and then I couldn't breathe, and that like I hate that part. I'm so claustrophobic. I hate that.
Oh no,
you guys.
I
hate
it.
Hate.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll give you the hot tip, right?
What's
do you
that?
think William and I give a rat's ass about what people think?
No.
No.
I gave up fucking years ago.
Fuck, I
exactly.
People gave up with me. I don't know.
You have to do that at a certain point of not caring. I mean, I've always, I guess, since I was a kid, been that way, not caring about who I am because y'all know me, right? Can you just imagine me trying to tone this shit down my whole life? It ain't gonna work. I'm just who I am.
Hair color.
The hair color though, I didn't have hair color like this when I was younger. I had normal brown hair, mousy brown hair.
I might get a bit of purple and lime green here. What do you reckon?
Oh yeah,
we all should. Fuck it, let's all dye our hair. Fuck it.
Or dye me glasses.
Well, I had thought. Well, I couldn't do it when I was younger much, and especially the color. And I did like the craziest thing when I was in my 20s with burgundy. And then I was like, why am I doing this? I mean, like you wait all your life to do something as an adult. And then you go, oh, I can't do that. I'm too grown up for that. And I was like, fuck it. I'm almost 51 years old. I'm going to do what I want to do.
Yeah, like buy loads of sweets. You know, when you're like, well, I'll get my own job. I'm going to buy loads of sweets. And you never do it.
Yeah. Or you say you're going to do something. We'll get to that. We'll get to that eventually. And then I stopped doing that. I stopped going, why do I keep waiting, putting things off? I'm never going to get it done if I keep putting it off. And it's just stupid little tasks. Stupid because I hate tasks. It's especially tedious shit. I hate tedious shit.
I hate instructions. Fucking hell. I sooner sit there and try and work it out for 4 days and fucking read the instructions.
I will not. I don't use instructions. I look at the
start off with cyborg and a fucking wardrobe.
I think I'm just too stubborn to read instructions. Like I'll figure the shit out. Fuck it. It will go together one way or another. And even if I fight and bitch and moan, it'll eventually go together.
I just got a message from William, and he's put, "You are right about that, by the way. Good night."
What about what?
Right about what?
I'm going to say about what?
I think it's the question you asked him.
It might have been from about 4 weeks ago.
Question about something you sent him.
You said, "Was it something you mentioned the other day?" Didn't you?
It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because it was from 4 weeks ago. Like, what?
Don't worry. I get the cryptic. I get the cryptic all the time, and I think I understand, William. So when you watch this back. Okay.
Yeah, I'll figure it out. Yeah, I mean, it's like I tell people, you got to speak Terry, because like, especially when you're on video chat, it's because I'm not video chat, but typing, because I type terribly because my brain to connect my hands, sometimes it doesn't like function. Yeah, and so I get that people don't understand me, but
wait till you get older.
Speak Terry. When you get old enough for what?
I said, wait till you get older. It takes ages.
I have fibro fog. No, I have fibro fog. I shit you not. And I say words like, I'll spell like, when I mean hear, like I hear something, I'll type in HERE, and then I'll immediately go, motherfuckers, fibro fog sucks. Like, you use the craziest words, and that they might sound the same, but it's not the word. And you spell it out, and then you're like, these people probably just think I am the dumbest person alive, and I'm not. It's the fibro fog. It totally changes the way your brain is, and then I'm okay whenever I smoke. And it's hard to explain, because most normal people, if they smoke weed, they're like stupid.
But you don't care. What phone?
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. I should have done this stuff years ago. I'm telling you, I would have been a better mother. I
joke years ago. He's like, how do you know when a stonehead is robbing your house? He's still there.
It's like that reminds me of the saying: if you get five guys that have a few beers and that, they end up having a fight. But you have 5 guys smoking a bit of weed. What happens? They create a band.
Yeah. You guys just imagine
tomorrow.
We would. Oh my! Dear. I'll get a tambourine right now. Well, if Chantal would ever come on, she does play the piano, and she plays beautifully. Chantal, she lives out in Washington. She's part of the Trio Life group. If you don't know who I'm talking about, Dermot.
Okay, sorry. Yeah,
it's okay. You need to come over on Telegram and join us over there in some chat. We have some good chats.
Oh my God! There. Yeah, even I don't get involved with that.
Oh, and you never know what the hell you're going to hear. Like, Jack comes on and says something about getting chased by police, but then it was a big completely misunderstanding, and we're waiting the whole time going, "What did you do?"
I've been chased by police all week because I'm a missing person. How can you be missing it?
Wrong. It's just slightly missing. Yeah, no, it wasn't fully missing.
Yeah, fully missing.
It was slightly
missing. But they were chasing him, so he couldn't have been missing. They said, "Well, we can't catch him. He's here."
And he just comes on and he starts this conversation with it. And he says, "They got the police," and then he just drops it and it goes on. And I'm like, you can't do that. You cannot start conversations. I'm not finishing.
He can.
I don't know.
I'm on Telegram, but I don't know how to use the bloody thing. That's the thing.
Oh,
and not only that, but to be honest with you, I don't have time when I'm working 6 days a week, and I've got a family. Right. I've got a family here that luckily this weekend they've got competition, so they're not here. I've just got.
That's why I can't wait. You guys don't have to do that anymore, because that's just like the whole thing I think about jobs is you're just tethered to an alarm clock, like you're to a ball and chain. It doesn't matter. And all the money you make is just going back to them. You're a slave. And it sucks because you're a man, and what men do is take care of their family, and you're going to go to work anyway.
It doesn't matter because I'm stationed here on this planet in this particular job and environment because I've got a sole mission to do, So the physical of what I do is irrelevant. It's what I
that's
do.
how see that's
like
how
a
I knew you
location
were a
star.
Syrian. I knew it, the Syrian energy, because my husband's a Syrian, and I'm like, I knew it. I freaking knew it, because the way you're serious, but you're so jovial. That's the word I can come up with to describe you, is you're fun, but you can be serious. Don't, like, and that's how he is, and that's a Syrian man, like, deep. And the funny thing is he noticed me first, and I think he's still trying to wrap his head around his own self, but he noticed me because he saw the Pleiadians, and he went, hey, that's you. And I was like, and I was actually offended. Oh, great, now I'm an alien. And then it clicked in, and I'm like, hey, damn, this does make sense. And I don't even care anymore. I really do not care. I'm like, I'm not crazy, so like, whatever.
Yeah. Well, I'm actually from Arcturus. My soul is from Arcturus. That person thinks that I'm from Sirius. Okay?
Yeah, but see, there's different energies. I do notice that too.
Yeah.
I do. Yeah,
How
and
do you find out where you're from, then?
You can come in from two different places because of, like, say your parents were star seeds. You could have both. Like, you could be Pleiadian and Arcturian, or just because you chose to do that.
No, I'm definitely from Arcturus, but
yeah,
I've
do you
been
remember
schooled,
it?
No, I've been schooled in the Pleiades and Andromeda, and I'm only getting small flashbacks to that.
Have you seen the healing pools on Palladia?
The what? Sorry.
The healing pools on Palladia.
No, I'm actually because I'm stationed in Australia. I'm very empathic towards the Aboriginal people because they are the original people.
Right.
Yeah,
that's how I see. I am native, but it's like distant. It's
boy.
My relatives. So it's.
Did you see that freeze up?
No. No, it didn't freeze up. Nothing froze.
Okay, sorry.
No, that's okay.
I didn't hear or see anything. It just froze. The minute
I was saying I was native. I'm native,
Right.
but it's like from distant relatives, like years ago, and like it's my heritage. But I relate to like the Aboriginals. I understand the whole tribal thing. So can you please? I'd love to hear more. I always want to learn, especially firsthand knowledge of it. It's not like watching a documentary.
This isn't this. I don't know if you've heard of Stephen and Evan Strong, but ForgottenOrigin.com, and they've basically done a lot of archaeological work with the likes of Graham Hancock and Michael Tellinger. And I've brought Stephen and Evan to Adelaide on 3 occasions, and I could go on for hours about this, but the activation at Uluru on December 21st last year was the biggest the biggest world meditation that we've ever had. And what people probably don't know, I
was part of that.
Yeah, so was I. Uluru is the heart center of the planet, and that Ayers Rock, you've got to understand, Ayers Rock is massive. It's absolutely massive, and it's probably, I think, 3 miles around the circumference. And that rock came from the Pleiades. It's not native to Australia. In fact, where the rock is, it's just red dirt and salt.
It is so strange that you said that, because in the Pleiadian pool, the healing pool, it's like a fountain, but in the middle of the fountain is a crystal. It is a quartz crystal, but it's not a quartz because it's like got rainbow colors in it, and they all have you ever seen City of Angels? It's a movie with the angels would meet up on the beach in the morning, and they sing, but it's a different language than of course of the humans. Well, that's what the Pleiadians do every morning. They meet at the pool, the healing pool, and they sing every morning. I saw this in meditation. I actually connected with Gaia, and Gaia led me to it. Right. And I wasn't even like, my mind just goes where it wants to. I don't force myself to go anywhere. It goes where it needs to go when I meditate.
So that rock, was that crystal once upon a time?
That's something that we can't answer right now. Okay, but it's that rock that seeded humanity, basically, from the Pleiades. Now, it's not the only time we've been seeded, right? It's the first time we've been seeded. There's many other seedings on this planet. Okay, but the Pleiades were first, and the Aboriginal culture, and they've done hypochondrial DNA testing on all of
Native Americans as well. Native Americans have Pleiades in them.
And here's the thing: this is how it all ties in. The North American Hopi and the Egyptians, the Inuits, all indigenous cultures actually come to Australia once a year, and they do ceremony at a sacred site. Okay?
Yep.
No one knew about it, but it was happening. And it's the only
actually mentioned it on shows, like on the X-Files. I remember seeing that on the X-Files episode where they do come together in a conference. But I mean, I could be wrong, because that's how my brain works. I always think of movies or whatever, because we made the movies so that we could know what to do. It's like a blueprint to figure out what we're supposed to do.
How do people like me who don't watch movies or TV know about this stuff?
Right. I don't know, because I used to watch it. I don't watch it anymore. I quit watching, and I don't have any desire to anymore.
Exactly. So,
movies and films ain't a patch on our journeys we go on. So they're quite boring.
Right.
But,
exactly.
But going back to one of our journeys about this crystal city, or this crystal that grew, it got converted to a sandstone to keep it safe, to stop other people feeding off the crystal. I don't know if that's got anything to do with it or not. I've got no idea. Just put it out there.
Probably not.
No.
But I feel, Crystal, that I do believe that
it landed on Earth. It got shot out and it landed. It crash landed. Oh,
2 secs. I've just got to pop out for a sec.
Yeah. It was part of the, when the crystal, this beautiful city, and it blew apart, a big chunk of it landed on Earth, and as it hit with the impact, bang, it went to solid, or it went to a sandstone when it hit. And I'm just putting it out there. I'm wondering, it was just part of our journey we was on. And it got a big massive chunk of it got blew out, and we come down with it. We all got blew out, and it landed on Earth, or like Earth. And when it hit with the impact, it went solid into like a sandstone. And I'm just putting it out there. I wonder if that's got something to do with that original explosion from the crystal fountain. And that's a crystal fountain as well.
Yes.
Yeah, it's where the mermaids were, and
yes, I was going to say that earlier.
They tapped into it, and they drained that much of it. It blew apart, and a big massive chunk blew out. It went all the way across the solar system, and it landed on like an Earth, or it landed on the thing. It went boom, and with the impact, it went bang into a hard stone structure, didn't it? The Nile was created because of it, because it had water within it from the original fountain. But obviously, the fountain is the fountain of youth, and the fountain where the mermaid come from, which was like the Nile water, where it came in. So I don't know. Maybe it's an asteroid that landed from this like badoosh, this explosion. We all got landed down here. It was like bang, and with the impact, it went fucking solid. That's where the Nile water came from.
Why did we put pieces of the ship? Is when we put the pieces of the ship, which is actually us. We're the ship.
Yeah, we're the ship. Yeah.
We're scattered all over the place. But when we come together, then the ship will be, and then I get all that. But I mean, other people I know they're all like, what the fuck are they talking about? I know they're like, ship, what are you talking about?
I don't know.
But we are obviously, they're here for a reason. They're watching us because they're thinking about it and they know it.
Yeah, it was It was just a story. It was the story was on, Dermot. We were talking about it earlier, but I think before you came on, and it was to do with this. I think you might have been there actually. This crystal city that grew. Let's go again. And I remember it when it blew apart. A big, massive chunk of it went through space and landed on Earth. It actually landed, and with the impact, it went hard.
I think it went to Australia because that's what they were saying.
I don't know.
It was there.
It's just a story. It's just a story that we got taken on quite a few times about this crystal, and the crystal was all put right, and it re-rose again around as it re-rose and came up. But it's just because of this explosion from the original ever star and this crystal city that the crystal grew into, and then within the center of it, there's this beautiful crystal like fountain with like the big crystal that went up through the middle, and that's where the mermaids used to live within the water within it. And when it blew out, it hit the Earth with such a fucking impact, and it was all in it. It went hard. And that's where the Nile water come from and everything else, because it was all part of this impact when it came down. That's what, and it brought fountain water with it, and it brought this down.
And also, they call the Nile, the Nile River, basically denial, because we must deny. It's all a lie.
Well, the Nile itself, I'm just saying what the journey we went on. It was Persian. It was something to do with Persia. You know, it was a body of water on Persia where the original water came from. I don't know how thing it is. It's just the stories to go on, but they're all a bit like that. So we just try to put knowledge with it. But I do remember when this thing got contaminated and it went boom, a big massive chunk of it was all part of it, and we landed on this Earth or whatever, or it projected this Earth down to land on, and it went hard when it hit. But
hard.
So is it a sandstone? Is it a sandstone, or is it just a type of stone?
It's sandstone.
It's just, but by it going hard, it protected the crystal, so no one could go into it to siphon any more out of it because of what happened. I don't know. Thingy.
Well, here's a clue. Here's a clue, right? How can I put this? Out in the outback, you've literally days from the beach, okay? So the chances of getting rain are pretty slim. And when you do get rain, it comes down in buckets.
I've seen that. It's amazing.
Now, before the activation, people were allowed to go on the rock, tourists, right? Climb the rock. And it was against native custom to allow that to happen, but they allowed it anyway.
Because they don't give a shit about natives. They don't give a shit. They don't care. Even here in America, they don't give a fuck.
Right. Now, what happened was the day after they made the rule, no one's to go near the rock, right? And the reason they said that was because they knew what was coming up. The activation.
Mm-hmm.
And
when was this? What time did this activate?
Hang on, can I just finish the story?
Otherwise,
you got no idea. Welcome to my world.
I'm like William. I forget it if I don't say it.
I know, right?
The rain came down on the rock, okay, but it didn't rain anywhere else.
Right.
Wow. I remember that.
So it cleansed the rock then, basically.
It cleansed the rock, but but there was one massive cloud that was above the rock, and it cleansed the rock. Now here's the part that people can't get their head around. There was a Pleiadian ship hidden in the cloud that was doing that. It cleansed the rock before the activation. When we did the world meditation, we were hoping to get possibly 3 million people worldwide. We got over 20 million, 50 million, whatever. It was that in itself activated the rock.
Yeah.
Which activated the ley lines and the energy lines across the planet, which is why we're now seeing the mass awakening, because and all the effects that come with it. Okay. So this is what's happening. This is very powerful. Okay. This isn't some fit. This is not fairy tale stuff.
No. I mean, and the stuff that we go on, it's real. It's as real as this conversation is now. So we understand all of it, don't we? But we redid the Abracadabra clock and we took it to 0. But and when you join the 0 dots, it looks very much like Australia.
As well.
As well.
Yes. We were talking about this last week.
We were.
Yeah.
So is that synchronicity for you?
Yeah.
Doing it. It is, everything is all lining up, isn't it?
And here's a clue, because I cryptically know what William's talking about. I won't give out the secret, but I will do it on the video tonight.
Yeah.
When William wakes up and after he's been asleep.
So when that's the case, this thing happened with the Brock. When I asked, when did this happen? What year? Do you remember?
Last year, December 21st. And local time, it was 7:30 p.m. And there was stories all around the country about people meditating on their own, or not even meditating, just sitting, facing Uluru, which is what I did. And just nature itself, the birds, the dogs, the animals, wherever they are. This lady mentioned that a cow just happened to walk up to her and sit with her while she was meditating, because intuitively they know. They know.
Yeah.
My animals love my pyramid. They catch the dogs, everybody, they lay in there. They never laid on this. It's actually a dog pillow. They never laid on it. Well, I confiscated the pillow and I put it in my pyramid, and my animals sleep in there now. They love the pyramid.
So that rock, is that the only rock like that in the whole of the earth? Yes.
It is?
Yeah.
How's it the only one?
Yeah. Does it go right the way down to bedrock, or is it sort of only go?
Okay. You know when you've got a piece of ice and it's in the water and you only see a third of it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right? That's the same.
Uluru's the same. It goes down twice as deep.
Yeah. That's really weird, because we live on I won't say where we live, but we live on an island, and there's a third of the island underneath the sea.
Yeah.
So
there you go.
It's a long way around, but you've got 2/3 up, and there's a third more underneath the sea. So yeah, it's a bit weird.
And here's something else that'll get you thinking as well. The archaeological discoveries that they found is that in ancient Egypt, if you actually look at the hieroglyphs in the pyramids, they've actually got boomerangs and things, right?
Yeah.
Here in Australia, we've got the Gosford glyphs, which are 15 meters high on sandstone, and they've got these hieroglyphs of UFOs and 2 Egyptian pharaohs.
Yeah, I've seen that.
That visited.
Yeah.
Didn't the Aboriginals create the boomerang? Something about that? I mean, I never said that. Yeah, that's what I thought.
But that was for hunting. Okay.
I know, but still, it's still on the hieroglyphics and everything. It was for hunting, but it's still in the hieroglyphics.
Do you want it back, Dermot? Fucking it on the back of the head.
Well, I can tell that's a souvenir and not a real one.
Right. So what do they look like?
It's still fucking hurt.
We got told it was a real one. It would really work. Be careful, didn't we?
Ow, quick.
The real ones are short and then longer on the other side.
Okay, yeah.
Right. Okay.
And they're used to hunting.
Yeah.
The real ones.
Right.
But the point I was getting to is that the ancient Egyptians actually did come to Australia. The earth was smaller then, right? It wasn't as big as it is now because the earth is growing. Now, they came to Australia to get knowledge.
Oh.
Spiritual
That's why they built
knowledge.
everything out of sandstone.
Spiritual knowledge.
Yeah.
The ancient Aborigines were interested in the technology of the Egyptians.
Okay.
Yeah.
But they soon realized that technology wasn't the way of the planet. The planet wasn't designed for technology, as we're finding out.
Yeah.
It was more spiritual, which is why they went back to their ancient roots.
Yeah.
And the Australians, right? I call them the Australians, not the white fellas, the original people. They only ever had one agreement with the ancient Egyptians about this land. And they're the only ones, if they ever took that up, could claim right to this continent or country.
What was the old name of Australia?
There's a lot of conjecture on that, isn't there?
I remember reading something about this. I can't wait to hear about this. I want to hear if it will jog my memory.
M-U.
M-U.
Moo. Oh my God, that's like the table of the what's it called? That table of content, not table of contents, but the freaking science thing.
Periodic table.
Yes, the periodic calendar.
There you go. There's too many synchronicities lining up, isn't there?
Yeah. Was that when it was one solid landmass?
It was a lot bigger. And if you go back in what they call dream time, they talk about, and they hand it down, they talk about the big flood, which is why under the biggest part is in Queensland, which is where Cheryl, Europe, underneath the crust.
Yeah.
And the mining companies have contaminated the water supply.
Is she in the outback or you're in the outback?
What, on purpose?
Is it on purpose? Of course it's on purpose.
Yeah.
You know that. I know that. And it's for money.
Yeah.
Oh, you know it.
Sorry. What was your question?
I want to know if you were in the outback or is Sarah in the outback?
Neither of us are in the outback.
Oh, okay.
It's too fucking hot.
I could see Cheryl in the outback. I could see her in the outback, and I could see her kicking some ass.
Security.
I've actually been all over this country, and it's massive. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's massive.
I always want to come there.
I love the outback, but I don't like the flies. There's thousands of them.
Oh yeah, we
get one in here, and I can't.
It's fucking enough, isn't it?
We watch
the opal hunters, and they're covered in flies.
I don't know how they do it.
How do you do it? Sweat after the sweat.
Oh, they drive me crackers.
Oh, and they're just stand there like it's a normal day. I'm like, my God, that do my fucking inviting.
With
That's
all
why.
the Facebook of like spiders and shit, my husband will not come to Australia because he's like, oh no, they got snake spiders, fast shit that will eat you. I'm not going there.
Oh, everything out there is dangerous. Even Dermot.
Yeah,
Even me.
Come on, man, you're fine. I see
You got to look at the toilet seat, make sure there's not a Dermot underneath there.
Dermot, what's your take on crocodile?
Right on the ass.
I can't
Dermot,
hear you.
what's
Sorry.
your take-
Sorry.
What's your take on the crocodile hunter's death?
On the what?
Oh yeah,
Steve Irwin.
yeah.
Yes, the guy was a
That
bit
was-
fishy.
No. The stingrays that he was going after, it actually, the tail came up and the stinger part hit him straight in the heart.
Yeah, I know, but the odds. What are the fucking odds? That's why I think it's a fishy freaking death because, yeah, he was the crocodile. But see, I know stingrays, they don't normally do that, though.
Every time you play with something dangerous, your odds of something happening are going down.
I know that.
Or going up for it to happen. So you play with dangerous things.
I
in
love
the end,
him. Whole
But
family.
it wasn't.
The whole
It wasn't just a 5-minute expedition, and I'm on top of one, and bang, it happens. They were there for a few hours. So.
Oh wow!
It's bound to happen. And he had no fear. He had no fear whatsoever. And he thought, and he went the way he wanted to go in nature.
You know, my kids and I, my husband and I, that was our Saturday. We would sit and watch the crocodile hunter and watch him.
Yeah, we did.
We did. Yeah.
And the kids are growing up now. Those kids are also growing up now. Bendy and I can't remember the little boy's name. What was his name? Zach. Is that his name?
Oh, jeez.
You don't remember?
I don't know.
I'm sorry.
I don't know.
It's okay. He does actually. He works with the Australian Zoo still. I've seen him on like clips of him on like the David Letterman or so, or not David Letterman show, but who's that? Whoever's on NBC now, because I don't even watch this shit no more. But yeah, but I've seen clips where he's on there, and like Kevin Hart scared to death of the freaking animals. That was hysterical. But this young kid is just like, not gonna hurt you, because he's raised that way.
Right then, who else has got a question for Dermot? Come on, Dorian, you've been quiet all night.
Yeah,
I know.
Come on, Dorian.
Can you hear me talk?
Yeah.
Sorry?
Yeah.
Go.
No? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah. Go on.
Yeah.
You've been too quiet. You're never this quiet.
I know. I don't think I was
Would you
I
come
don't
back
think
on again, Dermot, or do you think, oh my God?
Leading up to Christmas, it's probably not going to happen because I will be working for 6 days a week right up until Christmas.
Wow.
Yeah. Because I work in the building industry like you, but we do the insulation for the walls.
Yeah.
And my job as a storeman is to load and unload trucks, load the machines, make sure that the orders are fulfilled for the hardware stores and the building companies. And it's going through the roof at the moment. So, and I'm enjoying it because I'm actually earning some decent money for the first time in years.
Yeah.
So, that's good.
The whole building trade around the whole world is gone bonkers. Everywhere. There's skill shortages. There's the people are building everywhere. People are having extensions everywhere. It's gone fucking mad.
Just the building.
Same stuff. Not just these pipe fitter.
It's not just the building industry. The product that we've got that wraps the houses for the insulation, right? You can put a blowtorch on it, and you can put a bar heater on it at 1,000 degrees, and it won't even burn.
Wow.
Okay?
Right.
It's expensive, but by golly, it's a bloody good product because you think about it here in Australia, what do we have in summer? Bushfires.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right? If you can wrap the ceiling, the walls, and the floor.
Yeah.
Right?
That's
you might get something coming through the window or the air conditioner, whatever. But generally, the whole house is wrapped in a, and it just buys you a little bit more time.
Yeah.
To get out.
Yeah.
Wow, that's cool.
Yeah. I can think of a few places in this country that should have had that. I ain't saying anything.
Anyway, we've interrupted Doreen speaking.
Go, sorry, Doreen. I'm going to have a week.
We'll never shut up if we don't shut up now.
Go.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I don't mind at all. I just sit patiently, and I'm like, I have ideas, and then I'm like, oh, it's gone. I can't remember. I don't know. It's
half the night too. I know what you mean.
Yeah, but Dermot, I love listening to you and William talk. You are very articulate, and you're hilarious. You know, like when you did get on the soapbox, I totally loved it. And we need more people like that, you know, that are out there speaking the truth. You know, it's good. It's really good. But so what do you think, what's the biggest thing we should be working on, you know, because I know here I'm in America, in Arizona, and I think things are changing, but it seems so slow. And I know there's like supposedly something that's coming, but you know, I keep trying to keep everybody like it's going to happen. Just, you know, stay the course. Everything's going to be okay. But they're losing hope.
Yes, and unfortunately, many people that are awake at varying levels are losing hope. And to a certain degree, I was experiencing it myself. I wouldn't be human if I didn't. But
yeah, we all go through that. But some of us, we can't just we just stick with it. We're just like, and they probably think we're the dumb ones, but we can't help it. We know.
But the biggest thing we can do now is connect with other people like you're doing, and work on yourself, and just be your true inner self.
And this absolutely.
And look, when I first met William, I was public, right? And I'd even put some information out as well on videos and written media. But
I wondered how you guys got together at the meeting of minds.
Well, it was basically, you know, he watched a video and he got in contact with me, and then we got on like a house on fire. But ever since then, we've realised we shared past lives together.
I've noticed there's people I've connected with on Telegram, like a woman. I can't wait for her to come on. Her name's Anna Julie, and she was my past life sister.
So there is a connection there too. And basically, I think it's just we're both, as we get older, we realise we've got something to say. Why not say it? We don't care what people say or think. My God, you know, the last 62 years, people are taking the piss out of me for all sorts.
Right.
You know, do I care?
No. Don't. So why not?
So,
but when you're on your travels, find out where the fuck we're from as well, because we don't know.
No, I haven't a clue either.
How do you find out where you're from?
I have no idea.
Well, first of all, if you were to know, right? If you were supposed to know, you would know.
Yeah, I've said that. Okay. You know at the end of the story.
I had no idea. I had no idea that I could astral travel until my sister told me 40 years ago.
Yeah.
Right.
Wow.
To me, it was just natural. I did it without knowing. How did I find it? How did I find out? Like I explained, there were different psychics that got in touch with me from other countries, America, England, and someone in Melbourne. And they saw me in the astral. They've seen me on ships and doing stuff. I had no idea I was doing it.
That's 7 days a week then.
7 days, yeah.
7 days a week. You're on 7 now.
7 nights.
For nights.
I don't know how you working men do this, because you guys work in the physical 3D world.
Well, I suppose the only way you can answer that is, and I said this to William, and he just laughed and he said, "Oh, bugger off." I said, I'm good at time management.
I'm on Terry time, and I'm always late, and I call it Terry time, and I don't care.
I
I
make
said that today.
I make time to do what is needed in the physical, and I do what's needed in the spiritual.
Yeah, we bend time.
And I set aside time. People say, "Where do you get the time from?" I said, "Well, number one, I
don't
don't
know.
watch the Hello. Number two, I actually do what the Aboriginals do. I listen to the birds. I listen to the trees rustling because they're talking to us all the time.
Right.
Okay. If you start listening to the trees and the birds and the animals, it's intuitive, and it embodies your whole body.
Absolutely.
That's how they did it before videos and TV and radio, and how else did the ancients work?
I know, right? So we interrupted Dorian again. I'm so sorry, Dorian. We do this. Apologize. My apologies.
Dorian, go for it. Right.
We're setting up now.
Well, he answered that question, but now I have a question about what you said to Cheryl, because I have heard this about under Australia to Antarctica, and it had to do, Ghislaine Maxwell had something to do with that, that she was driving submarines up there, and I believe, but I don't really know what was going on. Can you share that?
Okay. Yeah. Where do we start with this one? Well, it's not the good guys, let's put it that way, using the
I
submarine.
knew that. Okay.
And they're going to Antarctica. But if you have a look at the globe, and I will call it a globe because it is, and the reason I say it that way is because if you go on the Flat Earth Society website, it says we have members all over the globe. Hello.
That's fucking funny. It's like Latin. Why is Latin in English?
Sorry for that. But yeah, all over the globe, right? Australia and the tip of Africa and the tip of South America are all very close to Antarctica at the bottom.
Yeah.
And that's why they use the submarines to go to each place, because it's quicker.
All right.
But you've also heard about the high-speed rail between England and America, and England and Australia, and so forth. And then you've got the different levels of tunnels networks, where one level is the humans, one level is a mixture of humans and aliens, and then further down is the reptilians and so forth. This is why people are just not aware there's many, many different races on this planet now, and always has been.
Yeah.
Okay. But we are the only ones on the surface. So, but getting back to your question about Antarctica, I mean, I don't know if you follow Corey Good, but he explains in detail what goes on down in Antarctica.
Yeah. We've watched quite a few of them.
Yeah, we have watched quite a few of them, haven't we?
Do you think he's the real deal?
Let's put it this way. I think he's more the real deal than most of them out there right now. Yeah, because he warned everybody. He warned everybody.
He did actually right at the beginning before this started.
Right at the beginning.
Yeah.
And why do you think he was so passionate in those early days? He wanted to get the message, but he didn't want to have a following. And he was part of the secret space program, like my friend Tony Rodriguez. But they had.
I think I've seen an interview with him. Yeah. Now you've said that, them two.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have they talked together online?
No. They were part of a different program.
Were they?
They were totally different.
I can remember Corey Good talking to somebody else who's also. Or maybe it was what's his face?
There are more. There are more. It's not just them two. There are literally hundreds. But they talk about. I mean, Tony in particular talks not about off planet, but he talks about what's actually happened on this planet, because in the early part of that he was in the military doing the 20-year and back program, and that's a whole new discussion. But
I remember talking about that. Yeah.
I can remember a woman talking about it as well.
Yeah,
there was a woman.
There's a time loop. You can come back. You got to come back on the thing, and you carry on like nothing's happened.
I did mention it to Tony. I said, look, do you think that they put you down on the bed and they cloned you, right? And then they transferred your soul into the clone to do the 20 years, and then they bring you back, put your soul back into your body, and then transport you back 10, 15 minutes later.
Yeah.
So your family don't know you're missing. But in reality, you've just added another 20 years to your life experience.
Yeah.
Now, we don't understand that because we're humans and we don't have that technology. But when you go out there, they do have that technology.
Yeah, I get that.
We don't understand time the way they do. Because 85 years in this life as humans is like 5-10 minutes for them.
Yeah, I get that. We noticed that with the Abracadabra clock, because it's got so many spheres within it. It's like you can have a size 12 universe, which is equal to a full size universe. So you can have one lid spinning on a size 12. So like a normal 12 hours could be millions of light years in respect of the size of the dome you got over the top of it.
Yeah. Something
like that.
Have I digressed, or have I actually answered the question? I can't remember.
I don't know. Dorian?
Well, I think I understand.
Is Corey Good still out there? Is he still online? Is he still sharing?
Yes, he is. Ascension TV. Yes.
How is it? The thing is, everything's got blown apart, so it's hard to find people again now, isn't it?
I know we watched quite a lot on YouTube, and then
But what you got to understand is there's a lot of good people out there, right? And William and I talk about the talking heads, but we won't divulge who they are because they know who they are. Okay. But there's a lot of good information, but there's also a lot of disinformation.
Yeah, that's the problem, isn't it?
From everybody, me included. Okay. It's up to you to decide for yourself what resonates with you.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that I put this info out there deliberately, but if it doesn't resonate with you, then it's obvious that you're looking at it from a different perspective.
Yeah. Like kaleidoscope.
And it's not until the timelines actually are together and we are all one that we will actually understand the whole picture.
Yeah, that'd be like the what fuck moment. What the fuck? You know all it was. Is that it?
I'm not angry. I'm just disappointed.
Yeah, it's like, oh god.
2 seconds. I'll be back shortly. 2
okay,
seconds.
all right.
I'm actually dog sitting at the moment. I have to keep going out and checking.
Aww.
You're dog sitting.
Yeah.
So we look.
Aww.
Look,
like, I'm tired.
Look, he's all tucked up. Look, he's all in sleepies. Look.
Oh,
Fast asleep.
bless him.
I'm
I'm gonna have to leave you guys.
I'm gonna go.
Okay, I'll help the Dewsbury tour off.
Yeah.
The Dewsbury do as you're told.
Lots of love, both of you.
Yeah, see you later.
Yeah, night, God bless. See you
Right,
soon.
it's all yours now.
Bye.
You got to get your word in.
Very soon.
Where did Terry go?
I don't know. I'm not too sure.
How come they both just shot?
No.
And Alex.
Yeah. It's got to be late where you guys are. You stay up late?
Yeah. Sorry?
Do you stay up late every night?
Oh.
You guys, I go to bed at like usually 8 o'clock.
Do you really?
Yeah.
No.
We don't get a chance.
We don't get a chance, no. We're always up until 12, 1, sometimes 2. Then go to bed and we'd wake up and then get to work and do bits and pieces. We're actually living what we should be doing.
Yeah.
Aren't
we? Yeah, we are, aren't we?
If you know what I mean, we are, aren't we? It's lovely.
Yeah.
Haven't got a front door key. Haven't got I mean, doing what we do.
Not part of that rat race
Not
anymore.
part of the rat race. Sort of like just getting.
All right, we've got a little bit of a couple of bills, but nothing major.
Nothing. This is true. This is true. And if anybody wants to listen to this, get rid of the bills. And once you get rid of the bills, you don't have to work so hard.
Oh, I can totally agree with that because
simple as that.
We got rid of all our bills.
Says him who's now working 7 days a week.
Yeah, but that's one of the things, isn't it? Top of my game. No, but it's true. You get rid of the bills, you don't have to work as hard. It's as simple as that. But because you get sucked into buying a car, and then it's only £150, and then you buy that, and then you got to work for that, and then we want to buy that, or then we want to pay for a broadband, which is like another £100 a month, and then this and that. No. So by the end of it, you're having to work because you keep buying things. So if you get rid of the bills, you don't have to work so hard. Because I remember back in the day when I first come out of my time, I was earning. This is early 90s. I was coming out with like £250, £300 a week, which was a lot of money in the early 90s. Mm-hmm. But there's nothing to spend your money on. You didn't have a mobile phone. There's no such thing as broadband. There's no such thing as anything else. So that money that you earn, there's nothing to spend that money on. Where now you've got everything to spend that money on. But in respect, since the early 90s, when I was earning £250, £300 every week, in the 90s, where now people are on the books, they're probably earning £450 or £500 a week. So it's only gone up at most £200 a week since the early 90s. And look at which is fuck all, in respect of that period of time. You're talking of 35 fucking years. And there's all this extra stuff for you to buy, or you need, or want,
and how much it costs,
and how much everything costs. And then people go, "We've got no money." No, because it's like early 90s. You probably know this. You earned good money in the 90s compared to what you get now. But you got
no.
Oh,
I've never earned good money. How's that?
Haven't you?
And well, we've been a one-income family for 25 years, which makes it tougher again.
Yeah.
And we had a big gum tree out the back that was massive, and the council wouldn't allow me to trim it or cut it down because it was on my property.
Yeah.
But they said, no, you can't touch it. Fair enough. Well, one summer's night, about 3 a.m., one of the boughs, it went up, and then there's like 3 massive boughs, and one of them fell to the ground with a big thud during the night, knocked over the fence, and it was 15 meters long, and from the ground up, it was over 3 meters high.
Bloody hell.
Imagine what that would have done. And that was the smallest bough, not the tallest.
Fucking hell.
Right?
A dinosaur tree.
That is a dinosaur tree.
Here's the thing, right? I had to remortgage my house because of two reasons. One, the tree roots were that big, they were coming up through the bathroom in the walls. And we had to get rid of that. We had to remodel the whole bathroom. Then we had to go back, get the tree cut, and then we had to get rid of the tree. So that cost us thousands, as you can imagine. There's no way you could save that up.
No.
And then the council said, sorry, we're not going to help you. After paying rates for over 30 years, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
And telling you you can't trim it.
Yeah.
To try and keep the size down. What?
You can't do nothing. Now, if that big bough had gone, that to tell you the length of my backyard is 35 meters from the house, and it was hanging over my veranda and roof. If that thing had come down,
a bomb.
Yeah.
Bloody hell.
But like see, I spoke to the tree on an intuitive level.
Yeah.
Sorry. I spoke to the tree on an intuitive level, and the tree basically said, you've allowed me to live for X amount of years. It's time to go goodbye. And that's why it came down. But it left me with a huge bill.
It didn't. So the tree didn't understand money.
Correct.
Wow.
Correct.
Didn't understand money. Yeah.
And the funny thing was, we had a smaller version out on the front. The council plant trees on the front as well, right? And this bloody thing, every summer or spring, I should say, it would drop these leaves, twigs, and like little marble type seed or whatever it is. And if you happen to walk across it, it's like marbles.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah. So again, I thought to myself, how am I going to deal with this one? And then I saw the council come round one day and they marked the tree, and I said to them, what are you doing? And they said, oh, we're getting rid of this tree. I said, why? They said, oh, it doesn't look right. It doesn't look. And I'm thinking, I wonder, did I manifest that or what?
Or was it the other tree saying, sorry?
It's not like we don't have trees in the area. We have thousands of trees in the area. But these two in particular were, either side of me. And it was like, guys, you're doing a hell of a lot of damage here. And I felt sorry for them because, it wasn't my fault that the builder built in this area.
Yeah.
But it's the only area I could afford to live. So.
Yeah, you see, it's like, I remember Europe, when Europe was cheap to go on holiday. So you remember, and then they went into the EU. Then all of a sudden, you're paying the same prices as what you're buying here. So you could go to Greece or Spain and buy a pack of fags for £2, easy, all day fucking long. And then they went into the euro, and then all of a sudden you're paying like for like all the way around Europe. Yeah, like that overnight. So they're still buying them. They're still buying that raw product in at that £2 a pack for fags back in the day. But the thing is, now they're charging £6, £8 or £8 for a pack of fags. So people just go, can you get me some duty free? It's like, why? It's the same price as what you're going to be paying here. So all of Europe overnight literally went on to the same pricing system as England.
Yeah.
So it weren't cheaper to go anywhere. You got no nothing. So as in Europe itself, it's like, that's probably part of where we are now. It sort of brought everything all in to this sort of this one price, one Europe, one this, one that, one corporate, and lots of...
In the 60s, they called that the European Common Market, and they've been trying to do it years and years. And then they wanted five major areas, like North and South America. They were going to call it the Amero, not the Euro.
Right.
And in Asia, they were going to have Australia with Southeast Asia and call it, what were they going to call it? There was another name. But they divided the Earth up into 5 major areas so that they could control the whole planet, basically.
Yeah.
So, but we put a spanner in the works and said, no, get fuck off.
Yeah.
Done. Pardon my French.
Yeah, and I think that took them by surprise.
We're not having a bar of that. And this globalism that started in the early 70s. I started work, I think it was 1976. My first day's pay was $7.10. It wasn't even 8 hours, $1 each.
No.
Right? I got $35 for the week. My first pay packet. So
that's in Australia.
Imagine,
yeah.
And the average wage back then was $70. So I was getting half an adult wage because I was an apprentice. So, you know, and when I see the kids today moaning about money, it's like, give me a break.
Yeah. I mean, England, it's pushed on you. You need a mortgage. You got to do this. Is that the same as Australia as well?
Correct.
It's the same.
You got to remember that it was Britain that brought out all the convicts here. Yeah.
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 Right from day one, there was corruption in this country.
Yeah.
They're 12,000 miles away, and you've got coppers and soldiers together, and then you've got prisoners, right? And they're trying to form a colony. And then for good behaviour, some soldiers were meeting up with the convict women and so forth, right? And then they were related. And before you know it, that's how it all started.
On purpose.
On purpose. Of course it is. They wanted to colonise a penal colony.
You pinch a loaf of bread and you're going over there and that's it.
Yeah, correct.
Basically.
And now it's no bloody different. They're in each other's pockets. They're doing this. They're doing that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you listened about when we did the banking. We caught them a treat. We've actually met these fuckers toe to toe. You know what I mean? We fought them. We caught them doing illegal mortgages. We did the whole lot. It's on one of our podcasts. So we've met these weasels in 2002, right at the beginning. And we caught them how they was doing the illegal mortgages, and now they're taking people out of the system and then they're siphoning money out of people. Massive. Nobody would touch it.
Well, let's say that the pound, right, or the dollar, whatever you want to use, right? In the old days when banking first set up, you had an ounce of gold would equal whatever. Okay. Mm-hmm. But in the digital age, it means nothing.
No.
Because it's all numbers on a screen. That's it. And these corporations and places where you get mortgages, right? All they're doing is creating a mortgage, creating the money to lend you, and you're paying them back over 30 years, right? But they've only got 1 ounce of gold for that one mortgage, or whatever. Right now, they lend 10 times against that ounce of gold, so they're getting 9 times the amount of money back off the 1 ounce of gold. Now, if that isn't the definition of corrupt, illegal. I don't know what is.
Yeah.
I just don't know what is. Now, here's the other thing: if you go to company A or company B to get a mortgage, right? what actually happens is if you go to company A, as soon as you've signed on the dotted line, your house is paid for. Did you know that? Did you know that? Yeah. Why? Because they then sell it on to the next company B, who've now just paid for your house. So why is company A taking the mortgage, the interest rates off of you for 30 years?
Right.
And if you multiply that by one country and the rest of the world, they're worse than the talking heads.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
And then when you talk about globalization, how all these companies, they buy the little companies. I worked for a company that was part of News Corp, which was Rupert Murdoch. Now, the only reason I went there is because I was out of work and my dad knew the personnel manager or the human resources today. And he said, if your son's looking for work, tell him to come down. So I went down and I worked on the machines and no problems. They were part of Murdoch's empire. It was just, he had subsidiaries everywhere.
Yeah.
Right. But all we did was make plastic bags for the bread bags, the bakeries and courier bags and things like that. But anyway, getting back to the story, right? These conglomerates, they'd buy up all these smaller companies. Within 8 years, that company was bought out with the opposition, and then they amalgamated them. Then they sold that company to another company. Now, it's all right for these big wigs that are earning like millions or they're not doing any work. We've got a job working for years and years and years and loving it, socializing, whatever. And we're out of job, no money.
Yeah.
Because they're doing what they're doing. So this is why, it was all these things were synchronistic for me because I had to be in touch with the Murdochs. I had to be in touch with the working man and what they're going through so that when I did wake up, I knew exactly how to react.
Mm. Yeah.
And more to the point, how they would react when they find out what's going on.
Yeah. That's the same as with the Manx. We caught them on the hop. We worked out how they did it, and we run them into the ground for 3 years. They didn't know what to do with this. They didn't know what the thing. It's a big old long story we've spoken about before, but here it was like the law society was corrupt, the court system was corrupt,
land registry,
the crown estate allows it to happen.
Westminster
7. We went through all of that. We went right. We took the whole lot right the way through.
Financial ombudsman.
The lot.
Anyone you could think of.
And we did the whole lot.
And while we were doing all that, we also used to send out packs of all the evidence, every single bit of evidence.
Idiot's
guide, step by step.
Yeah.
So nobody could go, don't know what you're talking about. And we sent it all over England, all over the UK, all over Europe to try and get somebody to help us. Because we got so much evidence against them. It was like ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we even got told by one of the major newspapers reporters that nobody will touch this story because they are all
owned by the
same people.
And that was in 2002.
And they will never print that story. Never.
So that was our big wake up. 2002 when we was doing all of that. That's when the energy started. I've had this right from a child. So even from a child, I've had visitations and the energy's coming to me all the time. So it's not a new thing. It's something I was born with.
Yeah.
It's something that also like you're terrified of as well because everybody thought you was an idiot back in the day and thingy. And then as time's gone on, obviously we used to do a lot of clubbing, do a few recreationals, and all it did is reopen them channels to revisit it and readdress of what things. And as we spoke about in the last show, and there's a woman, she lost her voice. I was learning about the energies and they were teaching me, and I was like, and I went round and we changed our energies around and she started talking again. It's a long old story. We spoke about it before. But when we went round there and she started to talk again, right at the point when I changed her energies around the night before, that was my kicking. That was my boom. That was like, but me, it's not the case that I don't class myself as psychic. I don't class myself as a medium. I don't anything else. I just know how it works.
Yeah,
that's all. I just know how it works. And for a very long time, I've known this information. But how do you relay that information into mainstream people that you know? It's hard. So you know what you know, but how do you make that into?
Well, I like I've done all my life is I just tell them as it is.
Yeah, we do, don't we?
And it's up to them. It's up to them. Or you meet them where they're at. I mean, in my job at the moment, we had a driver rocks up and he goes, the sign says I have to sign in because of this, you know what? And I turn around and says, don't bother, no one else is. And he looked at it, he says, no, I want to do it. He had a mask on and he signs the book and he goes, oh, you're right, no one's done it for 2 months. I said, that's because nobody cares.
It's true though, isn't it?
But the thing is, he was adamant that, he had to do it. And I'm thinking, so I met him where he was at. If I told him everything I bloody know, crikey, because he walked away.
Ran for the hill.
Oh my God, we'll get out of here.
Because I met him where he was at because I said, look, if you want to sign, that's up to you. It's no dramas. I said, but people are people. You can't stop people being people. And he said, mate, you've hit that on the head. Well done. And he went away happy, but very, very ignorant.
Yeah.
Whereas another truck driver came in to deliver a container, for example, and he was talking about global warming and this and that. And I said, oh, it's got nothing to do with the chemtrails, has it? And he looked at me and he went, what are you on about? and I said to him, I said, look, doesn't it strike you as rather strange? It's November and we've already had spring, September. It's now mid-November and it's the coldest, wettest fucking day in the history of this country and it doesn't ring any bells to you? Oh, yeah. Global warming. I said, mate, if only you knew it was. If only you knew.
Yeah.
And you only have to look at the weather map to see the patterns where they're starting this weather. I mean, only 2 years ago, before this world crisis started, we had nothing but bushfires everywhere. Now it's because they were pushing the weather out. The weather modification program is nothing new. It started in the 60s, maybe the 50s.
Yeah.
Right. I feel like I'm on a bloody soapbox again here.
Go on, Dad.
Do it.
We knew we'd get it out of him.
but the bastards have been manipulating the weather. They create the droughts here in Australia so that the crops won't grow. The sheep and the cattle have nowhere to feed. And then all of a sudden, out of the blue, we get this wet winter and everything grows and everyone's suffering with hay fever because the wind's blowing it. And then all of a sudden we get 2 or 3 days of warm weather, which is what we're supposed to get at this time of year. And then all of a sudden we get in a worse week of weather than we did in winter. Now I've been here 53 years. It's not normal. And if you think that that's global warming, why is it so sporadic like that and targeted?
We had a very cold spring, didn't we? very cold early summer. And then all of a sudden, it got really hot. And now, look, I'm still in T-shirt and shorts walking about in England. Yeah, 8 weeks from fucking Christmas. Where we live, we still got leaves and stuff on the trees.
We have. They've not even gone into like autumn colours.
You walk in a shop and they're playing Christmas music.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm still in fucking shorts and flip-flops.
Yeah.
It's bonkers.
I have to laugh. The old flip-flops here, they call them thongs. And, of course, we all know what thongs are, don't we?
we know a song about that, don't we? So are you doing a show tonight as well then?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I said to William, I couldn't do it Friday night because there was too much going on in the house. Because they're out till about 11 o'clock at night. They're out all day. I can actually do this, and I can do it tonight.
Yeah,
I can have a bit of a break.
Yeah, thank you so much.
I'd love to do it more, but obviously, I have to sort of divide.
We understand, don't we? Yeah.
But definitely.
The invitation is always there if you ever fancy joining us again.
Yeah, it is. If you ever want.
I was actually going to make everyone laugh, but they've all gone now. But I was going to say, when are these guests coming on?
Surprise guests.
Oh yeah, the surprise ones. Yeah, we're waiting. Yeah. We're still waiting. I'll just drop yeah, go ahead. No, I'll just drop some.
They come on during the 10th hour.
Sorry?
Yeah. Yeah, they come on when we forgot them.
Just hang in there.
But isn't this amazing with technology? You've got the UK, you've got Australia, and you've got America.
I know. It's awesome.
It's
awesome.
It's very cool. It's very addictive talking to. I mean, I don't get to talk too much, but it's okay because I enjoy listening immensely. Picking up and learning, and it's.
Well, like we say, we're all in a far better place than we were 2 years, 3 years ago.
Absolutely.
Oh,
yeah.
Definitely. Yeah. We've spent so many years thinking we're
on our own,
and there's nobody else like us out there.
Yeah. And it is hard.
Yeah. It's so hard.
Isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Well, and YouTube,
especially the whole banks thing, and not having one single person out there willing to help us, even though we've got so much evidence against these fuckers. It's literally ridiculous. You cannot deny it.
I used to say to them, I will leave you alone, because I used to pick on them. I will leave you alone if you can prove to me that I am wrong. And they never used to get back in contact.
Or it was just a no comment.
So I used to fucking carry on and fucking annoying them.
Literally taking the piss out.
We used to write letters, 5,000 words in one letter.
But here's the thing, right? Now, as spiritual as this place is, Australia, right? It's also got that dark overtone from the evil mother. I'll say the mother country, but you know who I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Okay. And I believe Operation London Bridge is well underway, and I hope that it gets in the mainstream media very quickly. And you'll probably talk about that at some other stage. But where was I going with this? Oh, there's something going on in this country that is probably worse than any other country on this planet right now. And it's to do with the Save the Children. Let's put it that way. Mm-hmm. And it's been covered up massively. And all I can say on this is that there are people like myself who are spreading the love and the light as much as we can. And I believe what William and I will be talking about will be about that. And it's going to come to the forefront that the tide is now turned. Enough is enough. I mean, the last video was enough, but this time I'll call it the tide has turned.
Yeah.
Because it has. It has.
So Dermot, have the children that they have rescued, are they off-world, or where have they gone?
Well, that's a very good question. I believe it's a bit of both, because some of them didn't make it.
Right.
Some of them didn't make it at all.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen pictures of some. I think I came across, I mean, I started changing about 1995, but I really got into rabbit holes started around 2013, 2014 when Pizzagate came out, and it was just this little reporter from Georgia, and I just
I remember her.
Yeah, and so then I started digging, and you just start learning this stuff, and so where I'm at is pretty close to Mexico. And it was a farmer guy that had acreage down like south of Tucson, between Tucson and Mexico. And he found this like a camp where these kids were being like transported, but they weren't underground. This was on the surface, on the planet, on the surface. But it's so disturbing when you start hearing it, and they talk about how these, like, I try to tell people, there's children being trafficked, and they're being eaten by these really entities. They're like their food, and these are our kids. These are all our children, and we have to save them. And they think I'm freaking crazy, and I'm like, no, this is happening. And I, I go back. There's a movie that says this little kid. It's that movie where that guy is dead and he doesn't realize he's dead. But at any rate, in the movies, like, have you ever do you believe in $1 million? And they're like, yeah. Actually, I might be confusing that with a Santa Claus movie, but it doesn't matter. But you get what I'm saying is like, do you believe in $1 million? Yeah. Have you ever seen $1 million? No. But you believe in it? Well, so why would this be any different? And these
Does this mean the white hats are actually going to do something significant to let everybody know they are definitely there, and they're definitely doing
the white hats the white hats are smoking like a smoke shield for what's really going on.
Smoke and mirrors.
White hats for the general public, but you've got this behind scenes.
There's a lot behind the scenes, definitely good and bad. Okay. But what I will say is that there are two victims that and they're high profile, and they've gone to their state police, their federal police, and it's been hush covered up, and they had to go to the International Tribunal online to actually get anything to deal with this. So this is the sort of stuff that's going on, and luckily we're able to, as light workers or stars or star seeds, whatever you associate with, we do the work we do, and it helps people, and it helps to transform the energy, more importantly. And it's the energy and the consciousness that people actually pick up on subconsciously. And eventually the tide will turn. And I do believe the tide has turned. We just have to wait again patiently for that to physically manifest. But it will. And I don't know. Something intuitive in me says that, something major is going down before Christmas.
Christmas is a good time for us. Every time we've been doing things or traveling or changing things over, it's always around about Christmas time. That's when I get time off work, and everything's got a cycle of a year. Yeah, so it's when we always see a shift around about Christmas time.
There's going to be a massive shift long before Christmas, but I think the tipping point will be just before. And like you say, January is usually the month where people are doing a lot of research and connecting, because some people are on holidays. I'm not, never have been, but there are a lot of people that are. And then they listen to people like us and go, hang on a minute, and wow, that's opened a can of worms. I mean, I've touched on a lot of stuff today or tonight, whatever you want to call it, but at the end of the day, we could talk on hours on each subject.
Yeah,
there's that much.
It's endless, isn't it?
So, and it's not like like if they put you under a spotlight and says, well, what do you know? Well, hang on a sec. It's what I know intuitively, as well as what I research. So, in fact, I've been so busy lately, I haven't researched for probably 2 years, simply because people are sending me stuff daily. And it's like, I haven't got time to look at it, let alone watch or listen or, So if I come up with something that you've heard or you think, oh, yeah, he's because he's watched that. No. I'm
the same. I'm the same. No.
We've watched some of it, but not for a long time.
No.
Not for a long time.
No, we keep
a lot of it. I can't watch. A lot of it, I really can't.
Yeah.
I can't deal with it.
And we keep ourselves away from it. So anything that happens, it's fresh. It's really happening.
Yeah.
It's not being a misguided. No. Because it's in here. It's what's coming down here.
But to answer your question, Doreen, I think the ones that aren't too bad are still here, and the ones that are really bad have to be taken off planet, so that they're not contaminated with what's going on here.
Okay. Yeah, I'm worried about them, and it's disturbing what I know of what's been done to these people. Yeah. And I pray that they're going to be okay. That in the end.
Again, this is going to take a good 12 to 20 years to actually help those individuals. As for the rest of society, what we've gone through in the last 2 years has really damaged the psyche of the human spirit. But what it's also done, it's awakened many millions.
Yeah.
So, and there's always a price. There's always a price in war, and it's a spiritual war that's going on right now. And those children, by the way, they've had the technology off planet, and even now on this planet we have it. It's the med beds, and those med beds will help me become a 30-year-old again. God forbid.
Woo! Mentally, I'm there.
Boom! Be 30 again. Well, we still know what we know, I guess, is what I want to know.
Yeah.
Don't go through that again.
Well, I think there's a lot of people out there that they're waiting to be called to do something, and it's just basically we're just kind of really, I think from where I'm at with my circle of people, it's to not let anybody slip further down, into.
Yeah, for many years. For many years, I wanted to save as many people as possible, but what we've got to remember is free will. That is crucial. If you try to convert too many people against their free will, it's like the old saying. What's the word?
Help become a dictator.
Yeah, but there's a saying: a man changed against his will is of the same opinion still.
Mm.
So if you allow free will to operate, they change their mind of their own free will. So they change naturally, as opposed to being told stuff and then they go, oh, they've been coerced or they've been influenced. And this is why we have to be very, very careful about our emotions, because, you know, I come from a large family. I'm the eldest of 6 and my dad was the eldest of 8. So we're very close and we love family. And to hear this stuff going on, you know, it just hurts you so bad, which is why I was so passionate. But at the end of the day, I've now learned to let go and say a few prayers. Not that I'm religious or anything, but just say a few prayers of, you know, I hope you recover. I hope the best of intentions for you, blah, blah, blah. Eventually, if enough people do that, it will change the world. They'll tap into that consciousness and change naturally. If we worry too much, worry is part of that 3D negativity.
Yeah, you go back into paranoia. Yeah, isn't it?
Yeah.
I always used to say to you, I used to always say to you, it's like, because we know what we know, and then we share that with somebody else. And as long as we always look after the people that come after us and everybody does the same, in the end, somebody will go, thank you very much.
Right. I do where I say, my job isn't to make you believe what I believe at all. If you want to ask, I'm going to live my life the way I'm going to live it and be my example for me. And I think that people have just come to me to ask questions, and I wait until they come, you know, so, you know, well, they're going to come at some point. All I'm going to do is I'm going to be that constant. This is my stance. If you ask me, this is my stance.
Yeah.
That's where I'm at. And you can believe what you want to believe, and that's your free will. And I've actually used that because so many, I think, of us that are standing in our free will, our family members and friends want us to believe what their free will stance is. And I'm like, well, you know, I'm like, you're free. You can have it. You can believe what you want. This is, I choose to believe something different.
Correct.
And look at all sides as well. Look at every point. Look at this, look at that, look at this, look at that, look at this, look at that, look at this, look at that. And carry on looking at this, looking at that, looking at that. And you're always open to new stuff. In a year's time, we can be talking about something completely different.
Right.
Because we've moved on.
Yeah. We have to write a letter to ourselves. And we'll open it in a year.
It's a fucking nightmare. I've been doing, I mean, since I learned about the energies and stuff and how it works, I've been trying to explain it to people for years and years and years and years. Because we used to have house parties, I used to explain it, and I've helped people. People have come back and gone, knocked on the door a year later and went, I listened to what you said. Thank you very much. And that's all you need. Just that one person to come back and knock on the door and go, everything you said and everything else, it changed my life. Thank you very much. We've had that a year later.
William and I have had that a lot before the podcast.
Yeah, a long time.
A long time. And when William was very private, you know, he didn't want to go out into the public. He still doesn't really, but he knows how important his message from Gabriel is. And when he talks with me privately, we have our funny moments, we have our serious moments, and we have our completely ridiculous moments.
That's good.
I don't know what you mean.
Our typical, you know, two elderly gentlemen fumbling with technology, trying to get it out there. If you only knew how bad it was at times.
I can imagine.
Same. Right there. We've had the same.
Yeah, we're the same, haven't we? Like,
I thought it was quite good with technology.
Technology doesn't really work. It's a bit shit. And now they got to the moon all them years ago when your mobile phone don't work around the corner. I got no fucking idea.
Yeah. At the moment, I've got my mobile phone sticking the bedroom window to try and get a good signal.
Yeah, so we always hope it's not raining on a Friday.
There you go.
So far, we've been lucky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to have to go and get some lunch. I think it'd be very late for you guys.
What's that, sorry?
I said I need to go and get some lunch, and I don't know how
we've got to get off.
Yeah, it's 2 o'clock in the morning now. We're going to
2
go to
o'clock
bed.
in the morning.
2 o'clock in the morning. But early. Yeah,
And what about you, Doreen?
It is right now 7 o'clock at night.
Oh, you're the lucky one.
Yeah, so I go to bed at like 8, so I got like an hour till it's bedtime, like that's almost time.
You go to bed at 9 o'clock.
Anyway, it's been fantastic.
Thank
you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Lots and lots of love.
Thank you very much indeed.
And
you. Thank you.
Take care, you lot.
Yeah, have a good one.
Yeah, have a good night.
Speak soon.
Switch off. How does this switch off, by the way?
I'll switch it off, no worries.
I ain't got
okay.
a clue.
William normally does it.
I haven't. See you later.
Bye.
Lots of love.
Lots of love.